Chapter 876. Sky Phase Roaming Dragon Thrust. Sword Sea Horizon. Sword Chi Return. After using his full strength, Li Fuchen wasn't able to exhaust much vitality from the sky blue insect. Right now, Li Fuchen finally experienced how the Black Rock demonic lord felt when he fought with him. Creak creak creak, just as Li Fuchen was in a fierce battle with the sky blue insect, the second Saint Lord class insect emerged. This insect looked like a longhorn beetle and was covered in a thick carapace. There were two long feelers on its head and its mouth was like a scissor. It is better to leave first. Li Fuchen didn't know how many Saint Lord class insects were in the insect nest, neither did he know if there were Heaven Monarch class insects. With everything unknown, it wasn't a good idea to stay. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen left a spirit soul imprint on the outside, otherwise, even if he wanted to leave, he wouldn't be able to find the exit so easily. Be it strength or speed, Li Fuchen was much stronger than the Saint Lord class insects. A few hours later, there was a flash of sword light as Li Fuchen emerged from the hole. Li Fuchen didn't leave immediately and released his spirit soul power to see if the Saint Lord class insects could enter the East Unicorn continent. In fact, he was overthinking. Once the Saint Lord class insects got close to the exit, they would be teleported to other places. As compared to the demon race, the insects are much more threatening. It seems like the East Unicorn continent isn't a good place. The demon race was at least rational, but these insects didn't have any rationality. Li Fuchen could only see slaughter, hunger, and a cruel evolution mechanism from their chi presence. If he had to describe them, these insects were war weapons. They were born to fight. Just in case, I shall leave a spiritual awareness clone here. With a thought, Li Fuchen walked out of his body with a slightly transparent clone. The spiritual awareness clone was different from the spirit soul clone. The combat strength of the spiritual awareness clone was very weak and it was usually used for surveillance. After doing everything, Li Fuchen left the East Unicorn continent. Wind Cloud City, inside a giant manor. This is the energy crystal inside the insect's body. I shall call it Insect Crystal. Inside the dark chaos spatial zone, Li Fuchen didn't have any gains. As long as the insects inside had the strength of a saint, their bodies would produce insect crystals. These insect crystals weren't ordinary energy crystals, they were extremely concentrated energy crystals. Li Fuchen made a rough estimation and the most ordinary insect crystal contained energy that was at least 10 times more than a peak-grade spirit stone. But it was different from the peak-grade spirit stone. The peak-grade spirit stone contained pure spirit chi energy, while the insect crystal contained violent spirit chi energy. At the same time, there was a special energy that Li Fuchen couldn't understand. I wonder if I can break through the limits of my body. Li Fuchen could vaguely feel that the special power within the insect crystal was able to help him break through his limits. The so-called body's limit was the limit of what the body could endure. Right now, his body could no longer contain more and purer chi. If he wanted to contain more and purer chi, he would have to strengthen his own life rating. There were countless colors in insect crystals. Just by looking at the color, it was impossible to tell which insect crystal was of a higher grade. Li Fuchen took out a pale yellow insect crystal and tried to absorb the power inside. The first thing that entered his body was the violent spirit chi energy. This spirit chi energy was rampaging inside Li Fuchen's body like a wild horse that broke free from its reins. Immediately after, an extremely small amount of special power had also entered Li Fuchen's body. So comfortable. Li Fuchen's eyes were glowing. He felt that his body was like a barren land and the special power was like a sweet rain that constantly nourished his body. Too little, I need more special power. Li Fuchen absorbed insect crystals one after another. Bang! Flesh exploded and blood dyed the ground red. Li Fuchen didn't even frown. The insect crystals contained too much spirit chi energy. Once the body couldn't withstand it, it would explode into pieces. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen possessed the high-class star immortal body and such injuries were nothing to him. Crackle! There was a sound that sounded like chains breaking. Li Fuchen's body's limit was finally broken again. At the same moment, the violent spirit chi energy that expanded by a few thousand times finally had an outlet and was rapidly converted into the hand of Sun's chi power. After an unknown period of time, a horrific gravitational force was suddenly emitted and the entire wind cloud city had slight distortions. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen forcefully suppressed the hand of Sun's chi power. Otherwise, even with the protection of the array, the wind cloud city's population would suffer severe casualties. After absorbing over 100 insect crystals, my body refinement level is finally at the completion level of the soul merge realm. Li Fuchen felt that he was very fortunate. In his opinion, in order to absorb the power from the insect crystals, he had to fulfill 3 requirements. Firstly, he had to have sufficient control, and control was dependent on the spirit soul and spiritual awareness. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to guide so much violent spirit chi energy. A single ordinary insect crystal contains spirit chi energy that was equivalent to 10 peak-grade spirit stones. Over 100 insect crystals contained spirit chi energy that was equivalent to tens of thousands of peak-grade spirit stones. If he couldn't guide it and allowed it to wreak havoc in the body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Secondly, the body's toughness and recovery ability had to be sufficiently strong. Otherwise, the body wouldn't be able to withstand so much violent spirit chi energy and would have been blasted into pieces. Of course, the precondition was that there was a short period of time. If it was too long, even if Li Fuchen had the high-class star immortal body, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was just like how a person might be able to surpass their limits for a short period of time, but to surpass their limits for a long period of time, the person would definitely crumble. Thirdly, the willpower had to be sufficiently strong. The spirit chi energy in the insect crystals was extremely violent and could easily make people go crazy. Those with weaker willpower would only be digging their own graves if they absorbed the insect crystals, and there wouldn't be any benefits. Therefore, Li Fuchen felt that he was very fortunate, as these insect crystals were tailor-made for him. If it was someone else, even if they knew the use of the insect crystals, they would only be able to use them slowly and wouldn't be able to increase their body refinement strength quickly. Clang! Li Fuchen drew the Xian Luo sword and slashed at his arm. Clang! Li Fuchen's full-powered slash actually didn't injure himself and only caused some sparks. The Supreme Artifact Sword should be able to injure me, right? Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven Sword and slashed down. PFFFTSS. A wound appeared on his arm and it was so deep that the bone could be seen. No wonder it is the Supreme Artifact Sword. Li Fuchen could feel that it wasn't his sword Dao strength that injured him, but the sharpness of the Joint Heaven Sword. In the face of the Supreme Artifact Sword, anyone below the Heaven Monarch realm wouldn't be able to use their body to resist. In fact, even a Heaven Monarch would be injured if they used their body to resist. If I encounter the Black Rock Demonic Lord again, I reckon that he will only be able to injure me lightly. If this drags on, it is still unknown who will emerge victorious. Chapter 877. In the pitch-black universe, a black streamer was traveling at high speed. Soon, the black streamer arrived near the deep blue plain. I haven't been back for thousands of years. I wonder how the deep blue plain has changed. There was a huge black snake in the black streamer. Judging from its aura, the black snake was obviously stronger than the Black Rock Demon Lord. With a flick of its tail, the black snake drilled into the thermal layer of the deep blue plain. Above the boundless ocean, the sky was clear. Home is still the best. The competition in Wanling City is too intense. If I am not careful, I will be eaten alive. The black snake transformed into a black-clothed middle-aged man with a vivid black snake tattoo on his face. It's the Sky Serpent Demon Lord. On the Black Rock Island, hundreds of millions of miles away, the Black Rock Demon Lord sensed the arrival of the black snake and transmitted his voice. Yes. The Sky Serpent Demon Lord flew towards the Black Rock Island. After thousands of years, he could find the Black Rock Demon Lord to understand the situation in the deep blue plain. Has the human race become so weak? Good chance. The Sky Serpent Demon Lord's eyes brightened after learning about the situation in the deep blue plane. It was impossible to destroy the human race, but as long as the demon race ruled the deep blue plane, he, the Sky Serpent Demon Lord, would be able to occupy endless resources. Since ancient times, the demon race and the human race were evenly matched. However, because the human race occupied many continents, there were many resources that the demon race did not have, especially supreme-grade spirit stones. With the Sky Serpent Demon Lord's help, everything will be fine. The Black Rock Demon Lord knew the Sky Serpent Demon Lord's strength. The opponent was a true top-notch Demon Lord. Even the Iron Cloud Sacred Lord might not be a match for him. The flying island was moving at a constant speed in the sky. The Iron Cloud Sacred Lord was drinking while enjoying the scenery below. At his cultivation realm, the lifespan of an ordinary person was almost eternal. He was already used to loneliness and was used to being alone. Of course, he once had a Tao companion. Unfortunately, she was just an ordinary saint. Moreover, she only became a saint with his help. Her lifespan was limited. Who? Exhaling a breath of alcohol, the Iron Cloud Holy Master muttered to himself, "Sometimes, I really don't understand why we cultivate. Ordinary people have a limited lifespan, but they live a full life. As for us cultivators, we spend our entire lives chasing after an illusory goal." Sacred Lord Iron Cloud smiled bitterly and shook his head. When did I become so emotional? Boom! At this moment, the flying island suddenly shook violently. The Black Rock Demon Lord, and the Sky Snake Demon Lord. Sacred Lord Iron Cloud's expression became grim. There was no need to mention the Black Rock Demon Lord, but the Sky Snake Demon Lord had been famous for a long time. The Sky Snake Demon Lord was already a Demon Lord before the Black Rock Demon Lord was a Demon Lord. There was a first-rate extreme Tao formation plate set up on the flying island, so the other party would not be able to break it in a short period of time. The Iron Cloud Sacred Leader took out the communication token and immediately transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. Wind Cloud City. Sensing that the communication token was vibrating, Li Fuchen took it out. Li Fuchen, the Black Rock Demonic Lord and the Sky Serpent Demonic Lord are attacking. Hurry up and provide assistance. Sacred Lord Iron Cloud's voice sounded from the communication token. Sky Snake Demon Lord. Li Fuchen didn't know the Sky Snake Demonic Lord, but he assumed that he wasn't a weakling. With a cold expression, the void in front of Li Fuchen distorted and he stepped inside. Kaboom! At almost the same instant when the Iron Cloud Sacred Leader transmitted the message, the array that was activated by the formation plate crumbled and the flying island exploded. Iron Cloud Sacred Leader, why aren't you surrendering? An awe-inspiring voice could be heard. Sky Snake Demon Lord, why must you be so overbearing? The Iron Cloud Sacred Leader's heart sank again. The Sky Snake Demon Lord was stronger than he imagined. He thought that the first-rate extreme Tao formation plate would be able to resist for a moment. Kill! The Sky Snake Demon Lord couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the Iron Cloud Sacred Leader. Time waited for no man and he wanted to eliminate the Iron Cloud Sacred Leader before Li Fuchen arrived. With a palm strike, an endless black snake storm surged at the Iron Cloud Sacred Leader. Flame Essence Wheel, go! The Iron Cloud Sacred Leader took out the first-rate cardinal artifact, the Flame Essence Wheel. Boom boom boom, the sky turned into paste and was constantly extending. One was a peak-class Demon Lord. The other was a peak-class Demon Lord who was relying on a first-rate cardinal artifact and had the strength of a peak-class Demon Lord. The battle between the two could be said to be like the heavenly thunder stirring the earth fire. It was unimaginably massive. PFFF. After vomiting fresh blood, the Iron Cloud Sacred Leader was sent flying while countless black snakes were tunneling in and out of his wounds. External power was still external power, and as compared to a true P-class Demon Lord, the Iron Cloud Sacred Leader was still inferior. Circulating the Iron Cloud Sacred Technique, the Iron Cloud Sacred Leader tried his best to disperse the demonic chi that was injected into his body. He then yelled out, "Flame Essence will materialize." Caw! A 100-headed flaming bird soared into the sky. The boundless flame chi presence caused the sky snake demon lord's expression to change. 100-headed flaming bird. The 100-headed flaming bird wasn't a demonic race's overlord beast, it was a galactic beast, and it was a heaven monarch class galactic beast. It was obvious that the Iron Cloud's sacred leader's flame essence will was fused with the 100-headed flaming bird's essence power. Otherwise, it was impossible to materialize the 100-headed flaming bird. Just a power illusion, and you want to overturn the heavens? The sky snake demon lord yelled out with rage. His chi presence turned into a sky-reaching black snake that lunged at the 100-headed flaming bird. The snake and the bird fought back and forth. There were times when the sky-reaching black snake had the upper hand, there were times when the 100-headed flaming bird had the upper hand. But as time elapsed, the 100-headed flaming bird's power was getting weaker. Boom! With a flash of black light, the 100-headed flaming bird exploded into flames. Sacred leader Iron Cloud was dazed for a moment due to the connection. Black Dragon Breath. Right at this moment, the Black Rock Demon Lord arrived next to Sacred Leader Iron Cloud and spat out a mouthful of Black Dragon Breath onto Sacred Leader Iron Cloud's body. In an instant, Sacred Leader Iron Cloud's body was scorched black. Sacred Leader Iron Cloud, today is the day you die. The Black Rock Demon Lord didn't show any mercy and turned Sacred Leader Iron Cloud into ashes with one claw. Want to run? The Sky Snake Demon Lord laughed coldly as he saw a figure running away. His aura turned into a sky-reaching black snake and slammed into the figure's back. PFFF. The figure was covered in blood, and countless black snakes crawled out of his body. Could it be that I, Sacred Leader Iron Cloud, am going to die here today? Sacred Leader Iron Cloud was extremely unwilling. Although his long lifespan made him feel bored at times, he was filled with fighting spirit most of the time. At the same time, he really wanted to know what the ultimate realm of the martial Tao was and what was beyond it. Sacred Leader Iron Cloud, I am here. A glowing fist clashed with the sky-reaching black snake. The fist might have dissipated, but it allowed Sacred Leader Iron Cloud to successfully dodge the sky-reaching black snake's second attack. Sacred Leader Iron Cloud looked over and saw that it was none other than Li Fuchen. You are Li Fuchen? The Sky Snake Demon Lord wasn't certain. Didn't they say that Li Fuchen's strength was only a low-class Sacred Lord? Chapter 878. Li Fuchen, be careful. This demonic beast has the strength of a peak-class demonic beast lord. The Iron Cloud Sacred Lord could naturally see that Li Fuchen's strength had improved greatly, but as compared to the Sky Snake Demonic Lord, Li Fuchen was still inferior. He could only hope that Li Fuchen could withstand the Sky Snake Demonic Lord's attack. Peak-class demonic beast lord, huh? Li Fuchen had a solemn expression. Since you are here, then you shall die together with me. The Sky Snake Demonic Lord was very confident in himself. He originally wanted to defeat the demonic beast lords one by one as it was the easiest and had the highest chance of success. However, what hadn't the Sky Snake Demonic Lord experienced? He had once fought with a peak-class demonic beast lord for a month and tortured the demonic beast lord to death. This experience was the source of his confidence. The black snake that was formed from the chi presence clashed with Li Fuchen. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen was struck by the black snake and his body started to crack. A peak-class demonic beast lord was still a peak-class demonic beast lord. Li Fuchen's body refinement strength was only close to a high-class demonic beast lord. The two of them were one level apart. Die, die, die. The black snake turned into 9 heads and smashed at Li Fuchen in a frenzy. Bang bang bang, Li Fuchen's body was filled with cracks and fresh blood was splattering. Such powerful defense. The Sky Snake Demonic Lord had an awful expression. He was a peak-class demonic beast lord and he was only able to injure a mid-class demonic beast lord lightly. No one would believe this. SS. The Iron Cloud Sacred Lord and the Black Rock Demonic Lord took a deep cold breath and couldn't believe their eyes. Especially the Black Rock Demonic Lord, his eyes were about to pop out. Before this, he had a battle with Li Fuchen. Back then, Li Fuchen's defense wasn't even 10% of Li Fuchen's current defense. The situation is much better than I imagined. With the enemy's attack power, I am able to stall for at least half a month. Li Fuchen had a relaxed expression. He had underestimated the current defense. With the current defense, the Black Rock Demonic Lord would only be able to barely break it. Only a peak-class Demonic Beast Lord would be able to injure him. Sky Snake Devour. The Sky Snake Demonic Lord was enraged. The Black Snake Demonic Lord wanted to swallow Li Fuchen. Break! A sword light flashed and Li Fuchen emerged from the abdomen of the Snake Demonic Lord. With the unparalleled artifact sword, the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen didn't stand a chance against a Peak-class Demonic Lord. Fuchen of the Sky Snake Barrier. The Sky Serpent Demon Lord planned to grind his opponent to death with his barrier. Puff! The enchantment was sliced open and Li Fuchen came out again. With a powerful soul, the barrier couldn't trap him at all. Impossible! The Sky Serpent Demon Lord's face darkened. Origin Returning Sword Chi. It wasn't Li Fuchen's style to take a beating passively. There was a flash of sword light as Li Fuchen slashed at the Sky Snake Demon Lord. Although this sword strike was only at the level of first-rate supreme level, it still had the potential of the Supreme Sword Dao. Some of the essence of the Sword Dao had already reached the level of super first-rate supreme level. The Sky Serpent Demon Lord tried his best to capture the sword's trajectory. I, the Sky Snake Demon Lord, don't believe that I can't kill you. The Sky Snake Demon Lord continued to attack Li Fuchen violently. He might not know how much vitality Li Fuchen had, but so what? Even if he had to spend a few months, he was going to kill Li Fuchen. Boom boom boom, with the ravaging of the Black Snake, Li Fuchen didn't have the strength to retaliate. Occasionally, he would execute a sword move, but the Sky Snake Demon Lord would be able to capture the trajectory and disperse it easily. On the other side, the Black Rock Demon Lord and the Iron Cloud Sacred Master were also in a great battle. The Black Rock Demon Lord's combat strength wasn't damaged and with his tough defense, he wasn't too afraid of the Iron Cloud Sacred Master's Flame Essence Wheel. But the Iron Cloud Sacred Master was severely injured and his origin was damaged. It wasn't as easy for him to control the Flame Essence Wheel. Therefore, for a short period of time, the human and the demon were evenly matched and neither could do anything to the other. Unknowingly, 3 days and 3 nights had passed and Li Fuchen's vitality had been depleted by close to 20%. It seems like I overestimated you. The Sky Snake Demon Lord grinned sinisterly. According to the changes in Li Fuchen's vitality presence, the Sky Snake Demon Lord had a rough estimation of Li Fuchen's vitality. It isn't as if you aren't exhausted. Li Fuchen said. 3 days and 3 nights, you have only struck me 49 times. How much vitality do you think these 49 sword strikes can deplete? The Sky Snake Demon Lord laughed with disdain. It is still early, let's continue the battle. Li Fuchen naturally knew that if this situation continued, it would be disadvantageous for him. But it was at this moment that he mustn't be timid. Once he was timid, he wouldn't have the chance to make a comeback. Heaven and Earth Roam. Skylight Flying Flow Sword. Sky Wind Godspeed Slash. Sky Thunder Illusion Destruction Sword. Sky Fire Splitting Sun Sword. Celestial Will Slash. Sky Phase Roaming Dragon Thrust. Li Fuchen simply stopped executing the Sword Chi Return. Even if he executed the Sword Chi Return, it wouldn't deplete much of the Sky Snake Demon Lord's vitality. It was unknown if he could even land a hit on the Sky Snake Demon Lord. Right now, Li Fuchen's only hope was to comprehend the 8th move of the Skyline Sword Art. Once he comprehended the 8th move, his combat strength would increase by 10 times or even a few dozen times. The sword lights crisscrossed and would sometimes be like a waterfall, sometimes like an illusory wind, sometimes like a bolt of lightning, sometimes like an explosion of radiance. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's Skyline Sword Art was getting more exquisite. The entire place was lingering with sword charm. You wish to break through? Dream on. The Sky Snake Demon Lord sensed Li Fuchen's thoughts and was instantly enraged. His attacks became even more intense. Bang bang bang, Li Fuchen was like a broken sack that was blasted everywhere. 10 days later, Li Fuchen's vitality had already been depleted by 80%. He realized that when facing the same attacks, the vitality would be depleted at a faster rate. Therefore, the situation was more severe than he imagined. I will need at most 2 more days to kill him completely. The Sky Snake Demon Lord licked his lips while his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. The Skyline Sword Art pursues unfettered and unfettered. To a certain extent, unfettered represents extreme ego. The sword charm lingered in the world and constantly stimulated Li Fuchen's sword Dao inspiration. Li Fuchen felt as though he could vaguely see a sword light that pierced through matter, time and space, and everything. 11 days later, Li Fuchen was only left with around 5% of his vitality. With a large amount of vitality being depleted, Li Fuchen felt extreme danger from inside out, from his spirit soul to his body. This extreme danger clashed with the Skyline Sword Art's unfettered and unfettered core. Between the two, there was a flash of inspiration. Subconsciously, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. This sword was the sword of hope, the sword of unfettered and also the sword of ego. When the sword was brandished, it felt as though there was a ray of light in the darkness. This is... The Sky Snake Demon Lord widened his eyes and wanted to block this sword, but it was too late. PFFF. The sword light penetrated the Sky Snake Demon Lord's body and came out from his back. Chapter 879. When the sword was released, Li Fuchen woke up. Is this the level of a superclass supreme class? At that moment earlier, Li Fuchen felt as though he had broken through the limitations of time and space. When he brandished his sword, there wasn't any obstruction. In the past, Li Fuchen relied on the Joint Heaven Sword to possess the strength of a sacred lord. Right now, Li Fuchen barely had the strength of a sacred lord without the Joint Heaven Sword. After all, Li Fuchen already had super first-rate extremity martial arts and second-rate extremity cultivation techniques. It was just that his cultivation was slightly weaker. But in truth, once one reached the Holy Lord level, one's cultivation was no longer the most important factor. Moreover, one's physical defense, reaction speed, and combat talent were also a part of one's strength. If they were added together, the disparity in cultivation would be greatly reduced. Impossible. The Sky Serpent Demon Lord roared with rage and the Chi presence turned into a black snake that spun and charged at Li Fuchen. Break. Wielding the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen slashed. The sword light traversed through time and space and forcefully broke the black snake. Originally, Li Fuchen's sword Dao attack power was barely at the level of a mid-class sacred lord. Now that he had comprehended an ultra first-rate extremity sword move, his attack power had increased drastically and had reached the level of a pinnacle sacred lord. Furthermore, he was even stronger than regular pinnacle sacred lords. Impossible. The Sky Snake Demonic Lord's eyes were blood red. His body shook and turned into an even larger black snake that swept at Li Fuchen. Ding ding dang dang. Sparks flew in all directions, and pieces of flesh with scales flew everywhere. However, the main body of the Sky Snake Demon was large enough. This bit of flesh was equivalent to being scratched by someone's nails during a fight. Although it was painful, it was not fatal. Do you really think you can hurt me? The Sky Snake Demonic Lord was suppressing Li Fuchen. Really? Li Fuchen's sword lights were getting purer and sharper. Voila! A large gash appeared on the Sky Serpent Demon Lord's body, and blood gushed out like a flood. After comprehending the initial stage of the Only Me Heaven and Earth sword, Li Fuchen's sword move wasn't perfect yet. But with his perception, he didn't need a long time to completely grasp this move. His sword moves are getting stronger and stronger. The Sky Snake Demon Lord gritted his teeth and continued to fight with Li Fuchen. Now that Li Fuchen's life force wasn't even at 5%, there was still a high chance of killing him. Puff! The Sky Serpent Demon Lord sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. Li Fuchen was simply too demonic. In just a short period of time, Li Fuchen's sword move's power had increased by at least 10 times. Li Fuchen was already stronger than him, but now that it had increased by 10 times, Li Fuchen's tail was severed in an instant. Little did he know that the Sword Sovereign's Skyline Sword technique was an extremely powerful Supreme Sword technique. Normal Sacred Lords only grasped ordinary first-class Pinnacle Realm martial arts. In other words, if Li Fuchen didn't rely on the Joint Heaven Sword previously, he would barely have the strength of a Sacred Lord. Right now, it wasn't a stretch at all. Run! All of his confidence had vanished in the face of Li Fuchen's sword. The Sky Snake Demonic Lord knew that if he didn't escape, he would definitely die. After all, a single sword had severed his tail. If there were a few more swords, he wouldn't be able to endure it. Once the Sky Snake Demon Lord fled, the Black Rock Demon Lord followed suit. While fleeing, the Black Rock Demon Lord couldn't help but ponder. They were in such a hurry to find trouble with Li Fuchen. Were they here to kill Li Fuchen or to assist him in breaking through? If they didn't come, Li Fuchen might need an extremely long time to break through. The more the Black Rock Demon Lord thought about it, the more annoyed he got. This was simply helping them to disgust him. Li Fuchen didn't give chase as he didn't have much vitality left. Who knew if the Sky Snake Demon Lord and the Black Rock Demon Lord had any other suicidal moves? If Li Fuchen forced the Sky Snake Demon Lord into a dead end, he would also be in danger. It wasn't necessary. But the next time they met, Li Fuchen wasn't going to be polite anymore. Congratulations, Sword Owner Li. The Iron Cloud Sacred Lord's tone had a subtle change. In the beginning, he treated Li Fuchen as a junior. Right now, he had unknowingly treated Li Fuchen as a peer. He had roamed the universe for countless years and had never seen any prodigy that had such a fast improvement speed as Li Fuchen. With Li Fuchen's improvement speed, he would probably be able to become a Heaven Monarch in just a few years. The weakest Heaven Monarch was also a Tyrant-class existence in the star field. If the other Heaven Monarchs didn't have the confidence to kill the Heaven Monarch, they wouldn't take the initiative to provoke the Heaven Monarch. I had an occasional breakthrough and luck. Your injuries shouldn't be too serious, right? The Iron Cloud Sacred Lord's injuries were different from the Iron Cloud Sacred Lord's. The Iron Cloud Sacred Lord was severely injured and his source was damaged, while Li Fuchen only lost a large amount of vitality and it was easy for him to recover. I should be able to recover in 3 to 5 years. During this period of time, I will have to rely on Sword Owner Li, sure. Li Fuchen nodded. After repelling the Sky Snake Demonic Lord and the Black Rock Demonic Lord, Li Fuchen's life had become completely peaceful. Right now, he wasn't the one who was worried about others finding trouble with him, others were worried about him finding trouble with them. It was fine if Li Fuchen's defense was already so powerful, but his offense was also so powerful. Apart from Heaven Monarchs, no one else was a match for Li Fuchen. Time flew by and after a few years, apart from the 8th move, Li Fuchen had pushed the other 7 sword moves of the Skyline Sword Art to the ultra first-rate extremity. If he were to face the Sky Snake Demonic Lord again, Li Fuchen had 100 ways to kill him. Boom crack. In the sky above and the surroundings of the East Unicorn continent, the thunder snakes were wreaking havoc and violent winds were blowing. Concentrated heaven and earth chi that couldn't be dispersed was produced from within the East Unicorn continent. Is it finally going to be promoted to a high-class continent? The void distorted and Li Fuchen walked out. For a long time, he had been using his spiritual awareness clone to observe the changes in the East Unicorn continent. Therefore, he immediately rushed over. Li Fuchen didn't know that in the depths of the void around the East Unicorn continent, there were spiritual awareness restrictions that had also been activated. It had attracted the attention of a group of people who were extremely far away. Myriad Spirit City, in an extremely high-class restaurant, Jade Star Sacred Lord, what is wrong? On the top floor by the window, there were 2 Sacred Lords seated. One of the Sacred Lords raised his brows and let out a soft eh. The other Sacred Lord couldn't help but ask. The handsome middle-aged man called the Jade Star Sacred Lord stood up and said, "I have some urgent matters to attend to. I shall take my leave first." After speaking, he didn't bother about the other party's urging and left. Similarly in the Myriad Spirit City, in a demonic beast major faction, 2 demonic beast lords left for no reason and caused a commotion. The Divine Leaf City was the closest to the Myriad Spirit City. Just like the Deep Blue Plain, there was a swordsman guild here. It has been a long time since I returned to the Deep Blue Plain. I wonder how the swordsman guild is developing. The Deep Blue Sword Master, who had a 3-inch beard, raised his brows and had a flash of homesickness in his eyes. In the distant pitch-black universe, there was a fiery red ship with a beast head that was advancing at extreme speed. At the bow of the ship, there was a man with a majestic body. He looked similar to Zhu Nanshan, but his chi presence was more than 100 or 1,000 times stronger. Chapter 880. In the universe, a spot of starlight was traveling at a speed that was hundreds of times faster than the speed of light. In front of the starlight, time and space didn't seem to exist. Swish! Without any hesitation, the starlight rushed into the deep blue plain and arrived above the endless ocean. It has been over 100,000 years. Things are still the same, but people have changed. As the sea breeze blew, the Jade Star Sacred Lord revealed a reminiscing expression. In the past, he had also roamed the deep blue plain, and those days were still vivid in his mind. I wonder if those old friends are still around. With a flash, the Jade Star Sacred Lord broke through the void and soon arrived at the vicinity of the East Unicorn continent. From the looks of it, it will take around half a year before it completely awakens. The East Unicorn continent was hiding a secret that even the Jade Star Sacred Lord wanted to know. However, the Jade Star Sacred Lord didn't force his way in. According to what he knew, even a heaven monarch wouldn't be able to force his way into the East Unicorn continent. He didn't want to risk his life. Since half a year was very fast, it wouldn't be too late to explore the East Unicorn continent. Jade Star Sacred Lord. A fiery red beast-headed ship appeared near the East Unicorn continent. At the bow of the ship, a majestic man narrowed his eyes and stared at the Jade Star Sacred Lord. So it is the Skyfire Sacred Lord. No, I should address you as the Skyfire Sacred Lord now. The Skyfire Sacred Lord, Zhu Sanqiu, was the #1 patriarch of the Zhu clan. The Jade Star Sacred Lord immediately saw that Zhu Sanqiu's chi presence was already at the Sacred Lord's level. When Zhu Sanqiu was a P-class saint, he relied on his weapons and artifacts and was already comparable with some Sacred Lords. Now that he was at the Sacred Lord level, his true combat strength was at least a P-class Sacred Lord. As compared to you, the Jade Star Sacred Lord, I am still far from it. Zhu Sanqiu didn't dare to underestimate the Jade Star Sacred Lord. In fact, in the entire Deep Blue Plain, no one dared to underestimate the Jade Star Sacred Lord for over 100,000 years. There was a huge difference in strength between the Sacred Lords. Those that grasped super first-rate pinnacle martial arts and second-rate pinnacle cultivation techniques were considered ordinary Sacred Lords. Their strength hovered between low-class Sacred Lords and high-class Sacred Lords. Those that grasped supreme-class extremity martial arts and first-rate extremity cultivation techniques were the true pinnacle Sacred Lords. The Jade Star Sacred Lord was a Sacred Lord who grasped supreme-class extremity martial arts and first-rate extremity cultivation techniques. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, when the conflict between humans and demons was at its most intense, he had even served as the Deputy Alliance Leader of the Human Alliance. The Jade Star Holy Lord smiled. Times have changed. With the Fire God Axe, there shouldn't be many people in the Deep Blue Plain who are stronger than you. The Zhu family's peerless weapon, the Fire God's Axe, was extremely powerful even among peerless weapons. Even a Jade Star Sacred Lord would not be willing to take a hit from the Fire God Axe. The two of them chatted for a while before they left. In the next few months, Sacred Lords and Demon Lords returned from time to time. The fake peace between the human race and the demon race became tense again because of the return of these Sacred Lords and Demon Lords. It seems like these sacred lords and demon lords know some things about the East Unicorn continent. Li Fuchen wasn't a fool. The East Unicorn continent had just been promoted to a high-class continent, and these overlords and demonic beast lords had returned at the same time. It was obviously impossible to say that it wasn't related to the East Unicorn continent. Of course, even if the Deep Blue Plain had so many overlords, Li Fuchen wasn't worried at all. Presently, he couldn't be compared to the past. Apart from the heavenly monarchs, not many people could handle him. What surprised him the most was that the Zhu family's first old ancestor hadn't come looking for him after returning for so many days. He didn't think that the Zhu family's first old ancestor was afraid of him. He had the joint heaven sword, and the fire god axe. Other than that, the Zhu family also had an extreme-grade secret treasure. In terms of foundation, the Zhu family was much stronger than him. The only explanation was that the other party didn't have the confidence to kill him, so he didn't want to act rashly. Elderly, the president has returned. He's at the headquarters. The mystic deep sword saint's voice sounded from the elder's token. Guild leader. Li Fuchen didn't expect for the president to return too. Swordsman Guild Headquarters, Conference Hall. The Manifestation Sword Sage and the Dark Abyss Sword Monarch were both present. Apart from them, there was also a middle-aged man with a short beard. It was obvious that this person was the leader of the Swordsman Guild, Deep Blue Sword Monarch. No, to be more precise, it was the Deep Blue Sword Master. His aura was no weaker than the Black Rock Demonic Lord. He should be at the level of a high-level Holy Lord. Elderly, nice to meet you. The Deep Blue Sword Master smiled. Greetings, President. Li Fuchen cupped his fist. It didn't matter if Li Fuchen's current strength surpassed the Deep Blue Sword Master. As an elder of the Swordsman Guild, Li Fuchen still had to show respect to the president. The Deep Blue Sword Master waved his hand and smiled bitterly. I originally didn't believe that Elder Li is less than 100 years old. Now, I believe it. At their level, they could roughly determine a person's age from their vitality chi presence. Li Fuchen's vitality chi presence was too young and was like the rising sun that was brimming with vitality. To progress to become a holy lord at such a young age, and it wasn't a regular holy lord. The Deep Blue Sword Master felt that it was unbelievable. He had been to several universe cities but had never seen such a heaven-defying prodigy like Li Fuchen. Even the divine race didn't seem to have such a terrifying prodigy. It wasn't hard to imagine that Li Fuchen would definitely become a heaven monarch in the future. With Li Fuchen's innate talent and fated encounters, the vast universe and the countless universe cities would probably be shrouded in Li Fuchen's shadow. Of course, that was something very far away. If Li Fuchen wanted to grow to that stage, he had to ensure that he could continue living. Elder Li, you are too young. This is both a good and a bad thing. Remember, if you encounter the divine race in the future, you must conceal your vitality chi presence. Vitality chi presence could be concealed, but it could only be concealed for a moment and not for a long period of time. After all, it was against the law of the universe. Divine race? This was the first time Li Fuchen heard of the divine race, but his instincts told him that the divine race was much more terrifying than the demon race. The Deep Blue Sword Master nodded. The divine race is publicly recognized as the #1 race in the universe. Every member of the race is a prodigy. It is fortunate that they have very few members and a low birth rate. Otherwise, the entire universe would probably be ruled by the divine race. It was indeed a terrifying race. Li Fuchen couldn't imagine what it meant if every member of a race was a prodigy. It was just like if every human was a prodigy, then saints would be like weeds and would be everywhere. By then, let alone the Deep Blue Plain, even the entire universe wouldn't be able to support so many saints. The spirit chi would be depleted and the spatial zone would collapse. It was fortunate that there were very few members of the divine race. This was also the reason why the universe allowed the divine race to exist. President, are you back for the East Unicorn continent? Li Fuchen went straight to the point and asked. That's right. Since ancient times, everyone has wanted to know the secrets of the East Unicorn continent. Apart from a few heaven monarchs in ancient times, no one truly understands the East Unicorn continent. This is an opportunity. As they were chatting, the Deep Blue Sword Master suddenly said, "You have to be careful of the Zhu clan's #1 patriarch, Zhu Sanqiu. If he isn't looking for you now, it means that he is plotting something. Once he succeeds, it will definitely be a death trap. I will wait for him." Li Fuqian nodded. Chapter 881. In the Holy Sun Continent's Jade Star Mountain, where the Jade Star Sacred Lord was temporarily staying. Although it was only a temporary place to stay, the Jade Star Sacred Lord was an extraordinary person. Even an ordinary mountain could be reborn under his arrangements. Not to mention, the Jade Star Mountain had originally been a strange mountain with a very beautiful environment. On this day, one holy lord after another came to Jade Star Mountain. The reason he had come to the Jade Star Mountain was because he had been invited by the Jade Star Sacred Lord. As the former Deputy Alliance leader of the Human Clan Alliance, the Jade Star Sacred Lord had a lot of influence. If he did not come, he would be disrespecting the Jade Star Sacred Lord. "Jade Star Sacred Lord, it's been many years since we last met, but you're still as elegant as ever." Flower petals danced in the air. A fairy-like figure walked out of the void and arrived at Jade Star Mountain. Its sacred leader Jade Flower. The Jade Star Sacred Lord welcomed them warmly. Holy Lord Jade Flower's strength was average. She was only an intermediate Holy Lord. However, her background was very powerful. She was one of the 100 Flower Guards of the 100 Flower City's City Lord, 100 Flower Empress. Although she wasn't very strong, no one dared to offend her. "Is that prodigy sword master Li Fuqian not here yet?" Sacred Mistress Jade Flower was very curious about Li Fuqian. In fact, there weren't any sacred mistress who wasn't curious about Li Fuqian. After all, such a prodigy would be at the pinnacle of the entire star field. It should be soon. The Jade Star Sacred Lord smiled. He naturally invited Li Fuqian and Li Fuqian had agreed. He believed that such an existence wouldn't go back on his words. "Sacred Lord Jade Star, Sacred Lord Jasper Flower, it's been a long time. I've missed you." Space twisted, and the figure of Sacred Head Iron Cloud appeared. "Sacred Leader Iron Cloud, you have done a great service to the human race. Come, let me toast you." The Jade Star Sacred Lord knew everything that had happened in the Deep Blue Plain in recent years. With a wave of his hand, a cup of fine wine floated in front of the Iron Cloud's Sacred Lord. Then, he downed his own cup of fine wine. "It's my honor to have a toast from you, the Jade Star Sacred Lord." Sacred Lord Iron Cloud laughed heartily and also finished his wine. On Jade Star Mountain, it was like a fairyland where fine wine floated. "He's here." The Jade Star Divine Lord looked into the void and saw ripples appear in the void. Two figures walked out of it. One was the Deep Blue Sword Master, the other was naturally Li Fuqian. Right now, including the Jade Star Sacred Lord, there were a total of 6 Sacred Lords on the Jade Star Mountain. Among the 6 Sacred Lords, apart from the Iron Cloud Sacred Lord who was already acquainted with Li Fuqian, the other Sacred Lords were all looking at Li Fuqian and were sizing him up carefully. "So young." Sacred Lord Jade Flower sighed. Even though she already knew that Li Fuqian was very young, but there was still a difference between hearing it and seeing it with her own eyes. Compared to the former, the latter was much more shocking. "Sword Master of Deep Blue, Sword Master, please." The Jade Star Sacred Lord invited with a smile. "Greetings, Jade Star Sacred Lord." Li Fuqian nodded and landed on the Jade Star Mountain. After a simple exchange, Li Fuqian knew the identities of these Sacred Lords. The fairy-like woman was called Sacred Lord Jade Flower and she had a shocking background. She was one of the 100 Flower Guards under the 100 Flower Empress. Li Fuqian had been to Myriad Spirit City previously and knew clearly how powerful the 100 Flower Empress was. It could be said that in this star region, the 100 Flower Empress was one of the rare few that could cover the sky with a single hand. She was even more ancient and powerful than the myriad spirit heaven monarch. In the corner, there was a skinny middle-aged man who had a negligible presence. He was called the Shadow Sacred Lord and was a sacred lord that was proficient in assassination. At the same time, he was also the Sky Thrust Union's alliance leader. The handsome youth that was surrounded by beauties was the Heaven Mending Pavilion's pavilion master, the Heaven Mending Sacred Lord. He might look young, but he wasn't any younger than the Jade Star Sacred Lord. The last one was a burly man with triangular eyes. He was called the Poison Blade Sacred Lord and was the Black Blood Cult Patriarch, one of the top 10 sects of the Deep Blue Plane. From the Chi presences, the Jade Flower Sacred Lord and the Shadow Sacred Lord had the weakest Chi presences and were roughly mid-class Sacred Lords. The Heaven Mending Sacred Lord was a high-class Sacred Lord while the Poison Blade Sacred Lord's Chi presences were only slightly inferior to the Jade Star Sacred Lord and should be a top-class Sacred Lord. I have heard of the Sword Master's prowess recently. I wonder if I can spar with you. The Poison Blade Sacred Lord stood up and grinned. Elderly, he should be here to test your strength. I reckon that the Skyfire Sacred Lord, Zhu Sanqiu, gave him some benefits. The Deep Blue Sword Master reminded Li Fuchen. I know. Li Fuchen stood up and said, since the Poison Blade Sacred Lord is interested, then I shall accept. Li Fuchen wasn't worried if his strength would be exposed. His greatest reliance wasn't his strength but the star immortal body. Of course, a single Poison Blade Sacred Lord might not be able to test his full strength. It wasn't a bad idea to play around with him. The two of you, please stop when necessary. Do not damage the harmony. The Jade Star Sacred Lord didn't have any intention to stop them. It was believed that all the Sacred Lords present wanted to understand Li Fuchen's strength, including the Jade Star Sacred Lord herself. Huff. The duo shifted and arrived above the Jade Star Mountain. Sword Master, be careful. The Poison Blade Sacred Lord had an additional black blade in his hand. The black blade had a colorful luster that would numb one's scalp. It was obvious that it contained a lethal poison. Poison Shadow. When the black blade cleaved, the void was split open and a black crack was formed. A shadow-like black blade light instantly arrived in front of Li Fuchen. TSS TSS TSS, the black blade light contained a tyrannical poison. Li Fuchen's sword energy protection was sizzling and a layer of it was instantly corroded. Below, the Jade Star Sacred Lord thought to himself, the Poison Blade Sacred Lord's poison technique is dominating. When fighting against him, one has to be careful of his blade art and the corrosion of the poison. It isn't easy to escape unscathed. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen retreated. While retreating, he unsheathed the Joint Heaven Sword and scattered the blade light. Supreme Artifact Sword. Interesting. The Poison Blade Sacred Lord's eyes lit up and revealed traces of greed. Without the Supreme Artifact Sword, it was impossible for Li Fuchen to be a match for him. If he could obtain Li Fuchen's Supreme Artifact Sword, he could head to the Star Field's highest-class trading center and exchange it for a Poison Attribute Supreme Weapon. His strength would increase by several times. Poison Rain. The black blade light was like a violent storm that attacked Li Fuchen from all directions. Sky Fire Splitting Sun Sword. The light ball exploded as Li Fuchen executed the Skyline Sword Art's fifth move. Cling cling clang clang. In an instant, it was unknown how many times the duo had clashed. In the sky and on the ground, the duo's figures were everywhere. The void was layered and it was dazzling. Poison Dragon. When the black blade light formed a poison dragon, there would be venom-like blade lights that would scatter in all directions. It was extremely hard to defend. Sky Phase Roaming Dragon Thrust. When facing the Poison Blade Sacred Lord's finishing move, Li Fuchen brandished his sword and sent out a transparent sword light that was like a roaming dragon. Bang boom. Venom splattered and sword chi burst out. The Poison Blade Sacred Lord couldn't help but take a few dozen steps back while his body had some fine sword wounds. Extermination. There was a ferocious light in the Poison Blade Sacred Lord's eyes as he was enraged and burst out with his true kill move. Heaven and Earth Soul Sword. A free and unrestrained sword intent was condensed from Li Fuchen's body and was ready to burst out at any moment. Enough. Let's stop here. Chapter 882. What a great sword master. I, Poison Blade's Sacred Lord, have experienced it. Poison Blade's Sacred Lord chuckled and didn't make another move. Your strength isn't bad. If there is a chance, let's spar again. Li Fuchen knew that when dealing with these ruthless people, one must not appear to be too weak. On the contrary, one had to be more ruthless than them. Only then, they wouldn't think that he was a pushover. Alright, I will. Poison Blade's Sacred Lord's eyes flashed with murderous intent. After Poison Blade's Sacred Lord and Li Fuchen landed, the Jade Star Sacred Lord said, I have invited everyone for two matters. Firstly, it is my personal wish. I hope that everyone can work together to resist the demonic beasts. As for personal grudges, we will discuss it after we leave the Deep Blue Plain. The second matter is related to the East Unicorn Continent. In about 1 month, the East Unicorn Continent will awaken completely. From what I know, the East Unicorn Continent has a spatial tunnel that leads to other star regions. Everyone can explore, but do not invite the wolves into the house and bring the foreign experts back to the Deep Blue Plain. The number of demonic beast lords that returned this time was even more than the human race's sacred lords. The strongest demonic beast lord was called the Sky Patrol Demon Lord. His true form was a high-tier overlord beast, the Sky Patrol Wolf. His strength was formidable and wasn't inferior to the Jade Star Sacred Lord. He had lived for close to 1,000,000 years. With the Sky Patrol Demon Lord around, the Jade Star Sacred Lord hoped that everyone could work together. Otherwise, he couldn't be bothered with other people's personal grudges. As for the East Unicorn Continent, it was even more important. The spatial tunnel that led to a different star region was a fated opportunity and also dangerous. If they were careless, it might bring a disaster to the Deep Blue Plain. The gathering lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it ended. During these 3 days and 3 nights, Li Fuchen found out that the Deep Blue Plain was located in a star region called the Horizontal River Star Region. It was around a few tens of thousands of light years in size. There were a total of 11 universe cities and hundreds of planes. But in the universe, there were star regions that were much bigger than the Horizontal River Star Region. Some of the bigger star regions were even a few 100,000 or 1,000,000 light-years in size. In the star region, the Horizontal River Primogenitor had the strongest influence and strength, followed by the 100-Flower Empress and the Heaven Monarch. The Deep Blue Plain once had its glory days. Terrifying existences like the immortal Heaven Monarch and the cursed Heaven Monarch had once been invincible in the Horizontal River Star region. The Zhu clan's demigod ancestor had even caused the Horizontal River Primogenitor to be extremely fearful. However, as these ancient existences vanished without a trace, the Deep Blue Plain once again became invisible in the Horizontal River Star region. Near Fire God Mountain, Sacred Lord Poison Blade's figure appeared. Opposite him was the number 1 ancestor of the Zhu family, Sacred Lord Skyfire, Zhu Sanqiu. His strength is not inferior to mine. Of course, if we were to fight to the death, I have a 70 to 80% chance of killing him. The Poison Blade Saint was rather apprehensive of Li Fuchen. He might have the confidence to kill Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen's counterattack before death was enough to severely injure his source. I've underestimated him. A cold light flashed across Zhu Sanqiu's eyes. The stronger Li Fuchen was, the greater the price he had to pay. But even if he had to pay a huge price, he still had to kill Li Fuchen. He had a faint premonition that Li Fuchen's existence would affect the rise and fall of the Zhu clan. This was something he could not tolerate. After returning to the Saint Spirit continent, Li Fuchen continued to comprehend the Skyline Sword art. The Skyline Sword art had a total of 9 moves. Only by comprehending the 9th move of the Skyline Sword art would he be able to catch up to the Sword Sovereign's Sword Dao realm. Once he comprehended the 9th move of the Skyline Sword art, his Sword Dao attack power would reach an extremely terrifying level. However, it wasn't an easy task to comprehend the ninth move. In the ninth move, Li Fuchen could see the shadow of the previous 8 moves. It was obvious that the ninth move was to fuse the essence of the previous 8 moves and use it as an opportunity to comprehend the ninth move. Unknowingly, 1 month had passed. The wind and thunder anomaly in the sky above the East Unicorn continent had completely dispersed. A boundless chi prowess rushed into the sky. My bone frame. At this moment, many people in the East Unicorn continent could feel that their bone frames had improved for no reason. Normal bone frames were upgraded to 1-star bone frames, 1-star bone frames were upgraded to 2-star bone frames, some people were upgraded to 2-star bone frames, some people were even upgraded to 2-star bone frames. It was a mystical feeling. During normal times, they would need to use the bone frame stone to determine their bone frame star grade. Ha, my bone frame has been upgraded to 7-star bone frame. I am much stronger than the peak prodigies of the East Unicorn continent a few dozen years ago. On the peak of the mountain, a young man laughed heartily and was in high spirits. The various sects of the East Unicorn continent had referred to Li Fuchen's generation as the peak generation, like the 3 king stars, the 6 young masters, the 4 fairies, and the legendary prodigy Li Fuchen. As these people left the East Unicorn continent, some people sighed silently. From today onwards, there wouldn't be so many elite prodigies appearing in the East Unicorn continent. The truth was as such. The prodigies that emerged later on, be it in terms of quality or quantity, were all inferior to the prodigies of Li Fuchen's generation. But today, everything had changed. Many of the 4-star and 5-star bone frame prodigies had progressed to the 6-star bone frame level. Those who originally had 6-star bone frames had progressed to the 7-star bone frame level, just like this young man in front of them. Li Fuchen's generation might be formidable, but they only had 6-star bone frames at best. There wasn't even a single 7-star bone frame. If it was normal for the people of the East Unicorn continent to have their bone frames upgraded, then it wasn't reasonable for Li Fuchen, who was far away on the Saint Spirit continent, to have his bone frame upgraded as well. Li Fuchen's bone frame might be at the extremity of 9-star, but it was enhanced by all sorts of herbs and elixirs. It wasn't as pure and natural as the Heaven Tao. Right now, when a strange power entered Li Fuchen's body, the bone frame immediately became clear. There was even a trace of extremely pure Sword Tao power that was brewing within. Li Fuchen knew that this was the trend of the bone frame developing towards the Sword Tao bone frame. As his primary extreme sword technique reached the second-rate extremity, his bone frame was slowly changing in nature. With the help of the strange power, it was undoubtedly getting twice the results with half the effort. Could there be an invisible thread connecting me to the East Unicorn continent? Li Fuchen guessed. Or perhaps, everyone that left the East Unicorn continent is related to the East Unicorn continent? Li Fuchen thought about Yan Qinggu, the evil king, and the others. That's right, it is the star fate. All of a sudden, Li Fuchen thought of a crucial thing. The East Unicorn continent's star fate had gathered the chi fate of the entire East Unicorn continent. Originally, when the East Unicorn continent was just an ordinary low-class continent, the star fate of star fate wasn't considered anything and Li Fuchen didn't even bother about it. But from the current information, the East Unicorn continent contained an unimaginable ancient mystery. It was obviously more mysterious and formidable than high-class continents. Therefore, the star fate of star fate was no small matter. In Li Fuchen's opinion, any star's ranking prodigy that ascended the star fate would carry a massive amount of star fate. As the former number 1 star's ranking prodigy, his star fate had even condensed into the true dragon mark. In terms of the amount of star fate, he was definitely superior to others. Therefore, even if his bone frame was already at the extremity of 9-star, he still received a gift from the East Unicorn continent. Perhaps, as long as one is born and raised in the East Unicorn continent, their bloodline would carry a trace of star fate. Chapter 883. On the horizon, there were streams of light flying towards the East Unicorn continent. The first stream of light stopped and it was a low-level saint. He approached the East Unicorn continent carefully, and when he sensed that there wasn't any rejection, he landed on the continent. Swish swish swish, immediately after, a large number of streams of light landed on the continent. Among them were human saints and demonic beast overlords. I wonder what is the origin of this East Unicorn continent. Such a small continent is actually comparable with a high-class continent. After landing on the East Unicorn continent, everyone could feel that the heaven and earth law of the East Unicorn continent was very perfect and wasn't inferior to any high-class continent. The heaven and earth chi was also extremely concentrated. As compared to high-class continents, the East Unicorn continent was too small. 1,000,000 East Unicorn continents wouldn't even be comparable to a single high-class continent. Such a small continent would normally find it hard to nurture a sufficiently perfect heaven and earth law. Everyone, I am Li Fuchen. I am indebted to some people for giving me the title of Sword Master. I hope that when everyone is exploring the East Unicorn continent, don't kill the innocent and don't create disasters. Otherwise, I, Li Fuchen, will definitely punish you. A voice that was at a frequency that normal people couldn't distinguish echoed in the sky above the East Unicorn continent. It is Sword Master Li Fuchen. Who does he think he is? He dares to control all of us. I don't know if he dares to control you, but I am certain that you won't dare to act recklessly in the East Unicorn continent. Most of the saints and overlords were rather apprehensive of Li Fuchen. In terms of martial strength, Li Fuchen might not be top 3 in the Deep Blue Plain, but he was at least top 5. If he wanted to kill someone, not even the Sky Patrol Lord or the Jade Star Sacred Lord could stop him. After all, the Sky Patrol Lord and the Jade Star Sacred Lord wouldn't be able to protect you at all times. They would at most warn Li Fuchen. After transforming into a high-class continent, the East Unicorn continent was very different from before. The difference wasn't just reflected in the heaven and earth law and the heaven and earth chi, it was also reflected in the terrain. There were some places that suddenly had some magnificent things. For example, in the desert, there was an additional human-faced beast statue, a stone turtle statue in the lake, a giant cross in the forest. The whole has vanished. Of course, apart from the addition of some things, the East Unicorn continent was also lacking some things, like the hole that led into the dark chaos space. Just a moment ago, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness clone saw the hole gradually closing up as though it had never appeared. That's good too. The dark chaotic space is too dangerous. There might be more than one insect nest inside. Li Fuchen didn't know how dangerous the divine race was, but he knew that the insect race in the dark chaos spatial zone was the most dangerous race that he knew of. Once the passage between the deep blue plane and the dark chaos spatial zone was opened, the deep blue plane would instantly fall and there was no way to reverse the situation. Bang! A saint's body exploded and a terrifying shockwave spread out. A small city was immediately destroyed. The one who destroyed the small city was a peak-level demon saint. He did not deliberately destroy the small city, but it was inevitable that innocent people would be implicated in the battle. Sage Tai Guai, I've told you that anyone who offends me, the Sea Wolf Sage, will definitely die, but you didn't listen to me. The Sea Wolf Great Sage glanced at the ruins of the small city and chuckled. He didn't take it seriously. Before the Sky Patrol Demon Lord returned, the Sea Wolf Great Sage was indeed apprehensive of Li Fuchen. But after the Sky Patrol Demon Lord returned, the apprehension was gone. Everyone knew that the Sea Wolf Great Sage was related to the Sky Patrol Demon Lord. Li Fuchen might be incredible, but he was still inferior to the Sky Patrol Demon Lord. The Sea Wolf Great Sage soared into the sky and was about to leave. You are leaving just like that? The void distorted and Li Fuchen's figure appeared. Sword Master, this is just a mistake. I will take note next time. The Sea Wolf Great Sage laughed. There won't be a next time. A sword light swept at the stunned Sea Wolf Great Sage. The Sea Wolf Great Sage was indeed stunned. How could he have expected that Li Fuchen didn't say anything and was going to kill him immediately? Bang! The wolf shadow mark on the back of the Sea Wolf Great Sage's hand suddenly lit up. A power that didn't belong to the Sea Wolf Great Sage rose up and blocked Li Fuchen's sword. Li Fuchen, don't go overboard. If you kill me, the Sky Patrol Demon Lord will not let you off. You have seen the Sky Patrol mark that he left on me. The Sea Wolf Great Sage yelled out. Impatient. The joint heaven sword spun and shot dozens of sword lights at the Sea Wolf Great Sage. Bang bang bang, the Sea Wolf Great Sage's power that belonged to the Sky Patrol Demon Lord was getting weaker and was about to be destroyed at any moment. Sword Master, you are too presumptuous. The void exploded and a giant wolf claw shattered all the sword lights. Immediately after, a middle-aged man with eyes that were filled with aggression appeared in Li Fuchen's vision. Sky Patrol Demon Lord. Li Fuchen didn't need to guess to know that this middle-aged man was the Sky Patrol Demon Lord. But so what? Li Fuchen rushed into the sky and brandished his sword thousands of times at the Sky Patrol Demon Lord and the Sea Wolf Great Sage. Each sword seemed to break free from the restrictions of time and space. Presumptuous. There was a burst of demonic chi and spirit light. A horrific giant wolf shadow appeared behind the Sky Patrol Demon Lord. The giant wolf shadow roared at the sky and froze the sword lights before exploding. Sword Master, you overestimate yourself. This deep blue plane isn't for you to speak. The Sky Patrol Demon Lord waved his hand and the giant wolf shadow charged at Li Fuchen. Sky Patrol Demon Lord, how have you been? A chi force that contained specks of starlight arrived in an instant and clashed with the giant wolf shadow. Jade Star Sacred Lord, do you wish to start a war now? The Sky Patrol Demon Lord's eyes landed on the Jade Star Sacred Lord who arrived with the starlight chi force. It isn't for you to speak about starting a war. Aren't your demonic beast race being too high profile in my human race's territory? If you don't know how to keep a low profile, I, the Jade Star Sacred Lord, can teach you to keep a low profile. The Jade Star Sacred Lord said slowly. Hee, a junior dares to speak to me like this. It seems like I, the Sky Patrol Demon Lord, have not returned for many years and the deep blue plane has already forgotten about my existence. A violent murderous intent emitted from the Sky Patrol Demon Lord. What if I am included? Sky Patrol Demon Lord. The Jade Star Sacred Lord appeared beside the Jade Star Sacred Lord. She was holding a fresh flower in her hand. Jade Star Sacred Lord. The Sky Patrol Demon Lord's eyes contracted. Especially when he saw the fresh flower in the Jade Star Sacred Lord's hand, he didn't feel good. Everyone knew that the Jade Star Sacred Lord was one of the 100 flower guards under the 100 Flower Empress. Every 100 flower guard would be bestowed with a fresh flower. This fresh flower contained a trace of the 100 Flower Empress power. It might just be a trace of the 100 Flower Empress power, but if it was truly burst out, only a few people below the Heaven Monarch realm would be able to escape. The Sky Patrol Demon Lord didn't dare to test it. Chapter 884. Jade Star Sacred Lord, why don't we start the battle immediately? The Jade Star Sacred Lord was more inclined to start the battle. If she worked together with the Jade Star Sacred Lord, even if they couldn't kill the Sky Patrol Sacred Lord, they would at least be able to severely injure the Sky Patrol Sacred Lord's source. The Jade Star Sacred Lord said, the East Unicorn continent is too small. Once the battle starts, the entire East Unicorn continent will be caught in the flames of war. Furthermore, from what I know, the Sky Patrol Demon Lord has joined the Undead Legion and has the Undying trait. It won't be that easy to kill him. Undead Legion, huh? The Jade Flower Sacred Lord's eyes contracted. The Undead Legion was a mysterious and horrific faction. It was mysterious because no one knew who the leader of the Undead Legion was. They only knew that as long as one obtained the Undead emblem and activated the Undead power within, they would have the chance to become a member of the Undead Legion. It was horrific because those who could become a member of the Undead Legion would at least be a peak-level saint. However, becoming a member of the Undead Legion wasn't without a price. During normal times, one could be free and unfettered. With the help of the Undying trait, it was hard to kill them. But once the Undead Legion gave out a mission, one would have to charge and break through the enemy lines. For countless years, the Undead Legion had operated in the universe many times, and each time, there would be a reign of terror. If the Sky Patrol Demon Lord had truly joined the Undead Legion, she might not be able to kill the Sky Patrol Demon Lord with the fresh flowers bestowed by the 100-Flower Empress. She might not even be able to severely injure the Sky Patrol Demon Lord. Thanks for the two of you. Li Fuchen nodded to the Jade Star Sacred Lord and the Jade Flower Sacred Lord. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of the Sky Patrol Demon Lord. Even if the Sky Patrol Demon Lord was stronger than Li Fuchen and had the Undying trait, Li Fuchen believed that he could still contest with the Star Immortal body. However, he still had to thank them. If it wasn't for the two of them, his battle with the Sky Patrol Demon Lord would definitely be extremely arduous. It would be even more arduous than the battle with the Sky Serpent Demon Lord. Sword Master, be careful. You know a little about the Sky Patrol Demon Lord. If it isn't necessary, it is best not to have a direct confrontation with him. The Jade Star Saint Lord still admired Li Fuchen. Of course, it was purely admiration. If the demonic beasts and humans weren't opposing each other, he might not help Li Fuchen. If you have any difficulties, you can come and find me. As compared to the Jade Star Sacred Lord, the Jade Flower Sacred Lord didn't just admire Li Fuchen, she also had a trace of humanity that was unique to women. She didn't wish for a prodigy like Li Fuchen to perish because of an accident. If it was possible, she would help Li Fuchen. Soon enough, the three of them separated. The East Unicorn continent might not be big, but there were many places that had invisible energy interference, making it hard to use spiritual awareness to scout. They had to personally arrive to understand the situation, and the three of them didn't intend to waste too much time on unrelated matters. In a valley, there was a statue of a three-headed hound. A formless aura rose from the statue, forming a black whirlpool that spun slowly. Is this the space-time tunnel that leads to a foreign star region? Li Fuchen sized up the black whirlpool and was on guard. Heading to a foreign star region wasn't a fun thing to do. If they weren't careful, they might end up stranded there. It should be known that the distance between star fields was at least tens of thousands of light years. If there were no shortcuts, it would be normal to spend hundreds of years traveling. Just in case, Li Fuchen released his spirit soul power and entered the black whirlpool. Purple starlight was radiating in the universe. There were cosmic rays that were hard to see with the naked eye and could only be sensed by the spirit soul power. They were shuttling around and gave off a dangerous and wonderful feeling. The star's law has a trace of subtle difference. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. His hand of sun might be at the pinnacle state, but there was still the perfection state. In normal situations, it would be impossible to comprehend the hand of sun to the perfection state without a few years or a few dozen years. After all, there weren't any manuals to refer to when comprehending the hand of Sunday. One could only rely on oneself to comprehend the star's law and slowly accumulate. It seems like different star regions produce different stars. If I make use of the star's law of a foreign star region, I might be able to reach the perfection state of the hand of sun in advance. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Without much consideration, Li Fuchen took a deep breath and turned into a sword light that entered the black whirlpool. The space-time was like black flowing water that wrapped around the sword light. After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen passed through the black flowing water and arrived at the universe that was radiating with purple starlight. When Li Fuchen turned back to take a glance, the black whirlpool that was a few meters in size had shrunk to the size of a needle tip. There was also a strange power that isolated the spiritual awareness. In fact, Li Fuchen had a feeling that this black whirlpool that was the size of a needle tip would move at any moment. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had left a spirit soul mark on the other side of the black whirlpool. Even if the black whirlpool moved, Li Fuchen would be able to find it quickly with the spirit soul mark. The prerequisite was that the black whirlpool didn't disperse. The purple starlight came from a purple star. The surface of the star was bald. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and noticed that most of the materials on the star were metallic ores. It was considered a metallic star. The purple star's gravity was extremely powerful and it pulled Li Fuchen over with ease. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't resist. After landing gently on the ground, Li Fuchen waved his hand and a large piece of purple metallic ore floated up. After the impurities were refined, a bean-sized piece of purple metal appeared in Li Fuchen's vision. So beautiful! Li Fuchen praised. The surface of the purple metal was emitting a resplendent purple halo. Li Fuchen could see with a single glance that the purple metal had the ability to devour energy. But once the energy was saturated, it would slowly disperse. If this metal was used to forge an armor, it would be able to easily absorb the enemy's attack. However, everything had its limits and the purple metal had its limits too. Li Fuchen estimated that an attack from a reincarnation realm expert would be able to exceed the purple metal's endurance limit. I shall comprehend this star's law first. After discarding the purple metal, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and sensed carefully. After a few days, due to Li Fuchen's body emitting gravity, countless metallic ores gathered towards him. With the extreme heat, the impurities in the metallic ores were easily refined. Finally, a dense purple metal sphere that was a few thousand meters in size enveloped Li Fuchen. Crackle! The purple metal sphere split open and Li Fuchen walked out from it. The hand of Sun's proficiency has deepened, but it is still far from breaking through. The star's law of a foreign star region and the horizontal river star region were only slightly different. If he didn't find this subtle difference, it was impossible to make rapid progress. The limit of the purple metal has increased. Li Fuchen's eyes revealed astonishment. After being compressed by the gravity, the purple metal's endurance limit had increased greatly. It was actually at the law phase realm. When Li Fuchen was comprehending the star's law, he was naturally emitting the gravity and didn't use his full strength. I wonder what is the compression limit. Chapter 885. Ultimately, the purple metal sphere that was a few thousand meters in size collapsed into a dark purple metal sphere that was a few meters in size. It was radiating with dazzling purple radiance. It is roughly able to withstand a single attack from a peak-level saint. Furthermore, I didn't release enough gravitational force. If I continue to compress it, it is normal for it to withstand an attack from a sacred lord or a heavenly monarch. Li Fuchen was astonished. It was normal to withstand an attack from a sacred lord or a heavenly monarch. Super first-rate extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifacts or supreme armors could do it and even better. However, there were only a few super first-rate extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifacts and supreme armors and it was impossible to mass-produce them. Subsequently, Li Fuchen stopped comprehending the star's law and started to excavate the purple metal ores on the purple star. The purple star wasn't considered big and was only a few 100,000 miles in size. After Li Fuchen's unremitting efforts, countless purple metal ores were first refined into purple metal before being compressed into dark purple metal. There was a total of 1,000 pieces of dark purple metal and each piece was around 3 to 4 meters in size. If Li Fuchen didn't continue to compress it, he reckoned that a single piece would be able to forge 100 sets of armors. It also meant that if Li Fuchen was willing, he could create a super legion with 100,000 members. Each member would be able to withstand an attack from a regular peak-level saint or multiple attacks from a high-level saint. Of course, if Li Fuchen wanted to create a super legion, each member must be a saint. Otherwise, they would only be able to resist and wouldn't have any destructive power. Such a legion wouldn't have any meaning to exist. After storing the dark purple metal, Li Fuchen soared into the sky and planned to search for another suitable star to comprehend the star's law. All of a sudden, a black dot appeared in his vision. At first glance, this black dot was still in the depths of the universe, but after taking a closer look, it was already in front of him. This was a sealed metallic battleship and looked like a shuttle. A beam of light shone over and was accompanied by an enraged voice. This star is the property of my Radiance Divine cult. Quickly surrender, otherwise, you will be turned into ashes. Inside the metallic battleship, there was a bald man wearing dark purple armor with a scar of light on his forehead. He was bursting with murderous intent as he glared at Li Fuchen. The violet cloud divine gold was one of the most precious metals in the universe. Earlier, his subordinate had sent him a message saying that he had detected a star that contained a large amount of violet cloud divine gold. He had immediately rushed over, but he hadn't expected someone to beat him to it. How could he not be furious? The stars are right here. If you want them, just take them. Li Fuchen took a glance at the star that was full of holes and said, "Looks like you want to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Attack." Under the bald man's command, the shuttle-like metal warship immediately shot out 2 beams of green light. Puff puff, the green ray was indestructible and immediately sliced the star below Li Fuchen into 4 pieces. What a powerful warship! After dodging the green light beam, Li Fuchen was rather shocked. With his vision, he could naturally see that the green light beam's attack power was already at the Sacred Lord's level. Continue to attack. As the bald man's voice rang out, hundreds of green light rays burst forth from the surface of the metal warship, making it look like a glowing green hedgehog. Break! When Li Fuchen cleaved with his sword, the green ray that was attacking him was instantly dispersed and turned into green sparks. Saint Lord! The bald man's face sank. Even in the Radiant Divine Church, the Sacred Master was an absolute high-ranking person. Of course, the bald man didn't plan to give up. At the front of the metallic battleship, a giant green sphere of light was gathered. Immediately after, a green pillar of light that could illuminate the universe blasted at Li Fuchen. PFFF. There was a ripping sound. Li Fuchen didn't dodge and used his sword to cleave the green pillar of light. Lord Bishop, the enemy should be a P-class saint. Beside the bald man, a foreign race saint with brown patterns on his skin said nervously. I naturally know. The bald man had an indifferent expression before a trace of madness flashed across his eyes. Activate the extinction radiance and destroy this void. But this will consume 90% of the battleship's energy. The Radiant Divine Church's battleship might be powered by peak-grade spirit stones, but it would need to be converted into Radiance Divine power by the Radiance Divine Furnace. It would take around 1 year for the Radiance Divine power to be filled up. During normal times, it would be consumed and converted at the same time. After all, unless it was a life-and-death situation, there was no need to activate the extinction radiance. Just do as I say. The bald man glared at the other party. Yes. With a series of actions by the crew members, the white radiance radiated on the surface of the metallic battleship. There was a frenzied aura of extinction. Still not giving up. Li Fuchen frowned. He had already shown mercy. Otherwise, he didn't even need to clash head-on with the enemy. He could just dodge the green light rays and slice open the metallic battleship. Boom! The white radiance illuminated the universe and it was visible to the naked eye. The void that Li Fuchen was in was instantly destroyed. That's right, it was destruction. In normal situations, the void could only be torn and destroyed. It was almost impossible to destroy it. Only a heaven monarch would be able to destroy a void. Looking at the void in front of them, the crew members inside the metallic battleship thought, he should be dead, right? Below the heaven monarch, there weren't many individuals that could withstand the extinction radiance. What a close shave. From a distance, a sword light was flying over. Within the sword light was naturally Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen didn't have the Skyline Sword Art or didn't push the Skyline Sword Art to the super first-rate extremity, he wouldn't be able to dodge. He dodged. How is this possible? Inside the metallic battleship, the bald man and the crew members were flabbergasted. The extinction radiance's speed was a few hundred times the speed of light and Li Fuchen actually dodged it. What kind of reaction speed and movement speed was required? Damn it, retreat! The bald man gave the order to retreat. It is too late to leave now. The sword light caught up to the metallic battleship and slashed. PFFF PFFF PFFF. The surface of the metallic battleship was protected by a dazzling radiance. Li Fuchen's sword sliced through layers of radiance but wasn't able to touch the metallic battleship. The radiant's divine power is rapidly depleting and can only withstand 10 swords at most. The foreign race saint from before said anxiously. Damn it, damn it. The bald man's voice echoed from the metallic battleship. Hurry up and stop, consider it our loss. Li Fuchen sneered. The joint heaven sword in his hand suddenly broke through the spatial restrictions and slashed at the metallic battleship. The metallic battleship originally thought it could withstand 10 swords, but it was instantly sliced open and the violent sword chi surged in. Swish! From a certain position on the metallic battleship, a silver metal sphere was ejected. Trying to escape. Li Fuchen slashed at the silver metal sphere. Clang! The sword light collapsed and the silver metal sphere flashed before vanishing. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and quickly discovered the silver metal sphere. However, the silver metal sphere was too fast and was at least a few hundred times the speed of light. Furthermore, it was getting faster and faster. Even if Li Fuchen chased after it, he wouldn't be able to catch up. Within the silver metal sphere was the bald man's figure. He was extremely furious. Li Fuchen's strength was actually so powerful. Not only could he dodge the extinction radiance, but he could also slice the Radiance Divine Cult's battleship with ease. If the bald man didn't escape into the Radiance Divine Furnace and activate the last bit of Radiance Divine power to escape, he would probably be dead. No, I have to inform the Archbishop and the white-robed Archbishop to deal with this person. Chapter 886. The Radiance Divine Cult's battleship was of a very high grade and it was engraved with countless energy circuits. There were some complicated energy circuits that even Li Fuchen couldn't understand. It didn't just contain the profundities of the universe, it also contained the knowledge of another civilization. It was a pity that the battleship was severely damaged by Li Fuchen's attack. Many of the energy circuits had been destroyed and without the most important energy furnace, the battleship had lost at least 99% of its value. Of course, a few hundred top-grade spirit stones were still worth it. After all, the metal used to build the battleship was very extraordinary, and the residual energy circuits inside also had great research value. After keeping the metallic battleship, Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and flew into the depths of the starry sky at a speed that was a few hundred times faster than light speed. The headquarters of the Radiant God Church was located in the Radiant City. In fact, the city lord of the Radiant City, the Radiant's heavenly monarch, was the Radiance God Church's leader. Unlike the other heavenly monarchs, the light heavenly monarch was not satisfied with his power being limited to the light city. Thus, he had founded the Radiant Gods sect. Under his management, the Radiant Gods sect had spread across several star domains and had branches in every universe city. Maelstrom City, Radiant Divine Church Branch. The one overseeing this place was a white-robed archbishop. The positions of the Radiant God Church, from the lowest to the highest, were clergy, archbishop, bishop, archbishop, white archbishop, and deputy bishop. Among them, the lowest-ranking clergy had to be a saint. Bishops had to be P-class saints, archbishops had to be sacred lords, and white-robed archbishops had to be pinnacle sacred lords. The silver metal ball tore through the void and arrived near Maelstrom City. With a flash of white light, a figure appeared in front of the silver metal ball. Archbishop. The silver metal ball stopped, and the bald man walked out of it. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "What happened?" The one who was addressed as Archbishop was a middle-aged man with silver eyebrows who wore a white cloak. "Archbishop, one of my priests discovered a star that contains a purple cloud divine gold mine." The bald man told the silver-browed man everything that had happened. Purple cloud divine gold. The silver-browed man's face turned cold. Purple cloud divine gold was an extremely important strategic resource. If there were enough of it, it would be enough to raise the strength of the Radiant Divine Church to another level. Anyone, even a heavenly monarch, who dared to compete with the Radiant Divine Sect for the Purple Cloud Divine Metal would have to pay the price. Moreover, it was just a sacred lord. Put him on the wanted list of the entire star field. As the white-robed Archbishop of the Radiant God Church, the silver-browed man had the authority to issue a wanted order in the star region. One day later, all 12 cosmos cities in the Prism Light star region had a wanted poster. The content of the wanted poster stated that anyone who discovered Li Fuchen's whereabouts would be rewarded with 10,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Anyone who discovered Li Fuchen's exact location would be rewarded with 100,000 peak-grade spirit stones. As soon as the wanted order came out, it immediately caused a stir. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones was not a small number. Even a sacred lord would be tempted by it. On a giant earthen yellow star, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and concentrated on comprehending the star's law. Li Fuchen's current perception was terrifying. As time elapsed, he had already gradually captured that trace of unique star's law. Sage Fukuan, look at that person. Doesn't he look like someone wanted by the Radiant Divine Church? In the starry sky, two figures that were flying suddenly stopped, and one of the sage monarchs exclaimed. Looks like it. Let's ignore him and inform the Radiant God Church first. The reward for discovering the specific location was 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, which was enough for them to live freely for countless years. The two of them immediately took out their communication tokens to inform the people of the Radiant God Church. Depart. Whirlpool City, the silver-browed man led the 5 archbishops and flew deep into the starry sky. On the earthen yellow star, Li Fuchen's figure suddenly floated up and arrived in the pitch-black starry sky. As the gravitational force dispersed, the earthen yellow star broke away from its original orbit and started to revolve around Li Fuchen. I see. This trace of unique star's law actually exists in the horizontal river star region too, but it is hidden in a deeper place. Li Fuchen opened his eyes and was enlightened. Different star regions actually had the same star's law, but due to the different environments of the star regions, the outer appearance would be slightly different. With the completion rank of the star's law, Li Fuchen's hand of sun was finally at the perfection rank. Now that the hand of sun was at the perfection rank, the high-class star immortal body was also at the perfection rank. This is the true star immortal body. Li Fuchen felt that his body had produced a layer of undying willpower. This willpower wasn't the spiritual willpower, it was the willpower that came with the body. It was just like the continent had willpower and the stars had willpower. This willpower gave off an eternal and undying feeling. Li Fuchen had a feeling that at this moment, even if he was killed and his soul was dispersed, he would still be able to revive. It was purely an intuition. The hand of sun is at the perfection rank. The next major rank is the hand of calamity. The hand of calamity corresponded to the calamity immortal body. Once it was cultivated, it would allow Li Fuchen to roam the vast universe. Li Fuchen felt that he could even defeat heaven monarchs like the Cosmos City Lord. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen looked at the pitch-black starry sky. There, a white light was flying over. The Radiance Divine Cult is here. The 2 saints who had been hiding nearby were overjoyed and quickly went over. Lords, this person was discovered by us. May I know the reward? The man called Saint Fu Kun rubbed his hands and had an excited expression. Reward? Don't worry, you will get it, but it will be in your next life. The silver-browed man sneered. What do you mean? Is your Radiance Divine Cult going to renege on the debt? The 2 saints were shocked and were preparing to flee. Remember to receive your reward in your next life. The silver-browed man waved his hand and there was an intense burst of light. The 2 saints were instantly turned into ashes. Your Excellency has such vicious methods. When comprehending the hand of sun, Li Fuchen didn't notice the 2 saints. However, he guessed that the Radiance Divine Cult must have issued a wanted order for him. It just so happened that the 2 saints saw him and informed the Radiance Divine Cult to come over. Who would have known that the Radiance Divine Cult was so tyrannical and didn't intend to give any rewards? They chose to silence the 2 saints. Your Excellency killed my Radiance Divine Cult's clergy. This is what you call vicious. The silver-browed man stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Li Fuchen. If everyone in your Radiance Divine cult is like this, I will kill every single one of you. Li Fuchen's tone was indifferent. Kill every single one of you. I would like to see how capable you are. The silver-browed man extended his right hand, which was wearing a silver metallic glove. Extermination. With a palm strike, a horrific white light of extermination surged at Li Fuchen. As the white-robed archbishop of the Radiance Divine cult, the silver-browed man's strength was far superior to regular saints. He was able to use his strength to release the light of extermination. A sword light flashed and Li Fuchen vanished. Courting death. The silver-browed man dodged to the side and instantly dodged the sword light. His right hand immediately blasted at Li Fuchen with a speed that was a few hundred times faster than light. Such fast speed. Li Fuchen realized that the silver-browed man's speed was superior to him. Cling. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen countered with his sword. Cling cling cling, the duo's exchange speed was extremely fast, so fast that there were spatial illusions. In the starry sky, there were scenes of the duo's exchange, and it was just like a kaleidoscope that was endlessly stacked. PFFF. Blood burst out as a spear-like tail pierced through Li Fuchen's chest. It was obvious that the silver-browed man wasn't a human. After all, humans didn't have tails. My tail also contains the extermination radiance attribute. Die. The silver-browed man had a calm expression. Li Fuchen retreated and closed the bloody hole in his chest. He thought to himself, it is fortunate that my body has developed the undying willpower. Otherwise, this attack would have exhausted at least 10% of my vitality. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the silver-browed man might not be stronger than the Sky Patrol Demon Lord, but his attack methods were much sharper. He is fine. The silver-browed man's calm eyes had a trace of fluctuation. It was fine if Li Fuchen didn't die, but his vitality presence didn't even decline. It was rather unexpected. Form the hexagram battle formation. The silver-browed man flashed and appeared in front of the 5 archbishops before yelling out. Yes. The 5 archbishops emitted their power and connected with the silver-browed man. Chapter 887. Extinguish. The hexagram was blasted at Li Fuchen. Bang! Li Fuchen was sent flying. In terms of strength, Li Fuchen was already inferior to the silver-browed man, let alone the hexagram. Lowering his head to take a look, Li Fuchen found out that on his chest, there was a hexagram brand that appeared out of nowhere. If it was any other injury, Li Fuchen would be able to recover instantly. However, the hexagram mark felt as though it was a part of Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen had to spend several times more time to get rid of the hexagram power. Correspondingly, Li Fuchen's vitality was naturally depleted by several times. It might still be inconspicuous, but it wasn't something that couldn't be ignored. Even the hexagram battle formation, the silver-browed man admitted that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was simply a monster, an undying monster. Among all the saints that the silver-browed man knew, only the undying Saint Lord was comparable with Li Fuchen in terms of recovery ability. However, the undying Saint Lord's physical defense wasn't as tough as Li Fuchen's. Furthermore, the undying Saint Lord's recovery ability was so terrifying because he joined the Undead Legion. Before joining the Undead Legion, the undying Saint Lord already possessed the undying power. After joining the Undead Legion, his undying power was even more terrifying. Regular heaven monarchs wouldn't be able to kill him within a short period of time. Hexagram extermination. The intense light devoured the starry sky and Li Fuchen. When the intense light dispersed, Li Fuchen's body was carved with a deep hexagram mark that was almost carved into his bones. Heaven and Earth Soul Sword. Ignoring the hexagram mark, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. The sword light broke through the restrictions of time and space and slashed at the weaker point of the hexagram. Crackle. The hexagram had a crack. Impossible. One of the archbishops lost his voice. The hexagram battle formation was one of the top battle formations in the universe. Even a heaven monarch wouldn't be able to break it in a single attack. With Li Fuchen's attack power, he shouldn't be able to do anything to the hexagram battle formation. How could he know that Li Fuchen had a powerful spirit soul power and was able to see through the hexagram battle formation structure and find the flaw? Gritting his teeth, the silver-browed man continued to control the hexagram battle formation to attack Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen ignored the attacks and used the joint heaven sword to aim at the weakness of the hexagram. Bang! Unsurprisingly, the hexagram was the first to be unable to withstand it and exploded. As for Li Fuchen, he merely expended some of his vitality. What other tricks do you have? Use them all. With Li Fuchen's current methods, as long as they weren't heavenly monarchs, there weren't many that could deal with him. Kill. When the hexagram exploded, the silver-browed man and the 5 archbishops charged at Li Fuchen. Half a day later, the Radiance Divine cult had lost 2 archbishops while Li Fuchen was unscathed. This made the silver-browed man very angry. He knew clearly that they wouldn't be able to deal with Li Fuchen with just a few of them. They needed another white-robed archbishop. You guys spread out. I'll deal with him alone. The silver-browed man was planning to delay Li Fuchen and wait for reinforcements. You want to stall me? Good idea. Li Fuchen's sword art was getting sharper and the horrific sword chi had left sword wounds on the silver-browed man's body. Damn it. The silver-browed man looked down at the sword wounds on his body. These sword scars seemed to have a life of their own as they squirmed on his body. If he didn't get rid of the sword intent on it, his life force would continue to be consumed. 1 day, 2 days, in the blink of the eye, 1 week had passed. The distance between the universe cities was too far. It was impossible to wait for the other white-robed archbishops to arrive in a short 1 week. During this 1 week, the silver-browed man had already consumed more than half of his life force. Li Fuchen, who was far inferior to him, had only consumed less than 30% of his life force. Thank you for allowing my sword Dao to reach the next level. Sword See Horizon. Li Fuchen's perception was too heaven-defying. After 7 days and 7 nights of combat, his sword Dao comprehension had reached an extremely deep level. When the conditions were right, he had pushed the primary extreme sword art's first move, Sword See Horizon, to the extreme state. When this move was executed, the rumbling sword sea immediately devoured the silver-browed man. When the sword sea dispersed, the silver-browed man's life force presence had an obvious decline. The sword art's attack power has increased by more than 10 times. The silver-browed man took a deep cold breath. Before Li Fuchen executed this move, 7 days and 7 nights was already enough to consume more than half of his life force. Now that the sword art's attack power had increased by 10 times, wouldn't it take less than a day to completely consume his remaining life force? I have already intercepted his chi presence, it is better to withdraw first. The silver-browed man flipped his hand and a drop of water appeared in his hand. The water droplet grew bigger and turned into a water bubble, wrapping the silver-browed man and the 3 archbishops inside. PFFF. Li Fuchen's sword chi slashed on the water droplet and only splashed a little water. It was obvious that this water bubble was an extreme state defense cardinal artifact. In a short period of time, Li Fuchen's sword art attack power was unable to break the water bubble. Hua! The water bubble broke the void and disappeared in an instant. Friend, after watching the show for such a long time, it is time to show up. Li Fuchen didn't chase but spoke to the right side of the void. Clap, 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 there was a sound of applause and a tall figure with a bull mask walked out. You can actually discover me. Among the sacred lords, you are one of the few. The bull mask laughed. Who are you and what is the matter? Li Fuchen asked. I am Cho Nyo, I accidentally passed by here, little brother, your age should not exceed 2,000 years old. Able to reach the pinnacle sacred lord level under 2,000 years old, this kind of genius, is undoubtedly the universe super genius, cannot be sought. So what? Li Fuchen raised his eyebrows. Since the deep blue sword master told him about the age, he studied for a long time and finally created a secret technique that could slightly change his life chi presence. Otherwise, the fact that he was less than 100 years old was too shocking. Who knew what kind of trouble it would bring him? Seeing that Li Fuchen admitted it in disguise, Cho Nyo grinned. Nothing, just give you a fortune. This ring is the time-space ring. One day, when you encounter a desperate situation, you can choose to activate this ring. Cho Nyo threw Li Fuchen a ring inlaid with a colorful crystal. Time-space ring. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. The time-space ring is extremely precious and extremely rare. Its main material is the time-space crystal, which is countless times more precious than the spatial crystal stone. It contains the universe's space-time power. If the spatial crystal stone allows you to travel through space, then the time-space crystal allows you to travel through time. Regardless of speed or efficiency, the spatial crystal stone is many times worse than the time-space crystal. What is the fortune? Can you explain it clearly? Li Fuchen didn't understand what the other party thought. He didn't think that the other party was bored and casually threw him an extremely precious time-space ring, unless the other party was stupid. Follow the footsteps of teacher and surpass this universe. When the day comes, you will know. Chapter 888. Saint Lord or Heaven Monarch. Li Fuchen naturally knew that the bull-headed masked man was very strong, but Li Fuchen didn't know how strong. Looking down at the spatial ring, Li Fuchen was absent-minded. This spatial ring was too beautiful. The colorful crystal seemed to contain a constantly changing world. Huff! Forcefully letting out a turbid breath, Li Fuchen looked up and thought to himself, who cares about his origin, what purpose he has, as long as I can continue to be strong, everything is controllable. Even if he didn't have the golden amulet now, he was confident that he could surpass this universe. After all, his spirit soul was purplish red and the spirit soul color of a regular saint was just green, which was 2 levels apart from him. After keeping the spatial ring, Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and left. Li Fuchen shuttled through the boundless meteorite field. The hand of sun is at the perfection rank. Next, I can wholeheartedly cultivate the sword Dao. The more he cultivated the sword Dao, the more Li Fuchen felt that he was lacking something. Originally, he didn't understand what he was lacking. Now, he gradually realized that what he was lacking was the baptism of time. Other saints were easily tens of thousands of years old or hundreds of thousands of years old, but his age was less than 100 years old. His perception might be heaven-defying and enough to make up for the lack of time, but there were some things that couldn't be made up for. Such as experience, life comprehension, and the knowledge of the universe. These seemingly unimportant things were actually restricting his growth. It seems like I have to study the use of the spirit soul. Li Fuchen thought of a method that could rapidly increase his experience, life comprehension, and knowledge of the universe. But this method required the support of the spirit soul. From far away, Li Fuchen saw a broken corpse. It was a majestic human body, but judging from the residual qi presence, the other party wasn't a human but a wolfman. The qi presence should have dissipated quite a bit, but the remaining qi presence is also at the high-level saint level. It was probably a peak-level saint or even a saint during his lifetime. Li Fuchen's eyes had a bright light. A purplish-red light spot that was hard to detect flew out from his forehead and landed in the wolfman saint's head. In the dusky and lifeless space, the purplish-red light spot was suspended alone. After a living being dies, its soul will scatter. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to take over a body perfectly. However, there are no absolutes in this world. I can give it a try. That's right, Li Fuchen thought of a method to quickly increase his experience, comprehension of life, and understanding of the universe. It was through possession. They were different from other people. Other people could only use their true spirits to take over bodies, and true spirits were things that couldn't be separated. So unless they died, no one would be willing to take over someone else's body. Secondly, the target of possession couldn't be completely dead. Once it was completely dead, the soul and true spirit would dissipate. At that time, possession would only result in a walking corpse, and it would be impossible to dig out the other party's potential. Li Fuchen naturally didn't plan to use his true spirit to possess. After all, he only had one true spirit. What he wanted to do was to split a bit of his spirit's soul force and enter the other party's body to produce a true spirit. As such, it would be the same as having a clone. The incarnation was connected to his mind, so he could feel everything the incarnation experienced. Back at the Emperor Sky Continent's floating sky mountain, Li Fuchen left behind an intense statue. This intense statue's body was just a pile of metal, but Li Fuchen was able to clearly feel what the intense statue experienced. Of course, splitting the spirit's soul was dangerous. Li Fuchen only dared to do it because his spirit's soul was powerful. The spirit's soul has already dissipated. Under normal circumstances, it is hard to form a deep connection with this corpse. Right now, it will depend on whether my spirit's soul can activate this corpse. In the dusky space, the purplish-red light spot flourished with radiance and instantly illuminated the dead mind space. At the same moment, the purplish-red halo permeated into the depths of the mind space. TSS, 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 in the mind space, traces of electric currents were produced. These were thought currents. It was also the symbol of a living being. TSS, 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 the thought currents were getting stronger as unfamiliar memories poured into the purplish-red light spot. Are these the memories of the Wolfman Saint? In the outside world, Li Fuchen was in deep thoughts. After a person died, their memories might not vanish completely, especially the Sacred Lord's memories. Li Fuchen's spirit soul was too powerful. Even if it was just a little bit of spirit soul power, it was stronger than any saint. Under the stimulation of the spirit soul power, the Wolfman Saint's body was gradually revived. The body that was already exhausted of chi blood was forcefully giving birth to vitality. This life force was so pure, so strong. Thump thump thump, there was an intense heartbeat while the surrounding asteroids were exploding. The corpse has been activated. Now, it is time to see if a true spirit can be produced. The true spirit was the bridge between the spirit's soul and the body. Without the true spirit, it was impossible to excavate the wonders and extreme potential of the body. In order to produce a true spirit, the spirit's soul and the body had to be melded to a certain degree. The thought currents were shining. The blood was flowing. The heart was beating. Countless memories were pouring into the purplish-red light spot. Li Fuchen was taking over everything of the Wolfman Saint. Bits of spirituality were gradually produced from nothingness. Battle Spirit Realm. Primary Sea Realm. Law Phase Realm. The true spirit was getting stronger and rapidly climbed from the Battle Spirit Realm to the Law Phase Realm. It then climbed to the Soul Merge Realm and transformed into a Saint Spirit. This wasn't the end yet. The Saint Spirit continued to strengthen until it reached 10% of Li Fuchen's standard. The strength of a Saint Spirit was related to two aspects. One was the Spirit Soul, the other was the cultivation level. Li Fuchen's Spirit Soul was several times stronger than a Heaven Lord, but the strength of a Saint Spirit was determined by the weakest one. If Li Fuchen's cultivation level was at the Saint Lord level, then his Saint Spirit would only be slightly stronger than the Saint Lord and would probably be at the Heaven Lord level. It was impossible for it to be several times stronger than a Heaven Lord. 10% of the standard means that he was definitely at the Saint Lord level when he was still alive. As the Saint Spirit stopped strengthening, the Wolfman Li Fuchen opened his eyes. It was a pair of emotionless and icy cold eyes. But in the depths of the emotionless and icy cold eyes, there was a trace of human nature. Standing upright, the Wolfman Li Fuchen said, "My body is too weak. My chi blood source is nearly exhausted. Let me recover first." On the other side, Li Fuchen took out a large number of peak-grade spirit stones and some herbs that could replenish the chi blood source and tossed them to the Wolfman Li Fuchen. Alright. The Wolfman Li Fuchen released his chi presence and absorbed the spirit chi from the peak-grade spirit stones. A few days later, the wolfman Li Fuchen's qi blood source had been completely recovered and it had improved by another level. It seemed as though after changing his spirit soul, the wolfman Li Fuchen's body's potential had been greatly enhanced. Even his recovery speed had increased by several times. Try transforming into the wolfman, Li Fuchen said. Alright. The wolfman Li Fuchen's body tensed up and the bloodline power surged in his body. He instantly transformed into a horrific half-human half-wolf existence. Such a special feeling. Chapter 889. There were thousands of races in the universe. Apart from the human race, the fairy light race, and a few other races, most of the races relied on the power of their bloodline. The wolfman race wasn't an exception. Perhaps it was because his spirit soul was several times stronger and his potential had increased. Wolfman Li Fuchen's wolf fur was mixed with traces of gold and he was developing into the gold wolfman. Interesting. When the spirit soul power radiated into the depths of his bloodline, wolfman Li Fuchen finally discovered the marvel of the wolfman bloodline. When the wolfman bloodline was magnified several times, it was made up of countless ancient and mystical runes. These runes were basically repeated, but there were even more ancient and mystical runes. For example, some of the runes were gold in color. Li Fuchen guessed that these gold runes should be the crux to evolve into the gold wolfman. Let's give it a try. Wolfman Li Fuchen circulated his power and poured it into the gold runes. Smack! A shocking scene occurred. When the power surged into the golden rune, it split into two, and then from two, it split into four. I see. Wolfman Li Fuchen understood. His spirit soul was too powerful and he could easily find the gold runes in the wolfman bloodline. If it was a wolfman, he would probably only be able to sense the existence of the gold runes when he was breaking through the limits. As the violent power poured in, the gold runes split into multiple parts and the golden wolf fur on wolfman Li Fuchen's body was increasing. Howl! One day later, wolfman Li Fuchen finally evolved into the gold wolfman. There was a golden chi wave that burst out and it was filled with an unparalleled tyranny. Peak-class Sacred Lord. Opposite the werewolf Li Fuchen let out a smile. From the chi presence of wolfman Li Fuchen, he was already a peak-class Sacred Lord. It meant that Li Fuchen had an additional peak-class Sacred Lord that was mentally connected to him. The gold wolfman isn't the limit. This black rune didn't exist before. After evolving into the gold wolfman, wolfman Li Fuchen didn't open his eyes. He noticed a black rune in his bloodline. He was extremely certain that there wasn't a black rune in his bloodline before this. It also means to say that the black rune is the final state of the wolfman. Wolfman Li Fuchen was in deep thoughts. He circulated his power and poured it into the black rune. Smack! The black rune split into two and then into four. When the black runes were split into a few 100,000, Li Fuchen was already exhausted. The black rune was like a bottomless pit that required too much power. Li Fuchen reckoned that in order to fill his werewolf bloodline with black runes, he would need to exhaust his energy at least 10,000 times or even 100,000 times. Opening his eyes, the werewolf Li Fuchen said, "This black rune is filled with darkness chi presence. The werewolf's ultimate state should be the darkness werewolf." On the other side, Li Fuchen nodded, "There's no hurry. As long as you are willing to spend some time, you will be able to achieve it sooner or later." Although the other party was just a bit of his soul force, the other party's true spirit was the result of the fusion between this bit of soul force and the werewolf holy sage's body. It had an independent personality, which was something that the will statue didn't have. Digest his memories first and see if you can get anything out of it. Wolfman Li Fuchen said. Alright. Li Fuchen closed his eyes and began to digest the countless memories. He and the werewolf Li Fuchen's soul spirits were one. The werewolf Li Fuchen's memories were his memories and there wasn't even a need for memory transfer. The werewolf race's holy monarch had too many memories. From birth to death, it had experienced a total of 50,000 years. When Li Fuchen completely digested the 50,000 years of memories, Li Fuchen felt that his sword Dao was trembling slightly and there were signs of breaking through. The learning process is also a process of accumulation. With enough accumulation, the learning speed will be fast. My previous accumulation is still too little. The additional 50,000 years of memories might only be the werewolf's memories, but it is still very precious. Li Fuchen's eyes became even more unfathomable. There are gaps in his memories. It seems like he has lost a lot of memories. Wolfman Li Fuchen said. Li Fuchen nodded. It doesn't matter if he only lost a portion of his memories. The crucial thing is to imitate his soul spirit qi presence. Otherwise, it will be easily seen through by other werewolves that he knows. Li Fuchen didn't plan to let Wolfman Li Fuchen return with him. He needed Wolfman Li Fuchen to walk his own path and experience his own life. Only then would Wolfman Li Fuchen be able to constantly increase his experience, comprehension of life, and knowledge of the universe. Let me try. Wolfman Li Fuchen gathered the remaining Wolfman race saint's soul spirit qi presence and covered the purple-red spirit soul. Gradually, Wolfman Li Fuchen's soul spirit qi presence changed. On the opposite side, Li Fuchen smiled and said, "Let's part ways from now on." With the additional 50,000 years of memories, Li Fuchen was planning to go into seclusion. It is time to part ways. Since I have taken over everything from him, I naturally have to take over his revenge too. Wolfman Li Fuchen turned into a golden ray of light and vanished without a trace. Interesting. Li Fuchen had an intuition that Wolfman Li Fuchen's progress might not be slower than him. Perhaps, for a long period of time in the future, Wolfman Li Fuchen's progress might even be faster than him. After all, the cultivation of Sword Dao was a process of starting from scratch. One had to create and perfect it by oneself. As for the werewolf's cultivation, it was the process of excavating one's bloodline and it was much easier. I look forward to our next meeting. Turning into a sword light, Li Fuchen vanished. Following the soul spirit imprint, Li Fuchen successfully found the needle-sized black whirlpool and returned to the deep blue plains East Unicorn continent. The chi presence vanished. In the pitch-black universe, a golden lion was traversing at an unbelievable speed. This golden lion was too massive and was tens of millions of miles in size. Any other giant beasts would be like ants in comparison, and there was no comparison at all. But if one took a closer look, they would realize that the golden lion wasn't a physical entity and was made up of golden radiance. Inside the golden lion was a dignified man with golden hair and golden eyes. If there was an influential figure from the Prism Light Star region here, they would definitely recognize the dignified man with golden hair and eyes as the Radiance God Cult's deputy cult master. Golden Lion Heaven Monarch. After returning to the East Unicorn continent, Li Fuchen found a place to enter seclusion. 50,000 years of memories wasn't a lot for a sacred lord, but it wasn't a small amount either. But to Li Fuchen, 50,000 years of memories was too much. His own memories were less than 100 years and it was almost negligible. The seclusion was a success. In just 3 days, Li Fuchen had pushed the primary extreme sword art's second move, Sect Origin Swords, to the ultra first-rate extremity. He then spent another week to comprehend the Skyline Sword Art's 9th move, which was also the Skyline Sword Art's final move, Heaven Dao Divine Movement Sword. After comprehending this move, it meant that Li Fuchen's Sword Dao level was already comparable to the Sword Lord back then. At least in terms of sword art, it was already comparable. At the same time, the first 8 moves of the Skyline Sword Art had a significant increase in mystical power. Chapter 890. This Heavenly Path Divine Movement Sword technique not only contains the Sword Dao, but also the true essence of the Heavenly Path. Li Fuchen was in deep thought. The Heavenly Dao contained all Daos, or rather, it contained all known and unknown Daos. Swordsmanship was just one of them. One's personal experience, life comprehension, and understanding of the universe actually contained the shadow of the Heavenly Dao. After all, the Heavenly Dao was everywhere. Therefore, on the surface, what he lacked was the baptism of time, but in essence, what he lacked was comprehension of the heavenly Tao. The Skyline sword art is only a super first-rate paramount sword art. I wonder how much true heavenly Tao essence is contained in a true supreme sword art. Li Fuchen finally understood why so many people were stuck at the Sacred Lord level. It wasn't because they didn't have enough perception, it was because they didn't have enough Heaven Tao comprehension. Li Fuchen reckoned that it would take 1,000,000 years or a few million years to accumulate enough Heaven Tao comprehension. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to have the potential to advance into the Heaven Monarch realm. If one didn't have this potential, not even 100 million years would be enough. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen wanted to push his sword chi return to the super first-rate extremity as well. But after half a month, he didn't make any progress. It seems like the power of this move is far above the heavenly godly movement sword art. Li Fuchen wasn't anxious, as his sword art was already strong enough. After all, the Skyline sword technique was not an ordinary supreme class sword technique, but a top-notch supreme class sword technique. On the other hand, the primary extreme sword art, which had elevated the first and second moves to the super first-rate supreme level, was not much worse than the Skyline sword art. With 2 sets of powerful sword techniques, it was enough for him to roam the universe. As long as he did not encounter a heavenly lord, he would basically not encounter any danger. Originally, Li Fuchen was planning to comprehend the primary extreme sword technique, but just a moment ago, the East Unicorn Continent's Star Fate suddenly burst out with intense blue light. A short moment later, Li Fuchen arrived at Star Fate. Many sacred lords and demon lords were gathered on Star Fate Mountain, including the sky-patrolling demon lord. Humph. After seeing Li Fuchen, the Sky Patrol demon lord grunted. If it wasn't for the Jade Star Sacred Ruler and the Jade Flower Sacred Ruler stopping him, he would have already killed Li Fuchen. Just like before, the 108 heavenly Dipper stone pillars were arranged like stars in the sky above Star Fate Mountain. At this moment, these 108 heavenly Dipper stone pillars were emitting a resplendent blue light. They were sparkling and translucent, emitting a profound and boundless energy. Above the heavenly Dipper stone pillar was a tightly shut stone door. The stone door was extremely sturdy. Even a sacred lord or demon lord would not be able to break it. If my guess is correct, this stone door requires 108 people to open. The Jade Star Sacred Lord said. Let's all stand together. Sacred Lord Jade Flower suggested. Even though there weren't 108 sacred lords and demon lords present, with the addition of the human race's sacred lords and demon race's demon overlords, it was still very easy to gather 108 people. I'll go first. One of the demon lords ran towards the nearest heavenly Dipper stone pillar. Boom! A resplendent blue light burst forth and the demon lord was blasted back by the blue light, unable to ascend the heavenly Dipper stone pillar. What happened? The rest of the people tried, but none of them could climb up. Li Fuchen thought for a moment and said, Star Fate gathers the fate of the East Unicorn Continent. In order to open the stone door, I am afraid we will need 108 more local prodigies. In the past, this Star Fate was the place to determine the stars' rankings geniuses, which was why Li Fuchen had this speculation, 108 local geniuses. This is simple. A human Saint Monarch said with a smile. It was indeed simple to gather 108 East Unicorn Continent's local prodigies. After all, the East Unicorn Continent wasn't huge. 3 days later, hundreds of East Unicorn Continent's prodigies gathered on Star Fate. But what everyone didn't expect was that among the hundreds of people, less than 30 individuals were able to ascend the heavenly Dipper stone pillar. The rest weren't qualified enough. What should we do? We are still lacking more than half. Prodigies might not all be young, we can find some older ones. Everyone was in a heated discussion. 1 week later, there were more than 10 individuals that could stand on the heavenly Dipper stone pillar. Subsequently, after half a month, only a few individuals were able to stand on the heavenly Dipper stone pillar. It seems like I have to find those old friends. Li Fuchen thought about Yan Qinggu, Qi Yuye, and the other stars ranking prodigies that were in the same batch as him. Of course, it also included the evil king. After all, the evil king was also a true elite prodigy and wasn't inferior to anyone. If it was in the past, it would be too difficult for Li Fuchen to find these people. But now, his spiritual awareness could easily cover the entire mid-class continent and it was too easy to find people. After reuniting again, everyone was filled with emotions. In the blink of an eye, a few decades had passed. If it was an ordinary person, a few decades was half a lifetime. It could be seen that everyone was mixed very well. Their cultivation was all above the primary sea realm, and none of them were lower than the primary sea realm. Among them, there were several who reached the law phase realm level. Yan Qinggu and the evil king didn't say anything. The rest of the people who reached the law phase realm level were extremely talented like Qi Yuye. Li Fuchen guessed that the reason why everyone's achievements were so high was probably because of the East Lin continent's luck. The more East Lin continent's luck carried by the body, the better the individual's fate. Of course, the East Lin continent's luck shouldn't be limited to the stars ranking prodigies. Just like the evil king, although he didn't participate in the stars ranking great competition, he once ruled the entire East Lin continent. Normally, the East Lin continent's luck wasn't worse than anyone. Half a month later, Li Fuchen had found dozens of people. Among them, there were people he knew and people he didn't know. These people he didn't know were the best of the later stars ranking great competition. In addition, due to the lack of manpower, Li Fuchen had also brought Zhao Mingyue, sword maniac Li Xiangru, and the other elite prodigies from the Azure Water sect to the East Lin continent. After a series of tests, Li Fuchen was rather surprised that there were actually a few individuals from the Azure Water sect that could ascend the Heaven Dipper stone pillars. In the end, there were a total of 107 individuals. Still lacking one. The Sacred Lords and Demon Lords frowned. It seems like I still have to ascend. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile and ascended the Heaven Dipper stone pillars under the astonished eyes of the Sacred Lords and Demon Lords. He is actually from the East Lin continent too. There weren't many who knew that Li Fuchen was from the East Lin continent, therefore, everyone was very surprised. As Li Fuchen ascended the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, the 108 Heaven Dipper stone pillars burst out with resplendent blue light. Immediately after, the resplendent blue light converged into a giant blue dragon that soared in the air. What is going on? All of a sudden, the human saints, demonic beast overlords, and even the sacred lords and demon lords noticed traces of blue light seeping out from their bodies and converging towards the giant blue dragon. He is absorbing our essence. The Jade Star Sacred Lord's face turned dark. The essence that he was talking about wasn't the Qi blood essence, it was the source essence. In normal situations, it was impossible to extract the source essence. Even if the enemy was killed, it was impossible to extract it. Because the essence would instantly vanish along with the death of the life and return to the Heaven Tao. But these 108 Heaven Dipper stone pillars were actually able to absorb the source essence and it was truly shocking. Damn it, come back here. The Sky Patrol Demon Lord reached out his hand and wanted to grab back the blue essence that had dispersed from his body. The source essence represented a person's potential. Now that the potential was being absorbed, how could he not be anxious? It was a pity that everything was in vain. Chapter 891. It was fortunate that the blue giant dragon didn't go overboard and only absorbed a small portion of everyone's origin essence. The origin essence would then enter the bodies of the East Unicorn continent's prodigies on the Heaven Dipper stone pillars. The origin essence at the saint's level was extremely terrifying and visible to the naked eye. The East Unicorn continent's prodigies started to break through. Those at the primary sea realm quickly broke through to the peak level of primary sea realm. Those at the law phase realm also increased by several levels in a short period of time. Of course, breaking through was just one of the benefits. There were plenty of benefits that could only be experienced in the future. With these origin essences, these 107 individuals will at least reach the saint's level in the future. Li Fuchen was deeply moved by the wonders of fate. The East Unicorn continent was originally an unremarkable low-class continent. Who would have expected for it to have such a fated encounter today? When Li Fuchen sensed the source essence seeping into his body, he wasn't too happy. As compared to his own source essence, this source essence wasn't even considered a drop in the ocean. It was negligible. Instead, he was rather moved by the other mystical energy that the blue giant dragon returned. Originally, his bone frame only had the tendency to transform into the sword Dao bone frame. Right now, it had transformed. As the 9-star bone frame transformed into the 9-star sword Dao bone frame, a boundless sword Dao power was emitted from Li Fuchen's body. Even the Jade Star Sacred Lords and the others could feel the pressure that was hard to ignore. Bastard, this must be his scheme. The Sky Patrolling Monster Lord was extremely enraged. How could he not see the changes in Li Fuchen's body? In his opinion, Li Fuchen must know some secrets of the East Unicorn continent and was intentionally scheming against them. After hearing the statement, all the demonic beast overlords were infuriated and wished they could tear Li Fuchen into pieces. Even the human saints revealed expressions of suspicion. Potential was too important to them. Let alone a small portion, even a trace was enough to make them feel extreme heartache. After reaching the saints' realm, it was extremely difficult to advance each level. Right now, a small portion of potential was gone and it wasn't just extremely difficult, it was extremely difficult. He shouldn't know. The Jade Star Sacred Lord took a deep breath and said with a gloomy tone. The Jade Star Sacred Lord nodded and didn't say anything. The blue giant dragon finally dispersed and turned into a blue rain of light that fell into the bodies of Li Fuchen and the other 108 individuals. So comfortable. Even Li Fuchen felt unprecedentedly refreshed at this moment. Rumble. Right at this moment, the stone door in the void opened and leaked with a resplendent radiance and an ancient chi presence. This is the primordial chi presence. This is the primordial chi presence. The Great Desolation aura only existed in the Great Desolation era. It could make it easier for people to come in contact with the heavenly way and comprehend the heavenly way. If one cultivated in a place filled with Great Desolation aura, their progress would be hundreds of times faster than cultivating in a high-ranked continent. The Sky Patrolling Monster Lord was surprised that the East Unicorn continent had such a place. There must be some great desolate treasures inside. I'll be going first. That the primordial chi presence. Seeing this, the rest of the great sages and demon sages couldn't hold themselves back anymore. They all flew through the stone door. Yen lured out the spirit heaven, Yen and stone pillar. At this moment, Yen Qinggu, who was sitting on the heaven dipper stone pillar, was undergoing her tribulation. Heaven tribulation dragon. The T and the God realm, Yen essence, star dragon heaven sect at sea, heaven that sect. As for the heavenly tribulation, it should be nothing to Yen Qinggu. Perhaps it was because of the special circumstances, Yen Qinggu's tribulation might have caused a huge commotion, but the time she spent was extremely short. In less than an hour, Yen Qinggu had officially stepped into the first level of Unity Realm. Congratulations. Rain and the other prodigies from the same batch as her all congratulated. At the same time, everyone was filled with fighting spirit. In their batch, Li Fuchen and Yen Qinggu were already saints and they mustn't fall too far behind. Let's go. Let's go in too. Li Fuchen said to Yen Qinggu. Alright. Yen Qinggu nodded and followed Li Fuchen into the stone door. The Great Desolate Era aura continued to leak out. On the heavenly dipper stone pillars, everyone sat down cross-legged and started cultivating, trying to absorb as much Great Desolate Era aura as possible. Behind the stone door was a desolate world. The ground here was brown, and the sky was blazing bright. The huge sun emitted endless light and heat, and from time to time, strong winds, lightning, and torrential snowstorms would strike. In one sentence, this world wasn't suitable for humans to survive. Even primary sea realm monarchs wouldn't be able to survive for a long time, let alone ordinary people. Roar! The environment might be vile, but this world still had life. Not far away, a giant earth dragon was charging over. It might be called a earth dragon, but it was actually very different from the modern earth dragons. This earth dragon was more primitive, more valiant, and closer to a demonic beast. It was reckoned that this was a great desolate earth dragon that lived during the desolate era. Let me try. Yan Qinggu drew her extreme Dao artifact saber and slashed at the great desolate earth dragon. Clang clang. The great desolate earth dragon's strength was obviously at the demonic beast overlord's level. Furthermore, it was stronger than regular low-tier demonic beast overlords. When Yan Qingwu's saber slash landed on its body, it was only able to break some of the scales. Clang clang clang, Yan Qingwu had the intention to test her strength and had a frenzied battle with the great desolate earth dragon. After 100 moves, Yan Qingwu had no choice but to retreat. The great desolate earth dragon's defense was too tough and she couldn't even injure it, let alone kill it. After repelling Yan Qingwu, the great desolate earth dragon opened its giant mouth and bit at the duo. PFFF. A sword light flashed by and turned the great desolate earth dragon into ashes. This is... A yellow bead fell from the ashes and was sucked over by Li Fuchen. This yellow bead contained a concentrated desolate chi presence and was extremely sturdy. Li Fuchen's previous slash might have been a casual slash, but it wasn't something that regular materials could withstand. This bead was actually unscathed. Li Fuchen was certain that this bead wasn't a demonic beast core. It was probably related to the existence of this world. After tossing the bead to Yan Qingwu, Li Fuchen said, "This bead is useless to me, but it can help you increase your cultivation level faster." Li Fuchen's current cultivation level was too high. The bead might contain a concentrated desolate chi presence, but to be honest, a single bead's desolate chi presence wasn't of much help to him. If this great desolate earth dragon's strength could reach the level of a P-class demonic beast overlord, the bead in its body might be of great use to him. The great desolate world was massive. After half a day, the duo had killed a total of 7 great desolate beasts and obtained 7 great desolate beads. Among the 7 great desolate beasts, the strongest one was only a high-level demonic beast overlord. They couldn't even withstand a regular sword slash from Li Fuchen. Bang! There was a horrific chi wave that caused the ground to collapse. In the sky, violent winds and lightning swept across. At the center of the chi wave was an earthen yellow crystal that was the size of a basin. The concentrated desolate chi presence was emitting from the earthen yellow crystal. It was obvious that this was a great desolate unique artifact. Chapter 892. Heaven Mending Lord, you aren't my opponent. Why aren't you leaving? The Sky Serpent Demon Lord shouted. Sky Serpent Demon Lord, you can't eat this desolate earth essence crystal alone. If it was anything else, Sacred Lord Heaven Mending wouldn't fight for it. However, he had to obtain the desolate earth origin crystal. One had to know that the desolate earth origin crystal was many times more precious than a supreme rank earth origin crystal. Courting death. The Sky Snake Demon Lord sent the Heaven Mending Saint flying with a single move. Just as he was about to continue attacking, he suddenly saw Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu flying over. You too, I want this desolate earth yuan crystal. Li Fuchen said indifferently. Sword Master, you and I are both humans. This isn't too good, right? Sacred Lord Heaven Mending frowned and said unhappily. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen had saved his life. If Li Fuchen wanted to leave, the Sky Snake Demon Lord wouldn't be able to stop him. Li Fuchen said, an ownerless item shall be obtained by the Fated One. Why must the Heaven Mending Saint Lord force it? Heaven Mending Master's eyes flickered several times. He took a deep breath and slowly said, fine, I'll give you this face. With the covetous eyes of the Sky Snake Demon Lord and Li Fuchen, it was impossible for him to obtain the Primal Earth Crystal. He might as well take a step back and observe the situation before making a decision. If the Sky Snake Demonic Lord fought with Li Fuchen and both of them were severely injured, the Sky Snake Demonic Lord might be able to take advantage. Sword Master, do you think I'm afraid of you? It was absolutely impossible for the Heavenly Serpent Demon Lord to give up the Desolate Earth Essence Crystal. His strength was only slightly inferior to Li Fuchen. In order to obtain the Desolate Earth Essence Crystal, he was willing to risk it. Stubborn fool. Li Fuchen sneered and executed the Sword Sea Horizon. The Silver Sea of Swords instantly engulfed the Sky Snake Demon Lord, not giving him a chance to react. Within the Sea of Swords, the Sky Serpent Demon Lord was horrified. His body was gradually being destroyed, and it was difficult to reverse. No! The Sky Serpent Demon Lord let out a furious roar as he watched his body disintegrate, leaving behind only his demon spirit. Unfortunately, everything was futile. Under the ravaging of the Sea of Swords, his demon spirit was also destroyed. He couldn't be any more dead. He killed the Sky Snake Demon Lord with one strike. Sacred Lord Heaven Mending sucked in a cold breath. The Sky Serpent Demonic Lord was a P-class Demonic Lord. If Li Fuchen was able to kill the Sky Serpent Demonic Lord in a single sword, didn't it mean that Li Fuchen's strength was already at the level of a Jade Star Sacred Lord? Furthermore, Jade Star Sacred Lords were P-class Sacred Lords. How could he know that Li Fuchen's current strength was already incomparable to the past? Right now, his bone frame had already transformed into the 9-star Sword Dao bone frame and his Sword Dao attack power had increased tremendously. Furthermore, his sword technique was many times stronger than when he fought the Sky Serpent Demon Lord. Furthermore, he had yet to execute the 10,000 returning swords or the Heaven's Path Divine Movement sword art. Otherwise, the might of his attack would have been even greater. Let's go. The Heaven-Mending Sacred Master was afraid that Li Fuchen would get excited and kill him too, therefore, he quickly escaped. Compared to you, most of us are just ordinary people, not even ordinary geniuses. Yan Qinggu might know that Li Fuchen was formidable, but she didn't expect Li Fuchen's ability to be this formidable. Li Fuchen said, "You have to look further. It isn't a big deal to be invincible in the deep blue plane. In the vast universe, there are plenty of people that are stronger than me." From what he knew, there were many levels of Heaven Monarchs. There were regular Heaven Monarchs, City Lord class Heaven Monarchs, and Star Field class Heaven Monarchs. If it was someone else, they might be complacent about their current achievement. But Li Fuchen wouldn't. His vision was much greater than ordinary people. He didn't think that the Golden Amulet only had expectations of him as a Heaven Monarch or half-god. Perhaps, only the God realm was the Golden Amulet's expectations. When standing at a different height, the angle of view will be different too. Yan Qinggu understood Li Fuchen's mentality, but with her current strength, she still couldn't understand it. After letting out a breath, Yan Qinggu's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. If she wanted to accompany Li Fuchen for a long time, she would need to reach the level of a P-class saint. Only by becoming a P-class saint would she be able to live for a long time. Speaking of which, her relationship with Li Fuchen was rather mystical. The two of them could feel each other's intentions, but they were subtly maintaining this stage. If there wasn't any push, the two of them would probably need a long time before they could become Dao companions. But the two of them weren't in a hurry. At their level, they were most concerned about the enjoyment of the spiritual level and not the so-called status. The Desolate Earth Crystal might also be an Earth Crystal, but its attribute was close to Primal Chaos. It was just like how Daos had different grades. A regular Earth Sword Dao would at most be a second-rate Sword Dao, but the Unbounded Sword Dao and Primary Extreme Sword Dao were Supreme Sword Daos. There was an irrecoverable gap between them. But if it was the Chaos Earth Sword Dao, it would be at the Supreme Sword Dao level. In short, anything that was stained with a trace of the Primal Chaos attribute would be reborn. The Desolate Earth Crystal wasn't considered a Chaos Earth Crystal, but it was still incredible. After keeping the Desolate Earth Crystal, Li Fuchen and Yan Qinggu continued to explore this desolate world. With the strength of a peak-level Saint Lord, Li Fuchen was invincible in the desolate world. After a few days, Li Fuchen obtained a total of over 30 desolate pearls and 2 desolate rare treasures. Apart from the desolate earth crystal, the other desolate rare treasure was a sapling that was emitting boundless vitality. Li Fuchen suspected that this sapling might be the legendary Tree of Life. It was said that the Tree of Life couldn't just nurture life, it could also revive life. Of course, it was just a sapling right now and it was still unknown if it was the Tree of Life. Furthermore, even if it was the Tree of Life, nurturing it to maturity would probably be a massive project. Without the strength of a heaven monarch, it was impossible to nurture it. The desolate demonic beasts are getting stronger. Li Fuchen didn't know if these were demonic beasts. Real demonic beasts would be able to awaken their innate abilities when they reached a certain level. As for the desolate demonic beasts, they would only be able to simply attack. However, the desolate demonic beasts had tough defenses. A peak-level demonic beast would be able to block a regular sword from Li Fuchen. If it was a demonic lord-level desolate demonic beast, Li Fuchen wouldn't even be able to kill it in a single sword. He would need over a dozen sword slashes to kill it completely. However, Li Fuchen could see that these desolate demonic beasts weren't truly dead. They had returned to the desolate world and after a short period of time, they would be reborn. As for the reborn desolate demonic beasts, it was unknown if they were as powerful as when they were alive. In a certain place in the desolate world, there was a majestic grand hall. This majestic grand hall was just like the palace of a heavenly god. Outside the entrance of the grand hall, there were 2 statues of desolate demonic beasts. They looked like lions and also like rhinoceroses. They had a pair of wings that covered the sky. On the plaza of the Grand Hall, 3 demonic lords and 2 sacred lords were gathered together. The 3 demonic lords were the Sky Patrol demonic lord, the Black Rock demonic lord, and an unknown demonic lord. Chapter 893. Jade Star Sacred Lord, what a coincidence. The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord looked at the Jade Star Sacred Lord and licked his lips. It is indeed a coincidence. I hope you won't get in my way. The Jade Star Sacred Lord said faintly. Don't worry, I won't get in your way. I might even cooperate with you. The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord's eyes flashed with ferocity. You too, these 2 primeval beasts are not easy to deal with. Let's deal with them first. Zhu Sanqiu stared at the primeval beast statues with sharp eyes. At most, they are demon lord-level primeval beasts. What's there to be afraid of? I'll go first. The unknown demon lord raised his right hand high, and a huge ink-blue beast claw appeared, slapping at one of the primeval beast statues. Roar! The primeval beast statue's stone skin exploded, and its eyes widened. 2 beams of light shot out, tearing apart the ink-blue beast claw and slashing at the unknown demon lord. The unknown demon lord was startled and hurriedly punched at the light. Bang! The air wave exploded, and the unknown demon lord was sent flying. So powerful. He was a little shocked. Although it was just a probing attack and he did not go all out, he was still a top-notch demon lord. Even a probing attack was not something an ordinary demon lord could resist. The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord said, Blue Crocodile Demon Lord, don't be careless. The eyes of these primeval beasts are a little special. The power of the 2 beams of light just now was almost at the level of a peak-level demon lord. Even he might not be able to gain the upper hand, let alone the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord. Bang! The other primeval beast statue's stone skin exploded when it sensed something strange. Its eyes widened, and 2 beams of light shot at Zhu Sanqiu, who was the closest to it. Humph! Zhu Sanqiu snorted and blocked the light with his crimson battle axe. Star-shattering fist. A fist force with starlight dots hit the primeval beast's head from a distance. It was none other than the Jade Star Sacred Lord. What a powerful defense. The Jade Star Sacred Lord looked serious. His full-strength punch only shook the primeval beast's head a little. Perhaps even an ordinary heavenly lord could not compare to such a defense. Boom! Boom! In the square, the battle instantly became white-hot. The sky-patrolling demon lord and the other two demon lords would deal with the primordial ferocious beast on the right, while Jade Star Sacred Lord and Zhu Sanqiu would deal with the primordial ferocious beast on the left. Everyone minded their own business. In reality, the desolate beasts weren't very strong. They were around the level of a high-level Yao Lord or a high-level Sacred Lord, but the light that shot out of their eyes was around the level of a peak Yao Lord or a peak Sacred Lord. As long as one was careful and didn't get hit, they would be fine. However, the primordial dire beast's defense was too strong. Even a Jade Star Sacred Lord, the sky-patrolling demon lord, could not do anything to it. They knew in their hearts that if they wanted to eliminate these two prehistoric ferocious beasts, they could only slowly grind them down. In front of a rugged palace that was several times smaller, Li Fuqian was also in a great battle with a desolate beast. This desolate beast's strength was roughly at the low-class demonic lord level, but its defense was extremely tough. Without relying on the joint heaven sword, Li Fuqian's all-out slash was only able to leave a shallow sword mark on the beast's body. Myriad swords returned to origin. The joint heaven sword was unsheathed and turned into a single sword. Li Fuqian's sword pierced through the prehistoric beast's chest. Of course, this injury wasn't enough to make the beast lose its combat strength. Heaven Dao Divine Movement Sword. In the void, there was a faint sword mark that drew across. PFFF. On the prehistoric beast's body, there were sword marks that were so deep that the bones could be seen. The deepest sword mark had severed over a dozen of the beast's bones. The Heaven Dao Divine Movement Sword could be said to be the perfect combination of power and speed. Even the myriad swords returned to origin was far inferior. 2 hours later, Li Fuqian forcefully exhausted the prehistoric beast and obtained a demonic lord-class primordial pearl. Creak. After pushing open the palace doors, Li Fuqian and Yan Qinggu walked in. A few days later, crackle. The scarlet battle axe cleaved and Zhu Sanqiu's axe cleaved apart the prehistoric beast. No wonder it is a supreme weapon. The Jade Star Sacred Lord was apprehensive. Zhu Sanqiu's strength was still inferior to the Jade Star Sacred Lord, but Zhu Sanqiu's Fire God axe was extremely powerful and could ignore defenses to a certain degree. Heaven Fire Sacred Lord, I wonder if you can help me. The price is negotiable. On the other side, the sky-patrolling demon lord was anxious. They didn't have a supreme weapon and wouldn't be able to eliminate the prehistoric beast within a few days. Zhu Sanqiu's lips moved slightly. All right. The sky-patrolling demon lord gritted his teeth. With the help of the Heaven Fire Sacred Lord, the prehistoric beast that was riddled with injuries was finally killed 2 days later. Jade Star Sacred Lord, I have kept you waiting. The sky-patrolling demon lord grinned at the Jade Star Sacred Lord who was outside the palace doors. There were 2 prehistoric beasts outside the palace doors and if they weren't eliminated, the doors wouldn't be opened. Therefore, the Jade Star Sacred Lord waited for them for 2 days. The Jade Star Sacred Lord didn't reply and walked forward to push open the palace doors. Swish! An intense radiance burst out. The radiance was too dazzling and even the Jade Star Sacred Lord couldn't help but close her eyes. Inside the palace, there were 3 light sources. The left was a black light source, the middle was a red light source, and the right was a purple light source. It was obvious that these 3 light sources were 3 prehistoric rare treasures. Each of them was enough to make sacred lords go crazy and heaven monarchs be tempted. At the back, the sky-patrolling demon lord and Zhu Sanqiu had also seen the situation inside the palace. Their eyes were filled with excitement and malevolence. Skyfire Sacred Lord, what are you doing? The instant the door opened, the Jade Star Sacred Lord suddenly turned around and blasted a fist at the void. Boom! A scarlet axe shadow cleaved on the fist light and both of them exploded. Who else could it be if it wasn't Zhu Sanqiu who launched the sneak attack? Jade Star Sacred Lord, you are too close to Li Fuqian. You should know that my Zhu clan has a blood feud with Li Fuqian. Zhu Sanqiu's tone was calm but his murderous intent was blazing. Jade Star Sacred Lord, you shall die today. The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord and the other 2 Demon Lords had made their moves too. Their first move was a kill move that enveloped the Jade Star Sacred Lord. The Jade Star Sacred Lord was extremely enraged. He did have his guard up against Zhu Sanqiu. However, he didn't expect that Zhu Sanqiu would actually work together with the demonic beasts to deal with him. Sky Fire Sacred Lord, you will regret this. The Jade Star Sacred Lord was a peak-level Sacred Lord after all. He was able to fight evenly with 4 of them. Regret? The corner of Zhu Sanqiu's mouth curled up. I, Zhu Sanqiu, have never regretted when I roamed the universe. After 100 moves, the Jade Star Divine Lord was still at a disadvantage against the combined attacks of his opponents. After all, in terms of strength, the Sky Patrolling Demon Lord and Zhu Sanqiu were only slightly weaker than him. With the 2 of them restraining him, it was hard for him to make an effective counterattack. Devour Heaven. The Blue Crocodile Demon Lord seized the opportunity and activated his innate ability. The giant crocodile shadow swallowed the Jade Star Sacred Lord. The Jade Star Sacred Lord might have torn the giant crocodile shadow immediately, but his body had also suffered injuries. Immediately after, the Black Rock Demon Lord had also left a few claw marks on the Jade Star Sacred Lord's body. Jade Star Sacred Lord, you don't have a chance anymore. The fire god axe in Zhu Sanqiu's hand burst out with horrific flames. The flames felt as though they were eternal and gave off a fatal sense of danger. PFFF. The fire god axe ignored time and space and cleaved on the Jade Star Sacred Lord's shoulder, nearly splitting him into 2. Roar. Chapter 894. Shatter. The Jade Star Sacred Lord chopped off the giant wolf's head with his hand. He opened his mouth and sent Zhu Sanqiu flying. As for the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord and the Black Rock Demon Lord, they were sent flying as well. As a peak Sacred Lord, the Jade Star Sacred Lord had seen all sorts of situations. He had even encountered situations more dangerous than today. To be honest, the only thing he was afraid of was Zhu Sanqiu's fire god axe. After all, the fire god axe was a supreme weapon that could ignore all defenses and energy shields to a certain extent. Sky Fire Sacred Lord, you will regret your decision today. The Jade Star Sacred Lord's figure flashed and he left the battlefield. Zhu Sanqiu's expression was a little ugly. He had underestimated the Jade Star Sacred Lord's strength and the Peak Sacred Lord's style. Jade Star Sacred Lord, Sky Fire Sacred Lord underestimated you, but I didn't. Undying Seal. The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord sent out a force and froze the Jade Star Sacred Lord. Die. This was a rare opportunity. Zhu Sanqiu leaped high, held the fire god axe with both hands, and swung it down. Crack. The true chi layer was split open, and the muscles and bones of the Jade Star Sacred Lord were split open. The axe consumed at least 20% of the Jade Star Sacred Lord's life force. Zhu Sanqiu wanted to chop a second time. You're courting death. The Jade Star Sacred Lord broke through the seal and punched Zhu Sanqiu's chest, causing him to vomit blood and fly backward. His chest caved in. The next moment, starlight flashed and expanded before suddenly shrinking. The Jade Star Sacred Lord disappeared without a trace. Impressive. You broke through my undying seal in an instant. The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord's expression was solemn. He admitted that he had underestimated the Jade Star Sacred Lord. If it was a one-on-one fight, he was only confident that he would not die. He had no confidence in defeating the Jade Star Sacred Lord. Zhu Sanqiu looked down at his chest with a gloomy look in his eyes. To be honest, he was slightly regretful now. He originally thought that even if he couldn't kill the Jade Star Sacred Lord, he would at least be able to severely injure the Jade Star Sacred Lord's origin if he teamed up with the Sky Patrolling Demon Lord and the other 2 Demon Lords. He didn't expect the Jade Star Sacred Lord to be so strong and still be able to leave safely despite the 4 of them teaming up. Sky Fire Sacred Lord, don't worry. Although the Jade Star Sacred Lord is powerful, he can't do anything to the Zhu family. The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord said. I know. Zhu Sanqiu exhaled, his eyes regaining their calm. His greatest reliance was naturally the heritage of the Zhu family. With the heritage left by the half-god ancestor, even a Lord of Heaven might not be able to do anything to the Zhu family, let alone a sacred lord. After entering the palace, the four of them saw the three great Desolate Era unique treasures. The three ancient treasures were a black Rui scepter, a red dragon horn, and a purple eyeball. The breathing of the four of them quickened. The black Rui was at least a top-tier extreme-grade secret treasure, and the red dragon horn was most likely a heavenly fiend-level dragon horn. As for the purple eyeball, although he could not tell what it was, judging from the aura it emitted, it was obviously not an ordinary item. Gulp. Blue Crocodile Demon Lord swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with uncontrollable greed and struggle. He dreamed of obtaining a supreme-grade super first-rate extreme path secret treasure. It should be known that a supreme-grade super first-rate extreme path secret treasure was enough to allow an ordinary demon lord to instantly possess the strength of a peak demon lord. As a peak demon lord, if he had a supreme-grade super first-rate extreme path secret treasure, he would be confident of fighting a Jade Star Sacred Lord. As for the Heavenly Fiend Horn, it was even more impressive. A heavenly fiend was so powerful that just a trace of its power was enough to kill a demon lord. This Sky Fae's horn definitely contained some Sky Fae power. With it, not only could one comprehend the Sky Fae realm, but it could also be used as a weapon. Even if the power of the Sky Fae's horn couldn't compare to a supreme weapon, it shouldn't be far from it. He did not know what the purple eyeball was, but he would not believe that it was useless if it was placed together with the previous two great Desolate Era treasures. The key problem now was that there were only 3 great Desolate Era treasures, but there were 4 of them. How should they split them? The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord would definitely get one. Skyfire Sacred Lord Zhu Sanqiu was stronger than them, so he would also get one. Should he split the last one with the Black Crocodile Demon Lord? Would the Sky Patrolling Demon Lord be willing to get only one great Desolate Era treasure? Zhu Sanqiu was a human, so why should he get one? Why couldn't he, the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord, have one for himself? Instantly, countless thoughts surged in his mind, causing the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord's expression to change. Zhu Sanqiu's expression also changed. He silently distanced himself from the patrolling monstrous lord and the other 2 monstrous lords. Treasures were tempting, and at this moment, his first priority was to ensure his own safety. I want the red dragon horn and purple eyeball. However, I will not mistreat you. I will personally give you 50,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. 50,000 supreme-grade spirit stones was nothing to the Sky Patrolling Demon Lord. Then the Black Rui Scepter belongs to me. Zhu Sanqiu said. Hearing that, the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord sneered, why should it belong to you? Because I am stronger than you. Zhu Sanqiu's tone was unyielding. Then let's try. The Blue Crocodile Demon Lord was not afraid of Zhu Sanqiu. First, the Sky Patrolling Demon Lord would not help Zhu Sanqiu to deal with them. Second, if he and the Black Crocodile Demon Lord joined forces, they might not be weaker than the other party. Third, the Sky Patrolling Demon Lord might even help them. To avoid harming our relationship, I will keep these 3 great Desolate Era treasures. A sword beam suddenly rushed into the palace. Hua! The red dragon horn was swept up by the sword beam and disappeared. Immediately after, the Black Rui Scepter vanished too. Bastard, go to hell! The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord was enraged. His entire body was emitting demonic chi and spirit light. A horrific giant wolf image squeezed out and bit at the sword beam. Sky Patrolling Demon Lord, we meet again. The sword beam shook and a silver sword sea surged out to clash with the giant wolf image. Bang boom! The giant wolf image was like an indestructible mountain that stood in the sword sea and allowed the sword wave to attack it. However, it was impossible for it to advance quickly and could only stagger forward. How is this possible? When did he become so powerful? The sky patrolling demon lord was dumbfounded. A few days ago, Li Fuchen was far from being a match for him. Why was his sword power so powerful now? No wonder he is the sky patrolling demon lord. Who else could it be other than Li Fuchen? From afar, he had already used his spirit soul power to sense the situation in the palace. Of course, he didn't see the Jade Star Saint Lord and didn't know what happened earlier. Li Fuchen's eyes were sharp. If it was anyone else, they would have been instantly engulfed by the Sword Sea and wouldn't even have the chance to face the Sword Sea. Only existences like the Sky Patrolling Demon Lord could suppress the Sword Sea horizon. Sword Master Li Fuchen. The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord wasn't the only one who was stunned. Zhu Sanqiu, the Black Rock Demon Lord, and the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord were also stunned. Especially Zhu Sanqiu and the Black Rock Demon Lord, they looked as though they had seen a ghost and were filled with shock. I must eliminate him here. Zhu Sanqiu's body was shivering. Li Fuchen was too dangerous and he was countless times more dangerous than he imagined. Li Fuchen was even more dangerous than the Jade Star Saint Lord. No matter how powerful the Jade Star Saint Lord was, their strength was already fixed and they might not be able to improve much in tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Li Fuchen was different as his improvement speed was simply unbelievable. Zhu Sanqiu had roamed the universe for many years and had never seen a prodigy like Li Fuchen who was constantly improving. If Li Fuchen was allowed to continue improving, wouldn't he be able to uproot the Zhu clan? This wasn't what Zhu Sanqiu wanted to see. Chapter 895. Whoosh! An eternal flame spewed out of the fire god axe and enveloped Zhu Sanqiu. Zhu Sanqiu leapt high into the air and swung his axe towards the sea of silver swords. In the process of confronting the giant wolf shadow, the sword sea, which was already at a disadvantage, was immediately split into two by the scarlet axe shadow. Devouring heaven. Black dragon breath. Seizing the opportunity, the Blue Crocodile Demonic Lord and the Black Rock Demonic Lord launched their attacks and planned to kill Li Fuchen on the spot. Good timing, Heavenly Path Godly Sword. Faint sword marks covered the interior of the palace. Bang! The once insufferably arrogant Black Rock Demon Lord's body suddenly froze. His body was covered with sword scars of various sizes. In the next moment, the body of the Black Rock Demon Lord exploded like a speck of dust. The Blue Crocodile Demon Lord followed closely behind. Although the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord was a level stronger than the Black Rock Demon Lord, in terms of physical defense, the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord and the Black Rock Demon Lord were on par. The moment the Black Rock Demon Lord died, the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord also died. However, this sword could only kill the Black Rock Demon Lord and the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord. It was unrealistic for it to kill Zhu Sanqiu and the Patrolling Sky Demon Lord. Zhu Sanqiu's body was protected by a layer of flames from the fire god axe. After the sword mark broke through the flames, its power was greatly reduced. Soon after, it encountered a layer of red light. Within this red light, the shadow of a scarlet dragon roared and shook off the sword mark. As for the Patrolling Sky Demon Lord, although his body was also covered in sword scars, he was different from the Black Rock Demon Lord and the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord. The sword scars did not do anything to the Patrolling Sky Demon Lord. The Patrolling Sky Demon Lord's powerful body was blocking the sword chi from the sword scars, preventing it from affecting his body. After executing the sword move, Li Fuchen headed straight for the third desolate treasure, that purple eyeball. Undying Seal. The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord was shocked and enraged. He executed a power to stop Li Fuchen. Whoosh! The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord was the first to retrieve the purple eyeball. What a pity! Breaking through the seal, Li Fuchen revealed a look of regret. He had a premonition that the purple eyeball was even more precious than the Black Rui Scepter, second only to the Red Dragon Horn. Die! Zhu Sanqiu turned into a giant fireball and blasted at Li Fuchen. Myriad swords returned to origin. Transforming 10,000 swords into one sword, Li Fuqian cleaved the fireball away. Damn it! Zhu Sanqiu's expression was rather ugly. If he hadn't activated the fire god's shield, a high-rank super-grade secret treasure, he would definitely have been injured by this sword strike. Undying Deity Fist. The Undead Legion was a terrifying force that ran amok in the universe. They had 3 ultimate techniques, the Undead Seal, the Undead Fist, and the Undead Demon Body. These 3 ultimate skills all required the power of immortality to activate. With a surging chi presence, the Sky Patrol Demon Lord blasted a fist at Li Fuqian. What a domineering punch! This fist contained limitless power. Li Fuqian felt as tiny as an ant. Boom! Li Fuqian's entire body was blasted backwards, and there was a crackling sound coming from his body. He should be heavily injured. The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord's eyes turned sharp. The Undead Army's 3 ultimate techniques consumed a lot of undead energy. He wouldn't use them unless he had no other choice. Previously, to deal with the Jade Star Sacred Lord, the Sky Patrol Demon Lord had used the Undying Deity Fist. But the Jade Star Sacred Lord was a peak-level Sacred Lord after all. The Undying Deity Fist could only injure the Jade Star Sacred Lord and couldn't kill him. The Sky Patrol Demon Lord was planning to wait for the Jade Star Sacred Lord to struggle before using the Undying Deity Fist again. He didn't expect for the Jade Star Sacred Lord to have such incredible escape methods and forcefully escape. Right now, Li Fuqian's strength was already superior to the Jade Star Sacred Lord. The Sky Patrol Demon Lord couldn't be bothered anymore and immediately activated the Undead Seal and Undying Deity Fist to kill Li Fuqian. Bang! After crashing into the palace wall, Li Fuqian felt his chi blood boiling and couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Just a mouthful of blood? After seeing Li Fuqian's intact body, the Sky Patrol Demon Lord was rather astonished. His fist was extremely powerful, but it only made Li Fuqian vomit a mouthful of blood? In normal situations, a peak-level Sacred Lord's source would be injured by this fist. Otherwise, the Undead Legion's 3 ultimate skills would be child's play. How could the Sky Patrol Demon Lord know that Li Fuqian's star immortal body contained the Undying attribute? It was similar to his Undying attribute. It was definitely a pipe dream to defeat Li Fuqian with the Undying Deity Fist. Li Fuqian's only apprehension would probably be Zhu Sanqiu's Fire God Axe. It was a pity that Li Fuqian wouldn't give the Sky Patrol Demon Lord a chance to land a direct hit on him. Farewell, the 2 of you. Knowing that he couldn't kill the duo, Li Fuqian turned into a sword light and instantly rushed out of the palace. By the time the Sky Patrol Demon Lord and Zhu Sanqiu chased after him, Li Fuqian was already nowhere to be seen. Bang! Zhu Sanqiu's fist blasted on the stone pillar inside the palace while he had an extremely unpleasant expression. This child must have obtained a great fated encounter in the East Unicorn continent, otherwise, his strength wouldn't have improved so quickly. The Sky Patrol Demon Lord was extremely regretful. If he knew this would happen, he would have risked getting injured to eliminate Li Fuqian. When the sword light landed, Li Fuqian and Yan Qingwu's figures appeared. This Black Rui is a peak grade, first-rate extreme Dao Cardinal artifact. It is useless to me, take it. A peak grade, first-rate extreme Dao Cardinal artifact's power was only at the level of a peak-level saint. It wouldn't be very useful in Li Fuqian's hands, but in Yan Qingwu's hands, it would increase her strength by 1,000 times. Are you trying to turn me into a worm? Yan Qingwu blinked her eyes. Her true strength was only at the mid-level saint. With the dark purple armor that Li Fuqian gifted to her, it was enough to block a few attacks from a peak-level saint. If she complemented it with the peak grade, first-rate extreme Dao Cardinal artifact, she would probably have the combat strength of a saint. Be it the deep blue plain or the horizontal river star region, the following years might not be peaceful. An additional trump card means an additional chance of survival. As Li Fuqian's strength increased, he could obviously feel a faint danger enveloping the entire horizontal river star region and even the entire universe. Alright then. Yan Qinggu was still very far away from Li Fuchen's level. Since Li Fuchen said that the entire horizontal river star region wouldn't be peaceful, then it was definitely a war between the Saint Lords or even Heaven Monarchs. Her strength was indeed insufficient. The Great Desolation World was definitely a land of fated opportunities for all the saints in the deep blue plain. Saints with great strength and fated opportunities would more or less obtain a Great Desolation treasure. Those with ordinary fated opportunities would also obtain some Great Desolation pearls. The regular Great Desolation pearls might not be useful to Li Fuchen, but to regular saints, the Great Desolation pearls would definitely save them countless years of hard work. It was more important than anything else. On this day, there was a repulsive force that assaulted everyone in the Great Desolation World. On Empty Star Fate, the stone door was closed and hidden in the void. Even with Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness, he couldn't see where the stone door was. Only by releasing his spirit soul power would he be able to see the stone door from the depths of the void. Sword Master, I have a presumptuous request. I don't know if I should say it. The Jade Flower Sacred Lord's voice was transmitted into Li Fuchen's ears. Jade Flower Sacred Lord, please speak. Li Fuchen nodded. Sword Master, the Jade Flower Sacred Lord has plenty of disciples. All of them are purine bone frames. I see that your friend, Zhao Mingyue, is also a purine bone frame. I wonder if she can follow me. Zhao Mingyue. Li Fuchen was rather astonished as he didn't expect for the Jade Flower Sacred Lord to fancy Zhao Mingyue. To be honest, Li Fuchen hoped that Zhao Mingyue would follow the Jade Flower Sacred Lord. Li Fuchen could only help Zhao Mingyue with a large amount of resources, but the Jade Flower Sacred Lord could help Zhao Mingyue a lot more. With Zhao Mingyue's innate bone frame, it should be easy for her to reach the Saint Realm if she followed the Jade Flower Sacred Lord. Jade Flower Sacred Lord, I cannot make the decision. Let me help you ask. While speaking, Li Fuchen transmitted a message to Zhao Mingyue. Li Fuchen, I am willing. Zhao Mingyue didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. She believed that Li Fuchen must have considered everything for her and that there shouldn't be any danger if she followed the Jade Flower Sacred Lord. Secondly, she wasn't satisfied with her cultivation realm. She was a woman with dreams. In the past, it was fine if she didn't come into contact with a higher-level world. Now that she had come into contact with it, she wouldn't be able to feign ignorance. Of course, she had already given up and felt that she and Li Fuchen weren't from the same world. Chapter 896. The chaotic world might be a land of fated opportunities, but the mortality rate was still extremely high. Plenty of human saints and demonic beast overlords had perished. He did not see that even a Jade Star Sacred Lord was injured. Especially the demonic beasts, even 3 of their demonic beast lords had perished. It was extremely shocking. When they found out that the 3 demonic beast lords were killed by Li Fuchen, it was imaginable how shocked they were. Sword Master, did you kill the Blue Crocodile Demonic Lord and the Black Rock Demonic Lord? The Jade Star Sacred Lord was still in disbelief. Even with his capability, he wasn't able to kill the Blue Crocodile Demonic Lord and the Black Rock Demonic Lord, but Li Fuchen did it. Didn't it mean that Li Fuchen's strength was superior to him? But when he first arrived at the East Unicorn continent, Li Fuchen's strength was obviously inferior to his and he didn't understand. Li Fuchen nodded in response. Seeing that Li Fuchen admitted it, the Jade Star Sacred Lord had a serious expression and said with admiration, I, the Jade Star Sacred Lord, rarely admire people. Sword Master is one of them. It didn't matter what kind of fated encounter Li Fuchen obtained, it was enough to prove Li Fuchen's potential to improve so much in such a short period of time. The demonic beasts had lost 3 demonic beast lords and plenty of demonic beast overlords. Their overall strength was much weaker than the humans. All of them had left in a hurry as they were afraid the humans would massacre them. As Zhu Sanqiu had dealt with the Jade Star Sacred Lord, he had also left with the demonic beasts. He wasn't afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight, but he didn't have the courage to fight against multiple enemies. On the human side, no one made a move. This was the East Unicorn continent. Once a war broke out, the price would be too great. Furthermore, they hadn't reached the point of falling out with the demonic beasts yet. These demonic beasts are too unbridled. It is time to teach them a lesson. The Jade Flower Sacred Lord frowned. The demonic beasts might return at any moment. It was fine if the demonic beasts didn't help, but they were still a burden. This made the Jade Flower Sacred Lord very unhappy. Find an opportunity to settle this once and for all. The Jade Star Sacred Lord nodded. On the demonic beast side, only the Sky Patrol Demon Lord was a peak-level demonic beast lord. On the human side, the Jade Flower Sacred Lord, Li Fuchen, and the Jade Flower Sacred Lord all had peak-level demonic beast lord combat strength. Once a war broke out, the demonic beasts would surely lose. It was a pity that Zhu Sanqiu was too sinister, otherwise, it would be easier to deal with the demonic beasts. Ever since the East Unicorn continent was promoted to a high-class continent, it was as though the East Unicorn continent had become the center of the deep blue plain. Not only were there saints and demon overlords, but there were also Law Phase realm emperors that had arrived at the East Unicorn continent. In fact, many factions had started to establish branches in the East Unicorn continent and constantly dispatched their forces over. In the face of the general trend, the East Unicorn continent's close to 100 sects had no choice but to merge with a new faction. Otherwise, they would rapidly weaken and vanish. After all, the other factions had Law Phase realm emperors and even Soul Merge realm saints. How were their sects going to compete if they only had Battle Spirit realm experts? Currently, the East Unicorn continent had discovered a total of 16 spatial and temporal tunnels that led to foreign star regions. Previously, Li Fuchen went to the Prism Light Star region. This time, he chose the Ancient Stone Star region. The Ancient Stone Star Field was a star field in the ruins. It had been abandoned since ancient times, and there were almost no planes with life. Those who lived in the Ancient Stone Star Field were usually experts who went there to explore. Because it was a remnant star field, life was scarce, and the entire Ancient Stone Star Field only had one Cosmo City, which was called Time Sand City. The Time Sand City Lord, Time Sand Heaven Monarch, was an ancient and horrific heaven monarch. It was said that he could control time and revive the dead. Even among the heaven monarchs, he was considered an elite expert. From the outside, the Time Sand City looked very mystical. This city was completely made up of sand. The crucial thing was that the sand was constantly flowing, but since ancient times, the Time Sand City had never lost a single inch of sand. Inside the Time Sand City, the human flow was a few hundred to 1,000 times lesser than the Myriad Spirits City. On some of the streets, there were only a few foreign races walking around. There weren't a lot of shops on both sides and most of them were empty. In a rather bustling restaurant at the crossroads, Li Fuchen sat by the window and looked at the scenery of the street outside. The Time Sand City is indeed formidable. When staying here, it is almost impossible to feel the elapse of time. The Time Tao was extremely difficult to comprehend. Even for Li Fuchen, without any guidance, it was extremely difficult to comprehend the Time Tao. Li Fuchen guessed that the Time Sand Heaven Monarch's Tao should be the Time Tao or the Chaos Sand Tao. If one was proficient in this Tao, it wouldn't be unbelievable to simply control time or revive the dead under certain conditions. Thud thud thud, footsteps echoed as a tall and slender woman who was covered in bandages walked over. Even her face was covered in bandages. After seeing Li Fuchen, the bandaged woman's eyes lit up. The Time Sand City might have plenty of sacred lords, but there weren't too many sacred lords that could make her feel danger. I am Gulisha. Are you interested in exploring the Ancient Stone Garden? The Ancient Stone Garden was one of the most famous ruins in the Ancient Stone Star Field. At the same time, it was also one of the most dangerous ruins. Without the strength of a holy lord, entering the Ancient Stone Garden was simply seeking death. As one of the important members of an exploration team, Gulisha had the obligation to recruit some powerful holy lords for her team. Ancient Stone Garden Li Fuchen had been in the Time Sand City for a few days and had a rough understanding of the ancient stone garden. It was said that the ancient stone garden was a product of the ancient stone star region's glorious era. There were some flowers inside that were already extinct in the universe. The entire ancient stone garden seemed to be a small galaxy, but this galaxy was enveloped by an array and looked like a garden. How many people do you have? What strength do you have? Since Li Fuchen arrived at the ancient stone star region, he naturally didn't plan to waste time. Exploring the ancient stone garden seemed to be a good choice. Gu Lisha said, "We have a total of 18 people and all of them are sacred lords. Bring me to meet them first." Li Fuchen decided to take a look at the members first. If these members weren't reliable, he would rather explore the ancient stone garden alone. "Alright, follow me." After exiting the inn, Gu Lisha brought Li Fuchen to a desolate street. At the corner of the street, there was a tavern where a group of sacred lords were gathered. From the Qi presence, there were demonic beasts, wolf men, and the hidden mist race. There were even 2 humans. "Ha, another human is here." After seeing Li Fuchen, the 2 human sacred lords were very happy. The humans might not be united, but during crucial moments, they still understood the logic of uniting against external enemies. "How is it?" Gu Lisha looked at Li Fuchen. "Alright, I will join." Li Fuchen could see at a glance that this team had been on the move several times. Before this, their Qi presences were rather coordinated. If it was a temporary team, their Qi presences wouldn't be coordinated. Such a team would easily have conflicts. Chapter 897. Just as Li Fuchen was preparing to explore the ancient stone garden, in the Prism Light Star region, Li Fuchen's clone, werewolf Li Fuchen had also started his life. Glimmer City, look, it is Elder Gu Lai. He isn't dead. What is going on? Didn't they say he died in battle outside? He is probably lucky. Speaking of which, Elder Gu Lai is rather pitiful. His childhood sweetheart abandoned him and chose the Wolf Lord. He finally got over the obstacle of love and got married and had a child. Who would have expected for his wife and child to perish in an accident? His good brother, Margot, perished too. This time, he nearly died outside. In my opinion, he must be cursed. Didn't they say that there are plenty of places in the ancient stone star region that contain curses? It can't be that abnormal, right? On the street, 2 werewolf saints were rather surprised to see werewolf Li Fuchen. Seeing their expressions, Li Fuchen let out a sneer. Gu Lai didn't die in battle, he was betrayed. Had it not been for the extreme Dao teleportation talisman, he would have been dead without a corpse. Elder Gu Lai, we all thought you died. If the Wolf Lord knows that you are still alive, he will definitely be very happy. Gu Lai was still an elder of the Shadow Wolf and the Shadow Wolf only had a total of 15 elders. After the 2 werewolf saints recovered from the shock, they quickly went over to welcome Li Fuchen. "Are Elder Jis and Elder Salat in Glimmer City?" Werewolf Li Fuchen asked. Elder Gu Lai, Elder Jis and Elder Salat just left Glimmer City recently. They will probably be back after a period of time. One of the werewolf saints replied. "Alright then, bring me to see the Wolf Lord." Li Fuchen nodded. Yes. The 2 werewolf saints led the way at the front. In a short moment, the trio arrived at a black castle that occupied a rather large area in the west of the city. This black castle was the Shadow Wolf's headquarters. The Shadow Wolf was the largest faction of the werewolf race in Glimmer City. Elder Gu Lai, welcome back. Upon entering the castle, a majestic man with a lofty aura and a beautiful woman with an elegant face came up to them. Wolf Lord Drizzt was the leader of the Shadow Wolf and had the strength of a peak-level sacred lord. Fei Li was the Wolf Lord's wife and Gu Lai's childhood sweetheart. Wolf Lord. Wolfman Li Fuchen's expression was cold as he cupped his fist. Drizzt didn't mind and welcomed him into the castle hall. In the castle hall, other than Wolf Lord Drizzt and Phyllis, there were 8 other Shadow Wolf Elders. Obviously, everyone had already received the news. Guret, didn't Jis and Salat say that you died in the battle outside? A Wolf Shadow Elder asked doubtfully. Li Fuchen explained, in my early years, I once obtained an Extreme Dao Teleportation Talisman from a ruin. With this Extreme Dao Teleportation Talisman, I managed to survive. Strange. Why didn't Geese and Salat mention this? The other Wolf Shadow Elder was puzzled. Li Fuchen said, back then, my source was severely injured and I had forcefully activated the Extreme Dao Teleportation Talisman. I reckon that Jis and Salat thought that I was doomed. Ha ha. Who cares? The fact that Elder Gurul can return is undoubtedly a good thing. Everything else is not important, Lord Wolf Drizzt said with a smile. That's true. Wolf Lord is right. All the Shadow Wolf Elders nodded. The Shadow Wolf tribe only had a total of 15 elders and each of them had the strength of a sacred lord. Having one more or one less made a huge difference. Guret's residence wasn't far from the Shadow Wolf tribe's headquarters. It was a rather beautiful manor. I can go into seclusion now. Along the way, Li Fuchen had been absorbing the spirit chi from the peak-grade spirit stones while pouring his energy into the Wolfmen's bloodline. It had caused the black runes in the Wolfmen's bloodline to split from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions. As the number of black runes in the bloodline increased, Li Fuchen could vaguely feel that there was an extremely horrific power growing in the bloodline. Right now, this power was still unable to be activated, but as the number of black runes increased, this power would be activated sooner or later. As time elapsed, the black runes in Li Fuchen's bloodline had split from tens of millions to billions. I don't have enough peak-grade spirit stones. The main body Li Fuchen might have given plenty of peak-grade spirit stones and cultivation resources, but the black runes were like a bottomless pit and required a massive amount of energy. Li Fuchen reckoned that 1 million peak-grade spirit stones wouldn't even be enough to evolve into the Dark Wolfman. Of course, if Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry, he could spend a few 100,000 years to slowly evolve. Huff. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen stood up and walked out of the manor. On the main street, various races were bustling with activity. Guret, why did you return? Fei Li's voice entered Li Fuchen's ears. Why can't I return? Li Fuchen asked. The Shadow Wolf isn't suitable for you. You aren't ruthless enough and you aren't hardworking enough. If you are hardworking enough, the position of Wolf Lord will be yours. Is that so? Li Fuchen didn't deny it. The original owner of this body didn't work hard enough. With his noble bloodline, if he worked hard enough, he would have already become a gold wolfman. Once he became a gold wolfman, his cultivation speed would be 10 times faster than before. As compared to working hard to increase his strength, the original owner seemed to prefer a peaceful life. This was also the main reason why Fei Li left him. You should leave. You should know that there are many things that aren't simple. Without sufficient strength, it will be hard to know the truth. Fei Li's voice vanished. At least someone is helping you. Li Fuchen muttered to himself. The fastest way to earn peak-grade spirit stones was naturally to trade for resources. The original Li Fuchen had given Li Fuchen plenty of resources. After trading a portion of the resources, Li Fuchen had an additional few tens of thousands of peak-grade spirit stones. With these few tens of thousands of peak-grade spirit stones, the black runes in his bloodline had finally split to more than 10 billion. Such terrifying power. Inside the manor, Li Fuchen was rousing his power with all his might. A golden chi wave was gushing out and it was unparalleled. Within the golden chi wave, there were also black bolts of lightning. Gradually, outside the golden chi wave, there was a layer of black tint, causing Li Fuchen's chi presence to increase by more than 100 times. I don't know what level my current strength has reached. Li Fuchen was still rather vague about his own strength. It was a known fact that if one became a gold wolf man very early and the other became a gold wolf man very late, there would be a huge difference in strength. Just like that gold wolf man Aaron. Aaron might only have the strength of a peak-class saint, but if he was given time, his future would be limitless. In comparison, Li Fuchen evolved into a gold wolf man at the Sacred Lord level and was rather late. Li Fuchen was certain that when in the gold wolf man state, he wasn't a match for Wolf Lord Drizzt. After all, Drizzt had been a gold wolf man for many years and his strength was much more robust than Li Fuchen. Jeez and Solid are back. Chapter 898. Back then, it was Jeez and Solid who betrayed Gu Lai. After the sneak attack from the duo, Gu Lai was severely injured and on the verge of death. At the final moment, he relied on the extreme Dao teleportation talisman to escape. It was a pity that Gu Lai's injuries were too severe and his source was exhausted. He ultimately died in the meteorite group. The reason why Li Fuchen returned to Glimmer City was to take revenge for Gu Lai. On the way to the Wolf Shadow headquarters, Jeez, Gu Lai is back. He must be looking for us for revenge. Be careful. After knowing that Gu Lai had returned in good condition, Solid was a little worried. Jeez sneered, "What is there to be afraid of? His strength is about the same as you and is much weaker than me. If he dares to look for us, we will make sure he dies without a burial site. I am not afraid. I have a feeling that things aren't so simple. You are overcomplicating things. Choosing to return is the stupidest thing he did." Jeez's eyes flashed with murderous aura as he walked into the Wolf Shadow headquarters. Ancient Stone Star Region, Time Sand City. A simple sailboat soared into the sky and vanished into the depths of the void. At the bow of the ship, Li Fuchen was standing there. In front of him, there was a five-colored radiance circulating. Such a fast speed. Li Fuchen believed that he was already very fast, but as compared to the simple sailboat, it was still insignificant. Li Fuchen reckoned that the speed of the simple sailboat shouldn't be inferior to regular heaven monarchs. Li Fuchen turned around and took a glance at the expedition team members who were stunned on the deck. This expedition team was extremely powerful. The weakest Qi presence was already at the level of a pinnacle Sacred Lord. The stronger Qi presence was even above a Jade Star Sacred Lord, especially the team leader and the vice leader. These two foreign race Sacred Lords made Li Fuchen feel a trace of pressure. The other important member of the team, Gu Lisha, wasn't simple either. Li Fuchen could sense a faintly discernible Qi presence within her body. This Qi presence was rather similar to the Qi presence in Time Sand City. Li Fuchen had a premonition that once this Qi presence burst out, the danger level would be worse than the team leader and vice leader. Li Fuchen was observing others, but they were also observing him. This human Sacred Lord isn't simple. The cabin of the quaint sailboat had 2 floors. In the observation room on the 2nd floor, 3 figures were standing in front of a transparent crystal, overlooking the members of the expedition team. As the new member of the team, Li Fuchen was undoubtedly the focus of observation. Gurissa said, "He's not simple. If it were any other Saint Lord, they would definitely be filled with vigilance when joining an unfamiliar exploration team. However, he is much more relaxed, as if he isn't afraid of any danger." The handsome youth with long hair slowly said, "What I can be sure of is that his strength is absolutely at the peak Holy Lord level. But, peak Holy Lords also differ in strength. I wonder just where he stands. It doesn't matter what position he is in. As long as he doesn't do anything to harm the team, isn't it better for him to be stronger? Of course, if he dares to harm the team, I'll be the first to deal with him," the bald youth with a metallic luster said. A month later, the quaint sailboat stopped. In front of them was a dark green star. This is the entrance to the ancient stone garden. As the entire ancient stone garden is enveloped by a terrifying array, it is impossible to see anything from the outside. The only entrance is on this star. Gurissa explained to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded. An array that could envelop an entire galaxy obviously wasn't an ordinary extreme Tao array. It was highly possible that it was a supreme array. If it was a supreme array, even a heaven monarch wouldn't be able to forcefully barge in. They would have to enter from the entrance like them. As Gurissa spoke, the quaint sailboat had already entered the atmosphere of the dark green star. There was a powerful resistance that caused the speed of the quaint sailboat to decrease. Li Fuchen estimated that in a single breath, the speed of the quaint sailboat had decreased by at least 1,000,000 times. It was obvious that this was the power of the array. Otherwise, the star power wouldn't be able to obstruct the quaint sailboat. Finally, the quaint sailboat arrived at an altitude of 10,000 meters above the surface of the dark green star. Be careful of the vines below. Do not get caught up. Just as Gurissa was speaking, a vine soared into the sky and lashed at the quaint sailboat. Bang! The quaint sailboat emitted a radiance and shook off the vines. Bang bang bang, hundreds of vines were constantly lashing at the radiance on the surface of the quaint sailboat. The force was so powerful that even Li Fuchen was shocked. The power of these vines is definitely at the level of a P-class sacred lord. There are a few vines that are even at the level of a P-class sacred lord. Li Fuchen could imagine how difficult it would be if he relied on his own strength to find the entrance to the ancient stone garden. If he wasn't careful, he would become nourishment for the vines below. There were too many vines. The quaint sailboat might be a peak-grade extreme Tao cardinal artifact, but it still couldn't withstand such frequent attacks. If the vines continued to attack, the radiance on the surface of the quaint sailboat would definitely be penetrated. Everyone, attack together. Gurissa was the first to make a move. She raised her hand and shot out an earthy yellow awl. Bang boom. 4 or 5 vines were severed at the waist and their juices were sprayed all over the place. Immediately after, the rest of the team members had also made their moves. From their attacks, the exploration team leader, the long-haired youth, was the strongest. Each time he made a move, he would be able to sever 8 or 9 vines. Next was the vice leader, the bald youth that was glowing with a metallic luster. Each time he made a move, he would be able to sever around 7 or 8 vines. As for the rest of the team members, some could sever 3 or 4 vines, some could sever 2 or 3 vines. There were some who couldn't even sever a single vine and would only be able to shake off the vines. Li Fuchen didn't wish to be in the limelight. Each time he brandished his sword, he would only sever 4 or 5 vines, which was similar to Gurissa. Of course, this was referring to the regular vines. Those that had strength at the level of a P-class sacred lord wouldn't be able to sever. At most, they would be able to cause some damage. PFFF. At the bow of the ship, there was a flash of sword light. One of the vines was slashed and had a sword mark. It deviated from its trajectory and wasn't able to obstruct the quaint sailboat. The one who made the move was naturally Li Fuchen. These vines are so tough. They aren't much inferior to my star immortal body. Li Fuchen was silently amazed. He might not be using his full strength, but with his strength, a casual slash was enough to sever everything. Li Fuchen guessed that the toughness of the vines should be related to the array. If the array collapsed, the vines wouldn't be as mystical and might even perish. However, there were too few individuals that could collapse a supreme array. Even a half-god might not be able to destroy a supreme array. 1 hour later, after being obstructed by countless vines, the quaint sailboat finally arrived in front of a giant door that was weaved with vines. Swish! The quaint sailboat skimmed in. This is the ancient stone garden. The quaint sailboat arrived in between the stars. These stars were colorful and were filled with countless flowers. Some of the flowers were extremely huge and were tens of thousands of miles or even a few 100,000 miles in size. In the void, there were also flower beds, and these flower beds were also filled with countless flowers. Chapter 899. I wonder what kind of existence is the owner of the ancient stone garden. It might not be the first time they came to the ancient stone garden, but the members of the exploration team couldn't help but lament. They might all be top-notch sacred lords or peak-level sacred lords, but as compared to heaven monarchs, they were just slightly stronger ants. As for the owner of the ancient stone garden, he was at least a star-field-class heaven monarch. Such an existence could summon clouds and rain with a turn of the hand. They could turn the galaxy into their garden and there was almost nothing they couldn't do. The ancient sailboat flew towards the nearest void flower garden. It wasn't considered fast, but it wasn't considered slow either. A few hours later, on the stone path of the void flower garden, the ancient sailboat landed. This flower garden isn't big, everyone shall move on their own. If there is any situation, contact me at any time. The team leader, the long-haired youth, kept the ancient sailboat and said. The exploration team had been on many missions and when there wasn't any danger, everyone would normally move freely. After all, if they were to move together, the rewards would be split. If they moved freely, everything they found would belong to them. The void flower garden might not be big, but when over a dozen people entered it, it was like a drop of water entering a river. They would vanish in an instant and could only rely on the communication token to transmit information and location. The flowers in the ancient stone garden are all heaven-class herbs. How many heaven-class herbs are there? Along the way, Li Fuqian didn't discover any herbs below the heaven class. At his current realm, heaven-rank herbs were nothing, but there were too many flowers in the ancient stone garden. Just the flowers in the void flower garden alone could be counted in the hundreds of millions, not to mention the entire ancient stone garden. Li Fuqian reckoned that the heaven-class herbs in the entire deep blue plain were just a drop in the ocean compared to the ancient stone garden and weren't worth mentioning. Li Fuqian originally wanted to keep these flowers, but each flower had a restriction and it would take a long time to break the restriction. Li Fuqian didn't wish to waste time on these regular heaven-class flowers. Finally, Li Fuqian found a heaven-class peak-tier flower. This heaven-class peak-tier flower was purple in color and was over 100 meters tall. Its entire body was covered with purple gold patterns and gave off a feeling of indestructibility. A great heaven-class peak-tier flower. Li Fuqian's eyes lit up. Top-tier heaven-grade herbs were also known as extreme Tao herbs. They were born from the essence of the universe and had all sorts of miraculous effects. This purple extreme Tao herb was obviously of a higher grade than the extreme Tao herb that Li Fuqian obtained in the deep blue plain. It was probably a second-rate extreme Tao herb. After spending half a day, Li Fuqian finally broke the restriction on the purple flower. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a purple gold radiance was shot at Li Fuqian. Li Fuqian took a closer look, it was obviously a purple gold bug. Clang! Li Fuqian sent the purple gold insect flying with a single slash. But this purple gold insect had an extremely tough body. That sword strike just left a faint mark on its body. With a shake of its body, it shot towards Li Fuqian again. Clang clang clang, sword lights rained down on the purple gold insect's body. However, not a single sword light was able to break through the insect's skin. Too hard. Li Fuqian silently praised and drew the joint heaven sword. Puff! This time, Li Fuqian successfully split open the purple gold insect's body. A supreme weapon could ignore defenses to a certain extent. It was useless no matter how tough the purple gold insect's body was. Unless the opponent's cultivation realm was extremely high and was on par with or beyond the supreme weapon, otherwise, the insect wouldn't be able to resist the attack from the supreme weapon. Of course, if Li Fuqian went all out, he wouldn't have to rely on the joint heaven sword to split open the purple gold insect's body. But Li Fuqian didn't wish for it to be so troublesome. After splitting open the purple gold insect's body, Li Fuqian waved his hand and uprooted the purple flower. It flew towards Li Fuqian and while flying over, it rapidly shrunk and ultimately turned into a palm-sized flower. After keeping the purple flower, Li Fuqian continued to advance. After 3 days, Li Fuqian obtained a total of 5 stalks of extreme Tao herbs. A stock of 2nd grade extreme Dao herb, a stock of 3rd grade extreme Dao herb, and 3 mediocre extreme Dao herbs. If these 5 stocks of extreme Dao herbs were sold, Li Fuchen would earn at least a few hundred peak grade spirit stones. With Li Fuchen's current wealth, a few hundred peak grade spirit stones weren't considered much, but wealth was accumulated over and over again. It was rare for someone to earn so much wealth that they wouldn't be able to spend for their entire life. Sword Master, what a coincidence. On a small path, Li Fuchen encountered one of the 3 human sacred lords in the exploration team, the Stone Axe Sacred Lord. The Stone Axe Sacred Lord's normal height was close to 2.5 meters and he was carrying a stone axe on his back. It is indeed a coincidence. Li Fuchen smiled. The Stone Axe Sacred Lord was also a peak-level Sacred Lord. In fact, more than half of the 19 members of the exploration team were peak-level Sacred Lords. The rest of them basically had their own unique skills and during crucial moments, they would be very useful. According to Gulisha, this exploration team was established to explore all sorts of dangerous ruins. If one's strength was too low, they would definitely be a burden. Creak creak. Just as the duo was greeting each other, a phantom suddenly attacked the Stone Axe Sacred Lord. Get lost. The Stone Axe Sacred Lord blasted a fist to send the phantom flying. As the phantom landed, the duo saw that it was a black rat that was over 1 meter in length. However, the black rat's eyes were like 5-colored crystals and it felt as though there were layers of space inside. Be careful, that is a void rat. The Stone Axe Sacred Lord warned Li Fuchen. Understood. Li Fuchen nodded. The void rat was a life form that was extremely hard to deal with in the ancient stone garden. This life form contained the void attribute and had a body that was void and couldn't withstand any force. If one used 100% of their strength, only a trace of force would be able to reach the void rat. Furthermore, the void rat's teeth could easily bite through your defenses. The only way to counter the void rat was to use the void Dao to attack. Only then would one be able to transmit 100% of the force to the void rat. Squeak squeak. Perhaps it felt that the Stone Axe Sacred Lord was stronger, the void rat changed its direction and attacked Li Fuchen. Cling. There was a flash of sword light and the void rat was sent flying. Squeak squeak. The void rat was enraged and with a shake of its body, thousands of void rats attacked Li Fuchen. Each of them was so illusory as though they were hiding in another world. It was obvious that this was the void rat's innate ability. Just in time. Li Fuchen laughed heartily. There was a burst of sword light that repelled all the void rats. Such an incredible sword art. The Stone Axe Sacred Lord's eyes lit up. Li Fuchen's sword Dao was abnormally perfect and powerful. There were almost no flaws, therefore, he was able to block the void rat's innate ability with ease. If it was any other sword Dao Sacred Lord, they would have revealed some flaws and the void rat would take advantage of it. However, it wasn't that easy to repel this void rat. The Stone Axe Sacred Lord was about to step forward and assist. Have a taste of my void sword Dao. Li Fuchen didn't draw the Joint Heaven Sword. The Joint Heaven Sword was a supreme weapon and Li Fuchen didn't wish to reveal it in front of others. Furthermore, the void rat was so hard to deal with not because of its incredible defenses, but because its body was void and couldn't withstand any force. It was definitely much easier to use the void sword Dao to deal with the void rat. The translucent sword light drew across the void and penetrated the void rat's body under the horrified eyes of the void rat. Squeak squeak. The void rat's body turned illusory and fled without a trace. It was obviously afraid. He is actually adept at the void sword Dao. The Stone Axe Sacred Lord praised silently. Chapter 900. Since they were moving around freely, Li Fuchen and the Stone Axe Saint naturally wouldn't stay together. Soon enough, they split up. Subsequently, Li Fuchen encountered a peak-level Hidden Fog race's Anove. The Hidden Fog race was extremely adept at assassination. A regular peak-level saint from the Hidden Fog race would be able to assassinate a sacred lord. A peak-level saint from the Hidden Fog race was enough to make 99% of the peak-level sacred lords apprehensive. According to what Li Fuchen knew, Anov was ranked top 5 in strength among the exploration team. This was in terms of direct combat strength. If it was in the dark, his combat strength wouldn't be inferior to the vice leader, Tai Lu. Buzz buzz buzz. On this day, when Li Fuchen was about to reach the assembly point, he could vaguely hear the sound of bees. When Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness, he saw a chaotic scene. In a large empty space, 9 members of the exploration team were trapped together. Around them were hundreds of colorful bees. 100 flower bees? Li Fuchen raised his brows. The 100 flower bees were one of the strange insects in the universe. They frequently collected the 100 flower nectar and absorbed a trace of essence from the flowers. Their bodies were as tough as extreme Dao weapons. In the 100 flower city, the 100 flower empress reared a batch of 100 flower bees in her 100 flower garden. It was said that 10 matured 100 flower bees would be able to contest with a peak-level sacred lord and were abnormally dangerous. Boom boom boom, the battle was extremely intense. The 9 members of the exploration team had to use all their strength to block the 100 flower bees. After all, hundreds of 100 flower bees were equivalent to 10 peak-level sacred lords working together. Among the 9 members of the exploration team, only 6 were peak-level sacred lords, while the other 3 were peak-level sacred lords. Star River Cleave. Among the 9 members was the Stone Axe Saint. He wielded a giant stone axe with both hands and leaped high before cleaving down with the axe. Crackle. There was a crack in the void. The closest 100 flower bee to the Stone Axe Saint was instantly shattered. Apart from that, over 20 other 100 flower bees were sent flying by the axe light. It was obvious that this Star River Cleave was the Stone Axe Saint's pinnacle kill move. Therefore, it was able to kill 100 flower bee and send over 200 flower bees flying. However, a pinnacle kill move was still a pinnacle kill move and required time to store power. With the Stone Axe Saint's strength, the store time was very short, but there were too many 100 flower bees and they were attacking in a frenzy. He rarely had the chance to execute the Star River Cleave. Crackle. Mist exploded out, and dozens of dark doves formed from mist launched sharp attacks at the 100 flower bees. Under this attack, at least 100 flower bees were sent flying, and some of them had wounds on their bodies. In terms of frontal attacks, an dove was definitely not a match for Holy Lord Stone Axe. However, in terms of strength, an dove was much stronger than Holy Lord Stone Axe. The reason why the 9 of them were able to last until now was because of an dove. He was even more important than 2 Holy Lords Stone Axe. Apart from Sacred Lord Stone Axe and an dove, the other 4 peak Sacred Lords were Raka from the Wolfman race, Six-Eyed Demon Lord from the Yao race, and Uncle An and Vivian from the Wood Spirit race. As a peak Holy Lord, Racker was naturally a gold wolfman. He had extremely strong defenses and would often charge into the swarm of 100 flower bees, scattering them. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't even dare to charge in. Being stung by the 100 flower bees was no joke. Puff puff, in the air, dark green rays of light interweaved into a net, preventing the 100 flower bees from approaching. It was the Six-Eyed Demon Lord that was releasing the dark green light. This undead spirit light ray was his most proficient innate ability. It was a pity that there were too many 100 flower bees and his undead spirit light ray wasn't able to focus on a single 100 flower bee for a long period of time, making it hard to deal significant damage. As for Uncle An and Vivian, they were controlling a large number of vines to lash at the 100 flower bees. Occasionally, they would control the vines to protect the others. In terms of effectiveness, they were only inferior to an dove. Ah! There was a miserable scream while the wolfman Racker had a distorted expression. Just a moment ago, he was stung by the 100 flower bees. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't endure the pain and his body was stiff. Come back. Uncle An controlled a vine and pulled Racker back. But right at this moment, a few hundred flower bees rushed into the group through the opening. And Dove might have reacted quickly and only took a few breaths to expel the 100 flower bees, but it also messed up the rhythm of the 9 of them and caused plenty of openings. TSS. At the crucial moment, a sword light flew over and sent a large group of 100 flower bees flying. It's the sword owner. Everyone let out a breath of relief. They might not have seen Li Fuchen in action, but there weren't many that were invited to join Gu Lisha's team. The sword light was dazzling and revolved around the 9 of them. Boom! All the 100 flower bees were sent flying. In terms of attack methods, none of the 9 of them could compare with Li Fuchen. Such power! Amber and Vivian sucked in a breath of cold air. Even and Dove wasn't able to send so many 100 flower bees flying at once, but Li Fuchen did it. The 100 flower bees are indeed formidable. Li Fuchen's arm was numb and he nearly dropped his sword. After sending so many 100 flower bees flying at once, the recoil wasn't a joke. If it wasn't for the star immortal body, if it wasn't for his bone frame transforming into the sword Dao bone frame, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to do this. With the addition of Li Fuchen, everyone's pressure was greatly reduced and there wasn't any pressure at all. The only problem was that the 100 flower bees were extremely hard to kill. When the Stone Axe Saint Lord executed his pinnacle kill move, his axe would only be able to kill 100 flower bee. If Li Fuchen didn't reveal the Joint Heaven Sword, he would only be able to kill 100 flower bee with a single slash, but it was slightly easier than the Stone Axe Saint Lord. As for the others, they wouldn't be able to kill a single 100 flower bee with a single attack. If they were to kill slowly, a few hundred flower bees would still be killed. But after a period of time, some 100 flower bees would be attracted over. As such, the number of 100 flower bees didn't decrease and was slowly increasing. It was fortunate that as time elapsed, the other team members had arrived. Gu Lisha's earthen yellow all was extremely powerful. The vice-captain, Tai Lu's physical defense was even superior to the Wolfman race's pinnacle sacred lord, Lakshmi. Especially the captain, Night Devil. Each time he made a move, he would be able to kill 200 to 300 flower bees. His efficiency was much higher than the others. When there were only 200 or so 100 flower bees left, the remaining 100 flower bees scattered. It was obvious that they weren't without intelligence. Let's go. The long-haired youth, Night Devil, waved his hand, and an old sailboat appeared. After boarding the ship, the ancient sailboat rose into the air and left the void flower garden. The group then entered the flower gardens one after another. Sometimes, they gained a lot, but other times, not only did they not gain anything, but they were also chased by the 100 flower bees and void mice. Luckily, the danger was manageable, and no one died. Colorful stars were shining in all directions, and a simple and unadorned sailboat seemed to be moving slowly but was actually moving very fast. Look! There's a large blood-colored ship in front of us. Vivian exclaimed from the front of the ship. A large blood-colored ship. Everyone gathered at the front of the ship and looked over. Most of the time, the real danger came from the adventurers. It's the ship of the Bloodstained Squad. Gu Lisha's expression became grim. The Bloodstained Squad. Everyone was from the ancient Stone Star Field, so they had obviously heard of the Bloodstained Squad before. Their expressions all changed. The Bloodstained team was a notorious exploration team. They often appeared in various ruins and hunted weaker exploration teams or solo explorers. Apparently, all the members of the Bloodstained Squad were peak Sacred Lords, and they had more members than the Night Devil Squad. Don't be afraid. The Night Devil Squad isn't easy to deal with. Chapter 901. The strength of the Night Demon Squad was naturally much weaker than the Bloodstained Squad. However, not everyone could provoke the Night Demon Squad. If they wanted to take down the Night Demon Squad, at least half of the Bloodstained Squad would have to die. Soon, the two ships drew closer. On the blood-colored ship, there were figures of various heights, scarier, cruel, and cold. Among them, the one standing at the very front was a fiendish demon with a pair of huge bull horns on its head. Demons. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. Most high-tier demons had bull horns, and very few of them would hide them. Sacred Lord Night Demon. The demon's voice boomed like thunder. Blood Shadow Demon Lord. Night Demon looked straight at him. Blood Shadow Demon Lord was a peak demon lord of the fiendish demon clan, and also the captain of the Bloodstained Squad. Blood Shadow Demon Lord was responsible for at least 30% of the Bloodstained Squad's current power. The 9th on the Time Sand City's Sacred Lord list. Blood Shadow Devil Master. Li Fuchen might not know the Blood Shadow Demon Lord, but he had heard of the Blood Shadow Demon Lord's reputation. As the only universe city in the ancient Stone Star region, there were many Holy Lords living in Time Sand City. After a long time, there was a Holy Lord list. This Saint Lord list listed 100 Saint Lords, and these 100 Saint Lords were all peak Saint Lords without exception. One had to know that there were many Sacred Lords that went to explore the ancient Stone Star system. There were Sacred Lords from the countless star systems nearby. One could imagine how strong he was to be ranked 9th amongst them. In addition, Holy Lord Night Devil was also a member of the Time Sand City Holy Lord list. However, he was ranked 17th, which was slightly lower than Blood Shadow Devil King. The Blood Shadow Demon Lord is rather formidable. There are at least 20 pinnacle Sacred Lords that died in his hands. Beside Li Fuchen, the Stone Axe Sacred Lord spoke with a grave expression. It was extremely difficult for a peak Sacred Lord to kill a peak Sacred Lord. Even if one's strength was 10 times stronger, it would still be very difficult to kill one. After all, if the other party couldn't defeat you, they could just run for their lives, unless your speed was also much faster than the other party. But in most situations, the speed of peak Holy Lords was about the same, and their speed might even be faster. This meant that in a situation where their speed was about the same, if he wanted to kill his opponent, he must have the strength to heavily injure his opponent within a short period of time. If his opponent was faster, he would have to deal with him within a few moves. This Bloodstained team shouldn't have more than one member that is listed on the Sacred Lord rankings, right? Li Fuchen shifted his eyes from the Blood Shadow Demon Lord to a short figure at the back. Sacred Lord Stoneaxe nodded. In the Bloodstained team, apart from Blood Shadow Demon Lord, there is also a Sacred Lord of Demon Mountain who is also ranked 84th on the Sacred Lord board. Compared to them, our Night Demon squad is really quite lacking. Li Fuchen said. Our Night Demon team is indeed much weaker than the Bloodstained team, but the Bloodstained team usually won't offend us. Apart from Sacred Lord Night Demon, there's another reason. The other Sacred Lord of the human race, Sacred Lord Deep Cavern, spoke. Although Deep Nether Sacred Lord wasn't a peak Sacred Lord and was only a peak Sacred Lord, Deep Nether Sacred Lord specialized in the Tao of the Void. This made his life-saving abilities extremely strong, and he also had many incredible techniques. In a normal situation, 2 or 3 peak Sacred Lords working together wouldn't be able to kill him. Is it because of Gulisa? Li Fuchen replied. The Sword Master is truly extremely intelligent. Deep Nether Sacred Lord praised and continued, it is indeed because of Gulisa. Very few people know that Gulisa and the Time Sand City Lord, Time Sand Heavenly Monarch are from the same race, the Sand race. However, the Time Sand Heavenly Monarch is from the ancient Stone Star region Sand race's plane, while Gulisa is from another star region Sand race's plane. Could it be that the Time Sand Heavenly Monarch is helping Gulisa? Li Fuchen felt that it wasn't possible. On the side, Sacred Lord Stoneaxe shook his head. The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch is high and mighty. If he wants to help every Sand race member, he wouldn't be able to help everyone. Furthermore, at the level of a Heaven Monarch, their greatest wish is to ascend to become a god. They don't care about their race and would only help out when they are happy. The reason why the Bloodstained Squad is afraid of Gulisa is because she cultivates a forbidden secret technique. This forbidden secret technique requires one to accumulate energy. The more energy one accumulates, the more powerful it will be. It has been thousands of years since Gu Lisha last used this forbidden secret technique. I see. Li Fuchen suddenly realized why he could sense a horrific chi presence that was similar to the Time Sand City in Galisa's body. Night Devil Sacred Lord, it seems like your team has another member. The Blood Shadow Demon Lord's eyes landed on Li Fuchen. He was certain that the Night Devil team didn't have a member named Li Fuchen previously. It was obvious that Li Fuchen had recently joined the Night Devil team. Let me test this person's strength. Standing beside the Blood Shadow Demon Lord was a pale youth who had green whirlpools in his eyes and was emitting a mysterious chi presence. His eyes were slowly rotating and two green rays of light ignored the spatial distance and instantly landed on Li Fuchen. Be careful. Sacred Lord Stoneaxe blurted out. But he knew that it was already too late when he spoke. This pale youth was called the Pale Lord and his spirit force was extremely powerful. Once struck by the Pale Lord's spirit force, those with weaker strength and willpower would instantly be severely injured and would be left with a severe psychological shadow. It would be fine if one was on guard, but Li Fuchen obviously didn't know the Pale Lord's methods. If he was caught off guard, it would be easy for him to suffer. Including the Night Devil Sacred Leader, everyone in the Night Devil team was looking at Li Fuchen with concern. They knew that Li Fuchen was very strong, but the Pale Lord wasn't a pushover either. Only Gu Lisha had a certain level of confidence in Li Fuchen. When she first saw Li Fuchen, she knew that Li Fuchen was very, very strong. From Li Fuchen's eyes, she didn't see any trace of other emotions, only fearlessness and detachment. Of course, if Li Fuchen couldn't withstand the Pale Lord's spirit light, then she would have misjudged. Pinnacle Spirit Force. Being hit by the green light, Li Fuchen felt his body sinking slightly. Spirit force didn't just target one's spirit. It also targeted one's own strength. Usually speaking, if one's spirit force was strong, they might not be very strong. But if one's strength was very strong, their spirit force would definitely be very strong. Unless it was someone with a serious mental weakness. What a pity, it's a little too weak. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a severe light as a powerful spirit force was reflected. Thud thud thud, in front of everyone's astonished eyes, the Pale Lord's body leaned back and couldn't help but take 8 steps back. During the process of retreating, the Pale Lord wanted to control his steps, but Li Fuchen's spirit force was too powerful. The Pale Lord's spirit force was immediately suppressed and he couldn't control his body. Such powerful spirit force. Sacred Lord Nether Enlightenment was flabbergasted. To be able to withstand the Pale Lord's spirit force attack when he was defenseless and use the same method against the Pale Lord, Li Fuchen's spirit force was truly horrifying. As expected. Gu Lisha revealed a smile. Chapter 902. He is actually so powerful. Everyone was shocked. The Pale Lord's spirit force was powerful because of his race's bloodline. This strength was just the strength of the bloodline, but Li Fuchen's powerful spirit force meant that he was all-round and didn't have any shortcomings. Impossible. The Pale Lord stared at Li Fuchen. He had roamed the universe for hundreds of thousands of years and had encountered people with similar spirit force, but he had never encountered someone with stronger spirit force. In his opinion, only a Heaven Monarch's spirit force would be superior to him. Interesting. Night Devil Sacred Lord, you are rather lucky. The Blood Shadow Demon Lord took a deep look at Li Fuchen and maneuvered the blood-colored ship to brush past the ancient sailboat. Blood Shadow, didn't you say you are going to make a move? On the blood-colored ship, a Wolfman Peak-level Sacred Lord was puzzled. The Blood Shadow team didn't have many gains over the years. They were planning to grit their teeth and eliminate the Night Devil team. The Blood Shadow Demon Lord said in a deep voice, the Night Devil Sacred Lord and Gu Lisha are still fine. If they go all out, they might be able to eliminate the Night Devil team without any losses. But if there is another human Sacred Lord with such powerful spirit force, it won't be easy to deal with. Without Li Fuchen, to eliminate the Night Devil team, they would have to bear the risk of losing half of their members. After all, no one knew what trump cards the other party had until the very end. It was also unknown what kind of lethality an outsider would burst out in a desperate situation. With the addition of Li Fuchen, the risk was almost doubled. The Blood Shadow Demon Lord didn't dare to take the risk and couldn't take the risk. He didn't wish for the Blood Shadow team to be crippled after completing this mission. We have more people than them and our average combat strength is also stronger than them. Blood Shadow, you are ranked 9th on the Sacred Lord rankings. The Devil Mountain Sacred Lord is also ranked 84th. Are we going to let them off just because there is one more threat? Everyone didn't understand. The Blood Shadow Demon Lord didn't seem like a person who was indecisive. The reason why the Bloodstained Squad was so fearsome was because they were crazy enough. Pale Lord, explain to everyone. The Blood Shadow Demon Lord didn't explain and looked at the Pale Lord. The Pale Lord took a deep breath and said, my premonition tells me that if we fight with the Night Devil team, the outcome will be unimaginable. Losing half of our members is the best outcome. Losing half of our members is the best outcome. The members of the Bloodstained Squad looked at each other. The best outcome would be that half of them would be dead or injured. The worst outcome would be that more than half of them would be dead or injured, and even the Night Demon team would be heavily injured. No one doubted what the Lord of Paleness had said. Not only was the Lord of Paleness powerful, but he also had the ability to foresee the future. This ability might not be completely accurate, but it was very accurate. Is it because there's one more person? Someone asked. The Master of Paleness nodded. The reason I tested him was to make my premonition more accurate. Alright, this Sacred Lord Night Demon is really lucky. I wonder where he found such a powerful expert. Time Sand City is filled with Saint Sovereigns. Although many Saint Sovereigns come and go, it's inevitable that a few terrifying Saint Sovereigns will appear. There were a total of 100 people on the Sacred Lord list in Time Sand City, but the mobility of the Sacred Lords was too strong. Normally, there would only be over a dozen Sacred Lords on the Sacred Lord list residing in Time Sand City. The Blood Shadow Devil Master was ranked 9th on the Sacred Lord list and was basically considered invincible among those below the Heaven Monarch realm. If all the Sacred Lord list's Sacred Lords were in Time Sand City, the Blood-Stained team wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. If they infuriated some people, they could simply invite the top 10 Sacred Lords to deal with the Blood-Stained team. Right now, in the eyes of the members of the Blood-Stained team, Li Fuchen definitely had the strength of a Sacred Lord list, but they didn't know what rank he was. Ever since Li Fuchen revealed his powerful spirit force, everyone valued Li Fuchen even more. Originally, they treated Li Fuchen as a rather formidable peak Sacred Lord. Right now, they treated Li Fuchen as a peak Sacred Lord like the Night Demon Sacred Lord. As time elapsed, the Night Demon team entered multiple Void Flower Gardens. They even ascended a nearby Galaxy Garden. As compared to the Void Flower Garden, the Galaxy Garden was at least 10 times more dangerous. Everyone didn't dare to split up. It was fortunate that the Galaxy Garden's harvest was at least 10 times more than the Void Flower Garden. After several months, Li Fuchen reckoned that the extreme Dao flowers that he obtained were worth at least 10,000 peak-grade spirit stones. A regular Sacred Lord's entire wealth would only be a few tens of thousands of peak-grade spirit stones. If it was a peak-class saint, the peak-grade spirit stones wouldn't even be enough for cultivation, let alone accumulating. On this day, the simple and unadorned sailboat was flying at a constant speed. Rumble. A giant shadow suddenly appeared and the simple and unadorned sailboat trembled before tumbling a few hundred miles away. What is going on? As the simple and unadorned sailboat stabilized, everyone ran to the deck and looked ahead. 1,000 miles away, an extremely giant shadow giant beast appeared in everyone's vision. It is the Shadow Reaper, a space giant beast. Gu Lisha's expression changed. The Shadow Reaper was a Sacred Lord class space giant beast. Due to its shadow attribute, when it moved, it was silent and even spiritual awareness couldn't detect it. If it wasn't for the simple and unadorned sailboat protecting everyone, the consequences would be unimaginable. I hope we can get rid of it. The Night Demon's Sacred Lord controlled the simple and unadorned sailboat and skimmed in the opposite direction. As for fighting with the Shadow Reaper, it was an arduous and unrewarding action. The Shadow Reaper's strength varied and the strongest was a P-class Sacred Lord. Normally speaking, there wasn't a need to fear it. But as a space giant beast, the Shadow Reaper's vitality was rather terrifying. Let alone them, even a regular Heaven Monarch wouldn't be able to kill the Shadow Reaper within a short period of time. Furthermore, their defenses weren't at the level where they could ignore a Sacred Lord's attack. If they were to be hit by the Shadow Reaper, they would definitely be injured. The simple and unadorned sailboat was pushed to the limits and had an unbelievable speed. It was a pity that the Shadow Reaper was even faster and was like a giant black screen that enveloped the simple and unadorned sailboat. Let's fight. The Night Demon's Sacred Lord let out a bitter smile while his eyes turned sharp. Fight. Everyone didn't have any fear as they attacked the Shadow Reaper. Bang 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 bang, in the starry sky, there was a burst of colorful radiance. The surging shockwaves were like waves and each wave was higher than the previous one. This won't do. If I attack with 100% of my power, only 20% to 30% of my power will land on the Shadow Reaper. Li Fuchen frowned. The Shadow attribute might be easier to deal with than the Void attribute, but it was only relatively speaking. The Shadow Reaper's vitality was already 1,000 times stronger than a human Sacred Lord. With the addition of the Shadow attribute, its vitality would be thousands or even tens of thousands of times stronger than a human Sacred Lord. How was Li Fuchen going to fight against it? Eternal Night Freeze. At the crucial moment, the Night Demon's Sacred Lord burst out with his kill move and instantly froze the Shadow Reaper's body. Go! The simple and unadorned sailboat turned into a resplendent stream of light and flew out a few million miles in the blink of the eye, leaving the shadow giant beast far behind. A few breaths later, crackle. The void shattered like a mirror and burst out with countless cracks. The Shadow Reaper broke free from the frozen state. But at this moment, it couldn't sense the presence of everyone. After circling a few rounds, it hid in the void. What a close call. The Nether Enlightenment Sacred Lord let out a turbid breath. When facing such a horrific life form, anyone below the Heaven Monarch realm would have to think of a way to escape no matter how strong their attack power was. It is fortunate that Captain's Eternal Night Freeze is powerful enough to actually freeze the Shadow Reaper. Vivian praised. The Night Demon's Sacred Lord said, this is also because the Shadow Reaper doesn't have a lot of intelligence and is only moving based on instinct. If it was a peak-level Sacred Lord, my Eternal Night Freeze would only be able to freeze them for a moment. When peak-level Sacred Lords fought against peak-level Sacred Lords, it was a competition of overall strength and cultivation levels. His Eternal Night Freeze wasn't able to suppress other peak-level Sacred Lords in terms of cultivation level, it was merely a slight suppression. Chapter 903. After returning to Time Sand City, Li Fuchen exited the city again. After making sure he wasn't being followed, he used the spatial time tunnel to return to the Deep Blue Plane. Half a year had passed, but there were no changes in the Deep Blue Plane. A delicate balance was maintained between the demon race and the human race. But Li Fuchen knew that this balance wouldn't last long. In the past, the demon clan was strong, but this time, the human clan was strong. Sooner or later, the human clan would start a war and completely suppress the demon clan. The incantation Martial Emperor is still nowhere to be found. During the recent years, Li Fuchen had been using his strength to search for the incantation Martial Emperor. Sometimes, Li Fuchen would search for the incantation Martial Emperor himself, but the incantation Martial Emperor seemed to have vanished and didn't leave behind any traces. Is he dead? Li Fuchen was indebted to the incantation Martial Emperor and Li Fuchen was rather concerned about the incantation Martial Emperor's life and death. Sword Master, the incantation Martial Emperor was proficient in the incantation Tao. The one who pursued him back then was an emperor who was proficient in curses. Perhaps, they went to the cursed temple and left the deep blue plain. The saint that spoke was called 100 Flow Saint, and he was very good at finding people. Many years ago, he had already submitted to Li Fuchen. We can leave the deep blue plain through the cursed temple. Li Fuchen was astonished. I'm not too sure myself, but there are rumors that there are cursed temples outside the deep blue plain, and there are space-time passageways between the cursed temples. I see. Li Fuchen nodded. He was also wary of the cursed temple. From some information, the cursed heaven monarch was obviously not an ordinary heaven monarch. Even if he wasn't a Universe City Lord class heaven monarch, he was at least extremely powerful among ordinary heaven monarchs. Furthermore, the Tao of curses was strange and unfathomable, not something that ordinary people could fathom. After I become a heavenly lord, I'll go to the cursed temple again. For now, Li Fuchen didn't plan to enter the cursed temple. The cursed heaven monarch was both righteous and evil, and he didn't wish to risk his life. Furthermore, without absolute strength, the chances of him finding the incantation martial emperor was not high. It has been hard on you for the past few years. Use these 200 peak-grade spirit stones first. Li Fuchen tossed 200 peak-grade spirit stones to the 100 Flow Saint. Thank you, Sword Master. Sage Bailu was overjoyed. He believed that his innate potential wasn't low and that there was hope for him to reach the high level of the Unity Realm in the future. However, it would take him tens of thousands of years at the very least. However, if he had a large amount of peak-grade spirit stones to cultivate, he would be able to save 10 or even 100 times the time. You guys have worked hard. Apart from the 100 Flow Saint, there were plenty of saints that sided with Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen rewarded each of them with 100 peak-grade spirit stones. Thank you, Sword Master. The great sages were overjoyed. In the entire deep blue plain, only Li Fuchen and a few other formidable sacred lords could casually take out 1,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Following Li Fuchen made them feel that they had a bright future. Sword Master, since we are willing to follow you, why don't you create a force? A great sage suddenly said. Establishing a force? Li Fuchen hadn't thought about this yet. That's right. Sword Master, although you don't need a faction, your family and friends need a faction to protect them, Sage Bailu said. Hearing this, Li Fuchen nodded. After hearing the 100 Flow Saints' words, Li Fuchen also felt that creating a faction had more benefits than disadvantages. But in order to create a faction, there must be a formidable array. Otherwise, if he wasn't around one day and the mountain was trampled, it would be too late for regrets. An array that caught Li Fuchen's eye would at least be a first-rate extreme Tao array, which was also a Sacred Lord class array. This class of array could easily resist a Sacred Lord's attack. Those that were more comprehensive would even have the effect of trapping and killing the enemy. Like the array of the Zhu clan, a demigod clan, it was an extremely powerful Sacred Lord class array. As for a supreme array, it wasn't something that Li Fuchen could achieve. An array that enveloped a universe city was a supreme array. The universe publicly recognized that if the city lord of a universe city stayed in his own universe city, no one would be able to do anything to him, not even a demigod. If Li Fuchen was able to set up a supreme array, even if he wasn't around, there wouldn't be many heaven monarchs that could trample his mountain. However, in order to set up a supreme array, one had to be a heaven monarch first. A supreme array was harder to comprehend than a supreme martial art. There's no hurry. I will create a faction in the future. Li Fuchen decided that the next time he went to the ancient Stone Star region's Time Sand City, he would ask the Night Devil team who was proficient in arrays. If possible, he would invite them to the deep blue plain to set up an array. Of course, even if he invited them over, Li Fuchen had to consider it thoroughly. Once the spatial channel was exposed, it wouldn't be a small matter. East Unicorn Continent, 100 Flower Valley. This 100 Flower Valley was set up by the Jade Flower Sacred Lord. It wasn't just magnificent, it was also enveloped by a powerful array. Once enemies entered the 100-Flower Valley, it would be like entering a sea of flowers and it would be easy to get lost. Of course, no one would be stupid enough to barge into the 100-Flower Valley. In the 100-Flower Valley, there was a pavilion beside a clear river. Li Fuqian and the Jade Flower Sacred Lord were drinking tea and chatting. The tea was the 100-flower tea and it had an overwhelming fragrance. It had the effect of calming the mind and increasing the cultivation. Bright Moon might not have a high initial bone frame, but it is rare for it to be pure. After returning to the 100-flower city, I will arrange for her to enter the 100-flower pool. By then, she should be able to step into the saint's realm easily. The 100-flower pool was a famous existence in the horizontal river star region and many other star regions. This 100-flower pool was constructed by the 100-flower city lord, the 100-flower empress, with a massive amount of resources. It was said that a few million years ago, the 100-flower empress had constructed the 100-flower pool. Every 1,000 years, she would place a massive amount of heaven-class flowers into the 100-flower pool. After a few million years, she had placed the flowers into the 100-flower pool for a few thousand times. The 100-flower essence qi in the 100-flower pool was extremely concentrated and it had a deep qualitative change. The horizontal river star region had a legend regarding the 100-flower pool. It was said that the 100-flower essence qi in the 100-flower pool could allow a normal person to live for 1,000 years by just smelling it. If a person stayed in the 100-flower pool for a day, they would live for 10,000 years. However, not everyone could get close to the 100-flower pool. The 100-flower pool would only open once every 500 years and only purine bone frames could enter the 100-flower pool. The reason why the Jade Flower Sacred Lord was able to become a 100-flower guard was because of her purine bone frame. The reason why she accepted Zhao Mingyue as her disciple was also because of her purine bone frame. Basically, all the 100-flower guards would search for purine bone frames to become their disciples. The 100-flower empress couldn't be bothered to accept normal purine bone frames as disciples. Those that could be accepted by the 100-flower empress must be extremely monstrous purine bone frames. It is Bright Moon's fortune to be accepted as a disciple by Senior. Li Fuqian heard about the 100-flower pool and was happy for Zhao Mingyue. After all, this was a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Without the 100-flower pool, Zhao Mingyue would need a very long time to become a saint. Chapter 904. Let's look for it again. After leaving the 100-flower valley, Li Fuqian thought for a moment and decided to look for the incantation martial emperor again. He had interacted with the incantation martial emperor for a period of time, and his soul had already memorized the incantation martial emperor's aura. As long as the incantation martial emperor was within 100 million miles, he would definitely be able to sense it. Within 500 million miles, he should also be able to vaguely sense it. If he still couldn't find it this time, Li Fuqian decided to enter the cursed temple after he became a heaven monarch. Above the boundless ocean, a streak of sword light flew at a speed that surpassed the speed of light. Ever since the skyline sword art reached the first-class extremity, Li Fuqian was able to fly at light speed in the deep blue plain. Of course, he was a holy lord, so he could tear through space and instantly travel several 100 million miles. However, tearing through space consumed a lot of sword yuan, so he couldn't maintain it for long. Secondly, he was here to find someone, not to hurry. If he tore through space to find someone, it would be very easy to miss them. When passing by the four-way continent, Li Fuqian stopped. Back then, there was a Soul Valley in the four-way continent, and the master of the Soul Valley was undoubtedly a Soul Dao saint. Li Fuqian guessed that this Soul Dao saint's body and saint spirit must have been destroyed during a battle with the enemy. Only his soul spirit managed to escape. Because he was a Soul Dao saint, his soul spirit was able to exist. You sure run fast. Many years ago, when Li Fuqian headed to the four-way continent, the Soul Valley owner ran away. It was unknown if he had recovered or if he had left before recovering. With a flash of sword light, Li Fuchen left the four-way continent far behind. After a few months, Li Fuchen gave up. With his speed, he had almost searched the entire deep blue plain. However, he could not even find the remnants of the incantation Martial Emperor's aura. Let's wait until I become a Lord of Heaven. Li Fuchen returned to the East Unicorn Continent. The East Unicorn Continent also had a swordsman guild now. The swordsman guild here had much lower requirements to join. As long as one was at the battle spirit realm, one would be able to join. In the past, before the East Unicorn Continent progressed, the reincarnation realm was the pinnacle. But after the progression, battle spirit realm experts were everywhere and even primary sea realm monarchs had started to appear. On a tall mountain, Li Fuchen and the Deep Blue Sword Master were seated in a pavilion drinking wine. Sword Master, do you know that the Swordsman Guild in the Deep Blue Plain is only a branch? The Deep Blue Sword Master put down the wine glass in his hand and said. With Li Fuchen's current strength, he couldn't treat Li Fuchen as the Deep Blue Plains Swordsman Guild headquarters elder. After all, in terms of strength, he wouldn't even be able to catch up to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen asked, there is a Swordsman Guild outside too? Not bad. The Deep Blue Sword Master nodded. The true Swordsman Guild covers half the universe. Even the horizontal River Star region's Swordsman Guild is only a branch. According to the size of the region, the Swordsman Guild is divided into 4 levels. They are the Plane Level Swordsman Guild, Star Domain Level Swordsman Guild, Star Will Level Swordsman Guild, and the Universe Level Swordsman Guild, which is also the true headquarters of the Swordsman Guild. Legend has it that the Swordsman Guild headquarters is where the Sword Dao Heaven Monarchs gather. The Deep Blue Swordmaster's heart was filled with longing. Guild leader, have you been to the Star Will Swordsman Guild? Li Fuchen asked. The Deep Blue Swordmaster smiled bitterly and said, there is only one Star Domain Level Swordsman Guild in each star field. Correspondingly, there is only one Star Will Swordsman Guild in each star field. There are too many star fields in the star field, and if one wishes to head to the Star Will Swordsman Guild, one will need to travel across many star fields. With my strength, I might perish before I reach. It was extremely dangerous to travel across star fields. If sacred lords could travel freely in star fields, only heaven monarchs would be able to travel freely in the star wheel or even the entire universe. But Sword Master, you do have the chance to head to the Star Will Swordsman Guild. The Deep Blue Sword Master had high expectations of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was young and already had the strength of a peak-level sacred lord. Such innate talent meant that he was definitely a universe-class prodigy. Li Fuchen smiled and started to ask the Deep Blue Sword Master about the Swordsman Guild. From the Deep Blue Sword Master, Li Fuchen found out that in the horizontal River Star region's Swordsman Guild, only the guild leader and first vice guild leader were heaven monarchs. The guild leader was called the Sword Wind Heaven Monarch and the first vice guild leader was called the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch. The two heaven monarchs might only be regular heaven monarchs, but the Sword Wind Heaven Monarch was considered extremely formidable among the regular heaven monarchs. As for the Star Will Swordsman Guild, it was extremely incredible. The guild leader would at least be a City Lord class heaven monarch or even a Star Domain class heaven monarch. Star Domain class heaven monarchs were definitely at the pinnacle of heaven monarchs. Even if there were Star Will class heaven monarchs above them, they would only be slightly formidable Star Domain class heaven monarchs. As for the Swordsman Guild headquarters in the entire universe, it was said that there were demigods overseeing it and there wasn't just one, let alone heaven monarchs. Sword Master, you are now a peak-level sacred lord. If you join the Horizontal River Swordsman Guild, you will at least be a high-class elder. The Deep Blue Sword Master was only a mid-class elder of the Horizontal River Swordsman Guild. Once the chaos in the Deep Blue Plain is settled, I will head there. The Swordsman Guild had plenty of swordsmen and Li Fuchen naturally wanted to take a look. As his sword art reached the super first-rate extremity, Li Fuchen was already preparing to push the primary extreme sword technique to the first-rate extremity. Once his primary extreme sword technique reached the first-rate extremity, he wouldn't even need to rely on the joint heaven sword to stand at the pinnacle of sacred lords. he would be much stronger than most of the peak-level sacred lords. After all, his skyline sword art was a top-notch super first-rate extremity sword art. It wasn't something that regular super first-rate extremity martial arts could compare with. Cultivation techniques are much harder to comprehend than martial arts. Martial arts are about the mystical application, while cultivation techniques don't just contain the mystical application, they must also be compatible with the user. In normal situations, many regular heaven monarchs would only have cultivation techniques at the first-rate extremity. Only those extremely formidable regular heaven monarchs would be able to push their cultivation techniques to the super first-rate extremity. Of course, there are always exceptions. There are some sacred lords who are able to push their cultivation techniques to the super first-rate extremity before comprehending a supreme martial art. I reckon that it is related to their physique. After all, there are plenty of physiques in the universe that contain the mysteries of the universe. With Li Fuchen's current status, all the Sword Dao manuals in the Swordsman Guild were open to him. Even the Supreme Sword Art, the Unbounded Sword Art, Li Fuchen could casually browse through it. But a Supreme Sword Art was still a Supreme Sword Art. If he could comprehend something easily, it wouldn't be called a Supreme Sword Art. For now, Li Fuchen didn't wish to waste time on comprehending the Unbounded Sword Art. After all, if he wanted to comprehend something, it would take a few thousand years or even a few tens of thousands of years. In comparison, it was much easier to create his own Supreme Sword Art. After all, the Unbounded Sword Art contained the Unbounded Elder's lifetime Sword Dao. When learning someone else's Sword Dao, there would always be some barriers. But for his own Sword Dao, there weren't any barriers and it was extremely intimate. Generally speaking, it was best to use someone else's Sword Dao as a reference and inspiration. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's Unbounded Sword Art gradually had some progress. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.